Chapter 241, Celestial HR. Book 3, Lola. Pressed the choice and felt the world decide with her. Attention. Signature skill picked. Cess. Oath-bound phantoms of the Rimebreak Knights. Energy shifted. First a prickle at the base of her skull, then a tingling cascade down her spine, as if frost were being poured through copper wire. The surrounding air thinned and sharpened. Every breath tasted ionized, like the moment before lightning picks its path. Her fingers twitched once, involuntarily, and steadied. Okay, breathe. You chose. Now make it worth it. Keat pressed from the street like an open kiln. Lammer's shield wall groaned under a fresh impact and reset in the same moment, the front line locking again at the exact angle he demanded. 45 degrees, smooth as a hinge. Steel scraped, boots thudded in coordinated rhythm, and the street became math. Rectangles of formation, arcs of enemy approach, narrow alleys that could funnel or drown. Lola took stock. Melee in the front, pikes braced, swords lifted, their armor mismatched but their feet in time. Behind them, a nervous forest of staves and wands, trying not to mess the casting, not to mess up the runes. Keelers staggered in the second and third ranks, hands raised in a constant pale glow, faces pinched from overexertion. Their runes flared, making a mint scent that didn't belong on the battlefield. Clean, too gentle against the reek of burned leather and blood. The enemy line pressed like a tide, and at its prow moved Damon. Shed seen him in the meeting recently, eyes that never stopped measuring, posture that broadcasted, "I'm the smartest man here." He wore Empire plate, worth more than their entire PR division's annual budget. And yet he was in the front, because performance mattered to men like him. Lightning crawled across his gauntlet, a captured storm he treated like jewelry. With each step he took, he rewrote the tempo. His troops rushed, then checked, then surged past on his cue like overconfident waves. Catherine found him, of course. She crashed through a wedge of shield bearers like a meteor that had learned footwork. Her violet hair was ash-streaked and wild, her grin bright and wrong amidst the smoke. Her crimson greatsword howled through the air, and he met it, bracing. Sparks, no, embers, scattered like coins. Metal rang with a furnace's voice. Catherine laughed, throaty and reckless. "You're the enemy, boy." Damon's reply was a smirk he probably practiced in mirrors. He shifted, absorbing the impact with a dancer's hips and a banker's caution. "I've got legendary items," he called over the clash, generous enough to give the audience the line. "Perks when you work for Nathanko and the Empire." Catherine's expression stretched into a surprisingly angry snarl. "Perks," she echoed, and drove him 3 steps back on the strength of contempt alone. Lola rolled her eyes. She couldn't help it. Men who turned their loadouts into linked-out profiles. Incredible. The annoyance barely had time to register, because Llama, beside her, spoke 2 words that landed like a knife under the ribs. "We're losing." He didn't raise his voice. In Lama's mouth, the words were a readout, fact, not panic. He never looked away from the field. His eyes tracked shield angles, spear spacing, the milliseconds lost as a wounded soldier swayed and the gap widened. To him, the battle was a machine. This one was dropping screws. If they failed to contain Damon, he wouldn't need to win. He just needed to unpin the line and let the enemy flood toward the center. Toward Charlie. Lola risked a glance over her shoulder. Across the ruined boulevard, in a pit of broken glass and gold, the Queen was a flare of frost and motion. And beside her, the demon moved. The Grandmasters wove gravitational knives and luminous nets. Charlie cut them with ice, an impossible nerve. "Don't look too long." She dragged her gaze back, throat tight. "Focus. Battle before girls. We'll stop this prick." There were Riker camera operators everywhere, even behind her back. Lola gulped at the sight of the camera focusing on her. "Right," Lola murmured. Her voice came out steadier than her hands felt. "Let's do this." She let her manner slip its leash. The system surged to help. Eager, imprecise, like an assistant with too much coffee and no sense of margins. 7 runes blossomed across her inner vision, cold geometry threaded with strange magic. System wanted to etch them sloppily, forcing her hands to drift to convenience. Lola snagged control with a flex of will and forced to correct it, at least a bit. It was her first time after all. She traced the first rune in the air. Its light hummed like a taut string. A phantom cost her entire mana pool. That was all she was allowed at once, but who to pick? She didn't have to think long for the first one, the strongest mage in their kingdom, Lisa. Attention! Player Lisa agreed to the summoning. Mana coiled inside her like a muscle too long clenched. The air grew heavy. Then, with a sound like glass cracking under pressure, the world answered. A figure stepped through the fissure of light, Lisa and not. The phantom's shape shimmered with translucence, a perfect mirror carved from refracted flame. Her red-gold robes had become molten silk, colors muted to a burnished glow that pulsed in time with Lola's heartbeat. Even her hair, that cascade of red, seemed caught underwater, each strand trailing slow and luminous. She raised her head, eyes dulled by distance, and smiled the same confident smile that once made entire raids charge faster, or before she charged to hug someone. Attention! Phantom called, using all mana and performing rune mastery, 60 power of the original knight. Some skills are not copyable. Phantom Lisa, Lola whispered, her throat tight. Rim break rides. Hopefully, Riker's camera girl got her line, and she downed a mana potion. Phantom Lisa, Live Ward 28. Type 6 Marvel HP 999999. Lisa is already level 28. The mirror mage turned, the translucent greatstaff blooming into existence in her grasp, half weapon, half fire. At the motion, the runes across the boulevard flared, catching the edges of reality and twisting them into obedience. Phantom Lisa went straight into mythic spellcasting. Enemy spells faltered mid-cast, collapsing into harmless sparks. Lama's soldiers looked up, their faces lit with reflection rather than flame. And when Phantom Lisa moved, the battlefield moved with her. Arcs of light swept across the front, reshaping fire into shields, shields into lances, until the street became an inferno sculpted to precision. Lola's knees almost buckled from the drain. Her pulse hammered in her throat, her breath fogging in the heat. But when she saw the Phantom raise her staff high, commanding flames similar as Lisa would, pride drowned the exhaustion. That's the power of my class. Too bad I used all my mana, and Scamanthus' potion works so slow. Lola steadied herself, clipboard in hand, hair singed at the ends from proximity to majesty. Around her, soldiers rallied. Lama shouted over the renewed roar, and Catherine laughed like thunder. Out of my way, she shouted. And before Lama could bark a single counter-order, she vaulted over the front line entirely, straight into the heaviest concentration of enemy troops. She hit the cobblestones in a crouch, sword already drawn back, her grin wide in the haze. I seek glory, she roared, and the word came out like a challenge to the world itself. Then she slammed the sword down with both hands. The street answered. Stone buckled. The entire road rippled like a struck drum, waves of displaced air and heat rolling outward. Shields rattled, soldiers staggered. Even Lama braced his stance. Phantom Lisa faltered mid-chant, her form fracturing like disturbed glass. Lola stumbled back a step, her clipboard clattering to the ground. The sound was swallowed by the roar of a surge of golden light bursting from the impact point, radiant and molten. It rushed outward in concentric circles, sweeping over the battlefield like sunlight through shattered glass. Every enemy it touched was dragged screaming toward the center, weapons tearing from their hands, as if gravity itself had turned traitor. Then the light curved upward. It hardened into walls, forming a vast dome of radiance that sealed the center of the boulevard in a cage of divine energy. The heat made Lola's eyes sting, and for one wild second, she saw shadows moving in the light like saints pressed into the veil. She blinked, disoriented. That's exactly like what Charlie had described. The day Catherine got her class. Inside the dome, Catherine stood in the storm's eye, wreathed in gold. Her hair looked like a torch in the light, her armor burning bright at every edge. She giggled, actually giggled, like a kid caught in a fireworks display. Trapped with Ma, she declared, gripping her sword as the divine light condensed around her arms. Wah! She tore the blade free from the ground in a single motion, light exploding upward with it. Then she swung downward toward Damon, who had been too stunned to retreat. The sword never connected. A radiant hand caught it mid-swing, the metal stopping with a crack that wasn't physical. It was divine. Lola froze. A figure stood within the golden dome. The air hummed around her, the barrier bending to her presence, as though even light was shy in her company. Sarah, Lola whispered. Her throat went dry. The angel. Lama's voice came from somewhere to her right, low and uncertain. Isn't she the one we met during the siege? Lola nodded mutely, still staring. Wait, Phantom Lisa, stop. The translucent mage stopped casting, her head turning toward Lola like a puppet cut from its strings. Even the embers of her half-formed spell winked out. Inside the dome, Sarah's expression was calm, her voice carrying with the soft authority of a celestial reprimand. Catherine, she said, this isn't a war. Catherine blinked, sweat streaking her ash-stained cheek. Nah, she echoed, looking genuinely puzzled. Charlie did. A civil war. Sarah's sigh was almost human. Her face shifted into the same look Lola wore whenever she had to explain caffeine limits to Lunaris, equal parts patience and despair. It needs to be sanctioned by us, Sarah said gently. Then you can seek glory. I guess you need a reminder and to read the war rulebook again. Catherine groaned. Oh no. She tried to bolt, but Sarah was faster. Her hand closed around the back of Catherine's armor like an unbreakable shackle. Her tone now that of an exasperated bureaucrat collecting a delinquent champion. No paperwork. Catherine howled again, thrashing, her greatsword dragging trenches through the light. Lola couldn't help it, she smiled. They all shared that reflex with Charlie, fight gods first, fill out forms later. And then, without another word, both vanished. The light folded in on itself like a curtain being drawn, leaving behind only heat and silence. For a long moment, the battlefield hung in uneasy stillness. And just as both armies were finding their footing again, groans, armor scraping, spells reigniting, the sound hit them. A howl. Lola turned, heart dropping before her mind caught up. Down behind her, through the haze of smoke, she saw Charlie. She was still standing, barely but fine. Her frost shimmered faintly around her, breath visible, shoulders heaving. The grandmasters before her were not. Their forms lay scattered, robes torn, mana leaking out in slow waves. But someone else stood across from her now. A darker shape moved through the wreckage, graceful where everything else was ruin. Kazi. Lola checked her mana instinctively. Still not ready for another phantom, and her stomach sank. Lama, she whispered, forcing steadiness into her voice. Hold them as long as you can. I need to go. Need to help her somehow. He didn't look at her right away, just kept scanning the line, sword half lowered, his face carved from iron. Then he exhaled through his nose, that long, resigned sound that said, had already done the math. Shit, he muttered. Stalemate again. Lola rubbed her temple, watching the space where the golden dome had vanished. The afterglow still clung to the air, smoldering at the edges of her sight like a burn that wouldn't fade. Yeah, she said, voice low. And we just lost our nuke to Celestial HR. She straightened, grabbed her half-cracked clipboard, and looked once more toward Charlie and the shadow now stalking her. The next breath she took burned like frost. All right, she whispered. Time for overtime. Chapter 242, The Wolf's Shadow. Book 3, Charlie facing Kazi. The smoke behind me stirred. Footsteps. Soft, uneven. Solthron's head snapped around first, a low rumble building in his chest. Kazi tilted her head toward the sound, her grin sharpening like a blade being unsheathed. Well now, she murmured. Another slave? My stomach clenched. Not again, not someone else. I turned slowly. My body was still half locked in fear, and saw Lola. Her hair was windblown, streaked with soot, her uniform scorched from some fire spell. But her eyes, they were steady, in a way that made everything else stop shaking. She crossed the shattered ground without hesitation, her own heels crunching over glass stone. The heat, the smoke, the weight of Kazi's gaze, none of it seemed to touch her. And for one absurd second, I thought she shouldn't be able to get through. Kazi should have stopped her. The world should have stopped her. But she just kept walking, like nothing could stop her. When she reached me, she didn't say a word. Just stepped close, too close, and leaned in. Her lips brushed my cheek. Lady, she whispered, soft enough that only I could hear, you are not alone. The words hit harder than any spell. For a moment, everything broke. The fear, the static, the hollow screaming inside my skull. My breath stuttered, my knees almost gave out, and the chilly edge of the world softened just enough to let me feel human again. Kazi's grin faltered, only for a second. Saltheron's chains rattled. the sound low and promising. And for the first time since Shed stepped from the smoke, I remembered I wasn't the same barefoot girl anymore. I was ready to face her, and I wasn't alone. I adjusted my crown. It wasn't steady, neither was I, but it gleamed just enough to remind me what it'd become. Karzi's gaze met mine across the rubble, lazy and amused, like a cat watching a cornered mouse suddenly find a sword. "Lola," I said, forcing my voice to hold, "support Zaltheron." She blinked, startled. "Who?" "The big demon," I snapped, rolling my eyes. "Try not to get eaten, he's a drama queen. Push away Karzi's gang and kill Grandmaster. Zaltheron, no mercy." Lola's confusion flickered into understanding, and she moved, circling towards Zaltheron as he straightened to his full monstrous height, red light spilling from his cracks like liquid magma, and he smiled in delight. That left just me and Karzi, the woman who'd sold me, owned me, and now apparently wanted to finish what Shed started. I raised my ice sword, the frost along its edge whispering in the heat. "Let's duel, you bitch!" Karzi's grin widened. She reached up, brushing soot from her armor, then tilted her head back and howled. The sound wasn't human. It rolled through the ruins, echoing off the shattered square, dragging cold through every nerve in my body. My breath caught, the old panic clawing its way back up my throat. No, not this time. I forced my hands steady, knuckles white around the ice hilt. The frost thickened, biting into my palm, grounding me. The howl faded, leaving only the hollow echo of its chill. Karzi and I stood in the crater where the binding stone used to be, a bowl of broken stone, twisted iron, and the faint stink of our battle with Grandmasters. The air still hummed with demonic residue, but the magic was spent, summoning demons and empowering me. Just the two of us now. Dame Karzi Levy, 38, type, 6 Marvel Boss, HP 3549-3549, Mana Manipulation advanced to 2 uncommon. Skill level up. Now? Karzi tilted her head, rolled her shoulders, the motion making her gilded armor glint beneath the smoke. The runes etched along the plate still pulsed faintly red, feeding off the fire magic that curled around her like a tame serpent. The axe in her hand wasn't just a weapon. Its blade shimmered as if forged from sunlight trapped in blood. She was a magic swordsman, like Yuki, but where Yuki's magic was finesse, a dance of speed and perfect angles, Karzi's was pure brutality refined into art. Every swing of her axe carried enough precision to split a mountain and enough recklessness to burn one down afterward. I had the gear, too. I hadn't fed them good materials since ever. Too busy running rebellions or saving slaves. A rookie oversight. Now it was going to cost me. Karzi crouched low, fire blooming around her boots as she smiled. "Still relying on scraps, girlie?" "Scraps," I said, forcing the grin even though my stomach had knotted into glass. "But mine don't bite back when I feed them." She laughed. "Then you've forgotten how to keep them hungry." The fire along her armor surged. It wasn't just for show. It licked through the gaps, feeding into her movement, coiling up her limbs like living veins of heat. The axe ignited, a slow, molten glow that burned without smoke. She was charging a spell, but it wasn't one of those fancy Tramar's channel barrage. It was herself. And then she came for me. I met her halfway. Frost flared under my heels, propelling me forward. The crater floor cracked and hissed where fire met ice, steam curling in great, blinding pillars. For a second, everything disappeared and then our weapons collided. The sound wasn't a clang, it was a scream. Her axe hit my sword with enough force to make my bones hum. Sparks burst between us, fire and frost gnawing at each other in a messy, sizzling war. I felt the impact all the way down my spine, the shockwave throwing loose rubble outward. I braced, my shield arm trembling. The ice forming it melted from a heap before my eyes. I pushed, channeled mana, and refroze it instantly, frost crawling up my sleeve like a desperate vine. Karzi laughed. "Still patching yourself together, girlie?" "I'm a responsible drinker," I hissed, and kicked off a rock, twisting to swing again. She parried lazily, as if she were testing a child's reflexes. Every strike I threw, she met with maddening ease. Every time our weapons clashed, she pushed harder, faster, the grin on her face growing wider. She wasn't fighting me. She was toying with me. Fire rolled off her like breath. The heat burned through the cracks in my clothes. The air itself was blistering. Thanks, Cloudy. Why she can wear proper armor, and I have to wear this? I tried to douse it with frost, forcing my mana through my veins, summoning freezing mist. The steam exploded between us in a hiss that sounded almost alive. Okay, I looked cool off. Nevertheless, Karzi came on. I slashed at her leg, frost trailing my blade. She sidestepped, laughing. I lunged again, feinting high. She pivoted, bringing the axe down in a brutal arc that smashed through a boulder it'd been about to use as cover. Chunks of rock flew past me, one grazing my shoulder hard enough to send a jolt of pain through the clothes. My health bar dipped in the corner of my vision. Perfect. Bit slow, she said, stepping over the rubble as though walking through a field of flowers. Was that the legendary speed you bragged about? Or did running from slavery dull your edge? My chest burned. I didn't know whether it was fury or humiliation. Maybe both. Funny, I said between breaths. I don't recall you fighting anyone who wasn't already half asleep or tied up. Her grin sharpened. And yet you still submitted to me. She came at me again, faster this time, too fast. The crater lit up in flickering bursts of flame, every swing of her weapon carving heat through the air. The ground cracked and melted beneath her feet. I darted left, then right, forcing Frost to follow, leaving frozen trails in my wake, a slippery maze of ice to slow her momentum. It didn't. She crushed through it as if it weren't even there. The axe met my sword again. The impact rattled my teeth, my blade chipped, shards of ice flying like glass. I pushed mana into it, regenerating it mid-swing, reforging it from the shards, but Shed already stepped back. Still mending your toys, Kazi mocked, flicking her wrist to fling off droplets of molten metal from her axe. You always wasted your magic on keeping broken things alive. I heard about certain dwarven girl. The words hit harder than the strikes. Leave Driti alone! The next one came from the side, a horizontal sweep that I barely parried. My sword howled under the strain, frost exploding outward in craggy waves. The recoil sent me sliding back over cracked stone, heels grinding for purchase. Steam rolled around us, thick enough to drown the sky. I could barely see her silhouette, but her voice still carried. Do you know what you are, girlie? She called out. You're a spark, pretty for a moment, gone with a breath. Funny, I called back, panting. You always talk like someone compensating for everything. Bravery. She emerged from the mist, eyes glowing faintly. Bratty slaves, oh, how I miss the early days. She rushed me again. Fire coated her armor, molten and furious. The sheer heat warped the air, making her look like a walking mirage. I braced, forcing mana into my limbs, reinforcing bone and sinew with frost. The cold burned from the inside, matching her heat. I met her head on. The impact cracked the ground between us. A shockwave of fire and ice blasted outward, shredding the remaining rubble into dust. Steam screamed into the air. My sword shattered again. I rebuilt it mid-motion, stabbing through the fog, but she was already gone. Something hit my ribs. Pain bloomed white. Shed circled around impossibly fast and slammed the butt of her axe into my side. I staggered, gasping, and she laughed, full of delight. Oh, that one felt familiar, didn't it? Yeah. I spat blood and frost. You hit harder than HR. She twirled the axe. I told you once to learn from pain. I did. I lifted my sword again, frost swirling onto its edge. That's why Im's still standing. Her grin softened into something worse. Not for long. She lunged again, a blur of fire and steel and smoke. The heat burned before she even struck. I threw up an ice wall. It shattered under her weight. I rolled under her next swing, frost biting into the ground, then slashed upward, catching her across the pauldron. The frost hissed on contact, steam bursting. Her armor dimmed for a second, a crack in it the enchantment repaired quickly. I saw it. She saw that I saw it, and her smile widened. Oh, clever girl, she growled like a wolf. You think you can win? You think this is even close? I don't need close, I said, breathing hard. Just enough to hurt. She laughed again. Then by all means try. The next clash was pure chaos. Fire and frost collided in a storm of blue and red. We moved between the broken monoliths of the crater, using debris as cover, as platforms, as weapons. Each swing sent chunks of molten stone flying. I jumped from a fractured pillar, brought my blade down. She caught it mid-swing, turned it aside with her gauntlet, and kicked me in the chest. The world flipped. I hit the ground hard enough to dent it. My lungs screamed. My vision blurred as I forced the healing spell to repair me once again. And above me, her silhouette burned against the smoke. Karzi looked down, smiled serene. Still trembling, she hissed. Still mine. I forced myself up, sword trembling but steady. You sold me once, I rasped. Try it again. Her grin widened, eyes gleaming like coals. I don't sell broken things, girlie. She raised her axe. Fire gathered red and gold, a sun being born between her hands. Everything shimmered, the ground, the smoke, even the horizon bending around Kazi's fire like the world itself was afraid to look directly at her. My lungs screamed, my mana bar flickered, and my sword arm trembled like a glitching animation frame. Chapter 243, No Longer a Girlie. Book 3. Everything shimmered. The ground, the smoke, even the horizon bending around Kazi's fire like the world itself was afraid to look directly at her. My lungs screamed, my mana bar flickered, and my sword arm trembled like a glitching animation frame. Then I did what I always do when I'm outmatched. I turned to an exploit. Potion of Disguise. Quality: 5. Epic effect. Changes a single attribute for anyone. Info: made by Scamantha, the one your alchemist told you not to worry about. I fished the vial from my belt, glass cracked, liquid inside swirling between violet and silver. Kazi's eyes narrowed. What are you doing, girlie? Science, I said, and popped the cork. Scamantha had made 2 of these. One for Lunaris, so her class wouldn't light up like a neon sign for every enemy with the same class, and she could sneak and kill them cleanly. And one for me. For situations exactly like this, you set your level to 35. I gulped it down. It tasted like sugar and battery acid. Kazi frowned. What did you? I was already pulling the second vial from my inventory. Burning Desire. Quality: 7. Legendary effect. Burn levels into power. Every level you burn gives you 4 times the stats than it would normally, but it burns only for levels burned, minutes. Then the levels are permanently lost. Info: made by Scamantha, the one your alchemist told you not to worry about. 30. Cloudy, I muttered through clenched teeth. Burn 'em all. Attention, you can't burn temporary levels. Is. Attention, your profile shows the levels are permanent. TU attention. Exploit detected, no additional action taken. Attention, you burned 30 levels, gaining stats equal to 120 levels. Oh yes. My body snapped awake. Mana flooded my veins like liquid lightning, and frost burst from my armor in a geyser of white-blue light. Every heartbeat was a thunderclap. The crater roared alive, runes underfoot igniting just from the overflow. Kazi's expression finally cracked. What are you? Improvising. Her axe came down, a final arc of molten death, and my frost met it mid-swing. The collision wasn't a clash, it was an extinction event. Coal detonated upward, drowning her fire in an instant. The blast shredded her flames, turned molten stone to snow, and slammed into her like a freight train made of blizzards. She didn't scream. Kazi never screamed, but the shockwave threw her bodily across the crater. She hit the far wall with enough force to crater it again, the gold trim of her armor hissing as it froze solid. Silence followed, deep, alive with residual magic. Steam rose from my sword. My breath came out in slow clouds. For the first time since Shed walked through the smoke, she wasn't smiling. I lowered my blade, frost still dripping from the edge, and exhaled. Guess you should have worried about my powers after all. The crater glimmered under the frost storm's dying light, every shattered stone catching a bit of pale glow. Lola stood at the edge, wide-eyed. There was some weird llama and Fafty, but translucent beside her. Saltheron rumbled low, approving, and then vanished into another lunge. The frost still hissed along my blade, the crater humming with power that wasn't supposed to exist yet. My body felt like a forge and a blizzard at once, every nerve burning with desire and freezing simultaneously. Kazi pushed herself upright. Smoke rolled off her armor in sluggish curls. Her grin was gone. "Girlie," she shouted across the broken square. "This'll be costly." She slammed her hand to her breastplate, and the runes carved into her armor blazed red. One by one, every enchantment on her, even her legendary axe, flared and died. The light winked out like extinguished candles, leaving trails of ash and molten gold where power had once lived. But in their absence, something far worse ignited. Her axe flared white-hot. Fire poured through the seams of her armor like blood. Shed burned everything she had left, every stored spell, every charm, every safety limit, and she was smiling again. The air between us vibrated, heavy enough to warp sound. Then she charged. The impact shook the city. Literally. Our weapons met mid-air with a shockwave that flattened everything within 100 meters. Fire and frost detonated outward in twin halos, carving trenches through the ruins. Debris lifted and froze in mid-air before bursting into molten spray. Even the banners on the distant barracks rippled from the backlash. Kaz's hair whipped wildly, embers streaking through the air, eyes wild. Girlie, this is power to match a god. I smiled back, sweetly, innocently. Well, hello there, dear slaver. I'm a budding goddess. We collided again. Her axe howled through the air, carving spirals of fire so bright they burned after images into my retinas. I met each one with frost. The surrounding temperature swung violently from inferno to tundra in seconds. Stone cracked. Water froze mid-drip. The world flickered between day and night. She swung high. I ducked low. She kicked. I slid on ice, turning the motion into momentum, blade flashing upward. Sparks exploded as our weapons met again. The recoil sent both of us sliding back across the crater, boots and heels cutting twin lines through melted stone. Every movement was smooth, automatic, like I was finally catching up to the person I pretended to be. My body remembered what my brain never dared to. Princess Imperial style. Elegant. Controlled. The art I'd been forced to test for an entitled royal brat in the Empire back when I was still John. I'd thought the entire thing was laughable, useless, over-designed, courtly nonsense, meant to make nobles look graceful while murdering people. I had better arts. But now it fits. As a short girl with a crown and sword, in a world trying to kill her, it fit perfectly. I twisted my wrist, shifting my stance. The rhythm changed. The Princess Royal art wasn't about force. It was about balance, flow, and grace under crushing pressure. Every motion built the next. Every parry became an opening. Kazi didn't see the shift until it was too late. I caught her next swing on the flat of my blade, stepped in close, and let the frost explode outward. Ice crawled up her arm in fractal veins before she shattered it with a snarl. But that half-second hesitation was all I needed. I ducked under her guard, pivoted, and slammed the pommel of my sword into her ribs. The impact cracked through her armor. She staggered. I pressed the attack. A sweeping slash of ice blocked. A reverse cut met with fire. She twisted, sparks and frost scattering around us like broken stars. We were two storms trapped in the same space, tearing the crater apart one breath at a time. The ground beneath us glowed from the heat, then froze solid, then cracked again as we traded blows. Kazi roared, axe spinning in a circle of flame that forced me back. I leapt onto a slab of rubble, used it as a springboard, and came down from above, blade trailing an arc of frost so bright it carved a path through the smoke. The hit landed. Her armor cracked along the shoulder, glowing fractures spiderwebbing across the golden trim. She stumbled back, gasping. "You!" "I learned," I said, voice shaking from the effort. "I always learn." Then exploit. She charged again, but slower now, her heat faltering, her movements uneven. I sidestepped, drew the cold around my body, and slashed. The frost erupted in a wave. Her fire shattered against it, extinguished in an instant. The backlash sent her spinning. She tried to counter, but the momentum betrayed her. I drove my shield into her chest, the force sending her flying backward. Kazi crashed through a broken column, hit the far wall, and vanished under an avalanche of rubble. Silence followed, broken only by the hiss of cooling stone and my ragged breathing. Steam curled around me in ghostly ribbons. My sword still glowed faintly, frost whispering along its edge. I looked up and realized everyone was watching. Lola stood frozen near the building, hand pressed to her lips. The Grandmasters, what was left of them, watched in grim awe. Even Zaltherin had gone still, his four eyes fixed on me with something that looked disturbingly like respect. Kaz's wolves lingered in the shadows, low but not daring to move toward that weird llama or Efti. No one spoke. I took a slow breath, the air still tasting of ash and iron, and began walking. Step by step, across the shattered crater, toward the heap of broken stone where Kazi had fallen. Each step echoed loudly enough to make the silence ring. Her fire was gone. The armor's glow had died. She was buried in dust and ruin, with only a faint flicker of heat leaking through the cracks. I raised my sword. Frost spiraled up my arm, gathering at the tip, the weight of power settling like a second heartbeat. I looked down at her through the haze, the taste of victory sharp and strange to my tongue. For a moment, she almost looked small. "I yield!" she screamed, voice ragged and ridiculous. "You won, girlie! I yield!" A laugh bubbled out of me, half relief, half disgust. "This can end either in your death or mine. I don't plan on dying." She flailed for theatrics, and for a stupid second I almost bit. "I call upon the god of war. I yield, so I'm a prisoner of war. You can't kill me." She looked straight at me, desperate hands clawing for dignity. In the ruined light, she didn't look like a slaver. She looked like a terrified kid wearing someone else's cruelty like a coat. I still raised my sword to the side. The ice felt absurdly calm in my grip. "Are these your last words?" I asked. "Because what else do you do with a villain when the universe finally lets you close the book?" A voice answered from nearby, soft and horribly officious. "You won. You're now the victor. You own the city. Spare anyone who yields." Sarah, of course, emerged like an angelic tax inspector, all moral clauses and lumbar support. Great timing. Annoying angel bureaucrat, here to read me the rules. Killing her would make you a war criminal. "Sue me," I wanted to say. Instead, I moved. Law or no law, compassion or compliance. I had a city to take and a debt to settle. Sarah tried to step between us, hand raised, but she wasn't fast enough. I didn't hesitate. The blade came down clean as a verdict. Kaz's eyes widened, a flicker, a last surprised human thing, and then her neck fell away. Blood spat. Steam hissed as frost kissed the wound. The head tumbled from the heap of armor and stone, rolled, and landed with a dull thunk. Ice sealed the stump shut like a cold, ugly kiss. For a moment, the world was just that sound. The head thudding, the steam hissing, the tiny crackle of a magic seal knitting itself. Lola made a small noise at the edge of the crater, something like a sob that could have been laughter. Saltheron's great body stilled, every muscle coiling and uncoiling like the tide. Sarah's face went flat. Thin lips pressed into a line that said, "You will be litigated, but with more frost." "Prepare your case," I said. "I don't. Boss will." Her voice trembled only a fraction. You could tell she was trying not to be thrilled. "I didn't give a damn about lawsuits. World's better off without these monsters," I said, and meant it like a threat and a benediction at once. "Saltheron, kill the Grandmasters," I barked, letting the command ride like a whip. His answer was a hungry roar. He launched, chains whipping like the fingers of an angry world, claws aimed at the fallen, the broken. Delight rolled, pure bestial joy, and then Sarah was faster. She parried his strike with a golden brace of light, the impact ringing in my bones. A barrier bloomed, bright, unyielding, and I felt pressure pressed down from it like a lid being slammed shut on a jar. The spell tried to bind me, to straitjacket my motion, to make my limbs into paper puppets. I shrugged the first sting off with a physical shrug and an icy shove. I barreled past Sarah, launching spears of diamond cold at the Grand Masters. The ice bit, the shards screamed through air and magic. They stabbed into flesh and robe and rune. Black Grandmaster gone. Sarah tried to intercept, palms spread, chanting the laws of mercy and conflict, but the boost from the burning levels was still hot in me. A wave of frost shoved her back, petals of snow fluttering from her sleeves. Yellow Grandmaster gone. "Stop!" another voice thundered. A force slammed into me that was not Sarah's bureaucratic gentle hand. It was heavy and absolute, a god spoon slapping a child. I felt the world tilt under that pressure. Wind sucked out, mana choked, my steps faltered. I squinted into the shadowed alcove under the ruined building where the voice had come from. Should I call Gatai? I asked because when a god rumbles like an old radiator, it's polite to check whether it wants backup. A grumble answered. Not a full sentence, not yet. Classic deity energy, moodier than a teenager and twice as hungry. "We let this slide if you spare anyone who yields, including these two." The white and purple Grandmasters struggled to their knees as if someone had pulled strings. They were paper patriots in shredded robes now, eyes flaring with humiliation you can only buy with centuries of self-importance. The purple squeaked first. "I do," he said, voice thin. My skin went cold in a wrong way, the kind that tastes like iron. "Say no. Say no. Say no, you white prick." White's pride gnawed at him and then snapped like brittle bone. "I yield," he muttered. I clicked my tongue. "Fine. Custody them." I do not plan to babysit two grandmasters. Practicality wins over vengeance, I told myself. Mostly because vengeance took energy and my levels were counting down like a badly written save timer. Sarah stepped forward, all linen and righteous clauses. "This is not our duty," she said. And she actually looked confused, which was adorable in a bureaucratic way. Gods apparently did not enjoy having their war crimes rules used as suggestions. Perks of having Twyr friends, I thought, which made me smile despite everything. The Twyr liked inconvenient loopholes. I liked them even more. "I want to kill them, not hold them," I said, because honesty was faster than diplomacy. "Your fault. Now where are the Empire pricks, especially that self-important one?" The god sighed like someone brushing dust off a throne. "Young gods," he muttered, and the tone was half exasperated, half amused. "Let's help our people while my levels are burning," I told Lola with a grin. Chapter 244. The Sword That Slipped Away. Book 3. The air still shimmered with leftover magic, hot enough to sting when I breathed. Every inhale tasted like burnt copper and frost, a mix that probably wasn't medically advisable, but at least meant I was still alive. I stepped down from the crater's edge, heels crunching over glass stone. The world looked warped, too bright, too still, like reality hadn't quite caught up with itself after the summoning. Lola stood near the ruins, her hair wild, streaked with soot, and her armor, or what Cloudy forced her to wear, hanging off one shoulder. She wasn't alone. Two shapes flanked her, half there, half not. One of them was Llama, translucent and flickering like a projection running on laggy Wi-Fi. The other had FD's unmistakable silhouette, eyes glowing faintly from somewhere inside the haze. My brain lagged for a full second. I blinked, then squinted. "Lola?" She turned, surprise flashing across her face, quickly replaced by a grin that looked way too proud for someone standing between two ghosts. "Lady, got a new skill. I can summon them to help me fight." I stared at her, then at Ghost, Llama, whose spectral mustache flickered every time he moved. "Yeah," I said slowly, because words were all I had left. "That's convenient." A pulse of leftover frost rippled off my cloak as I exhaled. My crown still hummed faintly against my scalp, runes crawling like cold ants under my skin. The price of burning 30 levels for 30 minutes of glory. Every second felt like a candle melting straight down my spine. "I don't have time, Lola," I said, forcing my voice steady. "My time's literally burning. Do we have people to take care of the loot?" I glanced at the Grandmasters and Kazi, and watch her body so nobody raises the dead. Lola straightened, the commander mask snapping back on. Even with sweat and ash streaking her face, she looked ready to lead another siege. "I'll make sure you get all the items." Lola created a new quest, secure the Queen's Square. What, Lola?" I sidestepped. "Queen's Square? You've already renamed it?" I glanced at Llama and back at her. "You know what? I don't have time for that. Report now, fast." Lola glanced up from her interface. "Good. Average and catastrophe. South Barracks contested, we lost it. Got it." "Llama," I interrupted, glancing at his spectral self. "Where am I needed most?" "South Barracks?" Both Lamas, the flesh one and his translucent doppelganger, turned toward me in eerie synchronization. The real one's jaw tightened. The ghost's face didn't move at all, just shimmered like an echo caught between worlds. "Yes," Llama said. "We were facing Damon and his Empire army here. Catherine was called by Sarah and left, but when he saw you, his real lips curled, humorless. Damon turned and fled toward the south." "Damon? Oh, coward had the survival instincts of a cockroach in a raid. Let's get him then." I started moving before my brain caught up. The glass stone under my heels crunched, still warm enough to soften the soles. Lola dismissed her phantoms. One wave, and both flickered out like bad holograms, then jogged after me. Her breath came quickly, boots hitting the fractured cobbles in uneven rhythm. "Lady," she said between breaths, clearing her throat. She hesitated, eyes flicking to the tatters of my clothes, half torn, half frozen. Already regenerating. Her face went scarlet before she tried to hide it behind her clipboard. Let me read the reports." She flicked her wrist, the air above her hand filling with invisible text as we jogged. She muttered as she worked, voice clipped and efficient, copying system updates with the speed of someone who definitely used spreadsheets for stress relief. "Lucas, Lucy, Pearl, and Lisa secured the port barracks. We have a steady stream of players coming in to help fight runaway demons or guards not loyal to you. Both groups are, everywhere. The city streets stretched before us, smoldering under what was left. We passed a barricade made of overturned carts, splintered wood crusted with blood, and a few shattered shields tossed aside like trash. The air still hummed faintly with aftershocks. Residual mana clung to the stone like static before a storm. Not a player or NPC to be found. Smart ones hid or joined whoever looked like they'd win. Loyal to me? I asked, stepping over a broken spear. My voice came out rougher than I meant it to. Lola gave me a grin too big for her soot-streaked face. Yes, lady. The two allied grandmasters are going around the city, forcing the guards to disband or pledge loyalty to you. Her voice had that spark again, the kind of stubborn optimism that made her impossible not to like. So I couldn't stop smiling. Troublesome, I said, mostly to myself, the word tasting faintly like pride. Wait, Lola, I continued out loud, ducking under a fallen beam as we rushed through a side street. Who's at the southeast barracks while you're with me? Lola gave me a bewildered look mid-run, her clipboard flickering with half-visible notes. You remember. Charlie, slow down, you're running too fast. You remember where we assigned people. Her breath came out in sharp bursts, armor jingling as she tried to keep pace. Llama wasn't even winded. He had that calm, long stride thing going with a bonus to stamina. I skidded to a stop at the next corner and shot Lola my best queen pout glare. She lasted half a second before bursting into laughter. Got it, you always remember our plans. The original plan was, she checked a report. Pancake is taking care of that? She glanced at Llama, who nodded. Alone? We trust him? I jumped over the cart, which was still smoldering. Lola caught up, brushing ash from her cheek. You said to trust him, she reminded him with a smile. Frosner and Tramar secured the northeast one. F-Dye's holding the north. The slave army is still waiting. They were supposed to reinforce the south, but the enemy pushed with everything they had. Dimitri and Luminaria are, her voice faltered, dead. Reported by Princess, weird name, but she goes by Night Swallow. We sprinted across a smaller square, which used to be a market, judging by the crushed stalls and the smell of charred fruit. The stones were cracked, glazed by leftover fire magic. No demons here. No screaming either. Just a few wisps of steam rising from puddles that hadn't decided if they were water or blood. Then movement. A squad of guards in the center of the square 10, maybe 12 helmets catching the faint light from burning rooftops. Tramar probably had a field day. I raised my hand, frost already creeping down my arm, ready to make the first move. But they didn't attack. The moment they saw me, they dropped to one knee, weapons clattering against the cobbles in perfect unison. The sound echoed metallic in the stillness. I froze mid-spell, side-glancing at Llama and Lola. The captain, older and with a voice full of exhaustion, lifted his head. We secured this square, Miss Queen. Their armor was Altendai semi-standard, layered steel and dark leather, scorched to the edges from earlier fighting. But the ugly slave crest was gone. In its place, someone had roughly painted over the metal with white enamel and carved a snowflake in its center. The symbol was big and uneven, yes, but the sight hit harder than I expected. Allegiance made real with a knife and stubborn will, probably Overwatch of Grandmaster. I looked at them, battered, singed, standing at attention in armor still steaming from battle. And for the first time since I started, I felt something like pride warming beneath the cold crawling through me. Nice touch, I said quietly, lowering my hand. Tell your men, good work. The captain bowed his head. We already did, lady. Lola shot me a quick look, half a grin, half a question. I didn't answer. I just nodded once and kept walking. The snowflake gleamed faintly as we passed, like frost refusing to melt, somehow magic pulsing through it. Enchanting? What about the Wealth Liberation Squad? I asked, and the name still made me want to laugh. Wealth Liberation. Like calling arson spontaneous heat redistribution. Lola didn't answer. Her shoulders stiffened, eyes darting away toward the street ahead. Lola? Llama's voice came instead. Purple, white, and black vaults secured. Money's already on Luce's flagship. She's heading there now to stop any funny business. She's rallying her pirates. So I looked between them as we ran, the cold air scraping my throat. No problems? Silence. Lola kept her gaze down. The light reflected from her clipboard flickered across her face, casting her eyes in shadow. She looked off. The kind of off where something terrible had already happened, and she was deciding whether to soften the blow or just hand me the knife. What happened? She bit her lip hard enough to leave a mark, scrolling through invisible data. They're robbing the yellow vault next. But when Brian retreated, her voice caught. Lunaris left the squad. She went after him. I stopped dead. The sudden halt made dust rise around my heels, the echo of our running vanishing as if someone had cut the sound. Brian? My voice cracked through the street like thunder. Lola nodded. Apparently, he's a competent leader and swordsman. Brian. That Brian, the one with the smug build guide videos, the one who said, support mages don't count as real mages back during the first PvP tournament, who was carried by a sword. That Brian. My pulse spiked. No, 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 no. My stomach dropped as if the ground had vanished. We delivered the sword to him. What was she thinking? I demanded. Who killed her? Where is she? Lola's expression collapsed from commander to friend in a heartbeat. Night Swallow reported Brian killing Lunaris, she whispered. Swallow tried to deal the killing blow to her but was stopped. They took the sword. And he is Kronos Blade. I slammed my palm down, and mana surged before I even realized what I was doing. Frost spiraled up my arm, my crown flaring. A sphere of ice coalesced mid-air, and I hurled it to the ground. It shattered with a roar, snow exploding outward, glittering through the smoky light. The cobblestones froze under us in an instant, the air cracking with the crystalline shriek of magic. Lola flinched back but didn't move away. She just stood there, her hair dusted in frost, clipboard trembling in her hands. Lunaris left the capsule, Chess in the cafeteria now, crying, eating chocolate fondant icing by the kilo. I let out a chuckle. That's so her. Stars above, I muttered her favorite swear word, pressing my palms to my eyes. We lost our Kronos blade, we lost our legendary sword. Damn. I exhaled, frost streaming from my breath, and lowered my hands. We'll deal with Brian. After I'm done turning him into a decorative ice sculpture. Do you have more Kronos blade shards? Loda asked, her voice small enough that the frost on my sleeve nearly swallowed it. I motioned for us to run again. No, of course not, I don't know. I rubbed my temples like I could knead sense back into my skull. I was counting on her to be the key player. Lola, your HR. She lost company assets. What do we do with her? I know about a dungeon with a shard, but that's level 40 elite. Wanted to go when the time was right? We don't know what happened. Lola blinked, honestly confused for once. Maybe she had a reason. We need to take Altandai first. She jabbed with a trembling finger toward the end of the street. Night Swallow, some time earlier, the square was chaos pretending to be strategy. Dimitri kept shouting, as if order could be bullied back into existence. Luminaria turned the sky into storm again, all blue fire and righteous marketing. The rest bled and shouted on cue. Night Swallow moved through it. The only way she knew how, half breath, half shadow, slipping between boot heels and broken banners. The air still tasted of ozone from the last lightning strike. Demons had fallen through the cracks. None of that mattered. Her job hadn't changed. Disappear, wait, and remove problems before they became someone else's headline. She told herself it was just work. It sounded convincing. The square had folded in on itself. Dimitri's line was now a cracked mirror catching light from both ends. Demons clawed at the front, fresh traitors pressed from the rear, and every breath came flavored with blood and static. The formation still held, but only because the Vainquors hadn't realized yet that they were surrounded. Dimitri, focus healers. Swallow of the Night, as she called herself when nobody was listening, rolled her eyes behind the mask. Of course, healers first. She supposed he was right, but he didn't have to make it sound like an accounting memo. Me, on it. She slipped from cover, the shadow skin of her class flexing around her like cool breath. Every movement came frictionless, a glide between footfalls, a melt against thrown light. Daggers stayed low, parallel to her thighs. A soldier turned her way, and his eyes slid right past her. The class didn't just hide the body, it made the brain refuse to register it. She wove through the churn with practiced ease. 2 steps through the open, then into someone's silhouette, dissolve, emerge again. Her shadow trailed like smoke, reattaching itself to each new corner of ruin she passed. A spear glanced off her shield near her ear. She didn't even flinch. The market stalls had collapsed into a maze of ribs and canvas, but some still stood, and one tall enough to matter. She climbed it in silence, her boots barely hissing against the wood. The air trembled with the heat of Dimitri's wards. Swallow of the Night pulled a small glass sphere from her belt, thumbed the runes, and dropped it on the stall's roof. The observation orb blinked once, then split her vision with a faint echo of itself, a transparent overlay shimmering in the corner of her sight. Then, she was gone. The shadow took her like an inhale. The world dimmed to outline and movement. Colors bled out, replaced by lines of heat and mana signature. Her remaining orbs, four placed earlier, lit up in her mind's eye, each pulsing faintly from different corners of the square. She flicked between them. Right flank was stable but thinning, left no way through there. Center lightning residue too thick for clean movement, rear too many shields, but there, a cluster of healers tucked between. A broken awning and a wagon. Overconfident, loud with aura. Her lips curved, not quite a smile. The best path shimmered in front of her, through the gutted shadow of the kettle cart. Under the orange banner, Dimitri had flared too high and past a demon whose attention was currently elsewhere. She exhaled once. The shadows folded tighter around her like approval. All right, Swallow, Princess of the Night. One clean flight. Chapter 245. The Princess and the Paradox. Book 3. For Night Swallow, the healer was easy to spot, too bright for her own good. Amid the soot and shrapnel of the square, she stood out like a gem that hadn't learned to hide its shine. Her robe was blue, threaded with silver that caught every flash of lightning. Her staff was crowned with a hovering sigil pulsing fast. Around her, other healers orbited like satellites, hands glowing pale and voices strained with effort. Channel through the barrier. Don't overstack. Let mana deplete. Rotate, she shouted, her voice clear and carrying. It was a leader's tone, trained and annoyingly confident. Every time Rimbreak's line shoved forward with one desperate, blood-soaked push, she answered it. The healers dragged their wounded back by collars and cloaks, spells flared, and health bars climbed like stubborn weeds. The front line trembled but never broke, and Swallow, the Princess of Shadows, could see why. The girl wasn't just healing, she was leading. Every movement was perfectly timed, and despite Rimelion being out for less than a month, she was remarkably capable. Meanwhile, Rimbreak's own vanguard was paying the price for holding both sides. The rear was pinned under traitor shields, while the front bled under demon claws. Dimitri, we need her out now. Night Swallow didn't answer. She simply flicked her attention to one of her orbs. The image shimmered, disorienting, until it aligned with her angle. Through it, she saw the bigger picture. The demons hammering the front like children breaking a toy, Luminaria framed in her lightning again, shoulders tense, light dying down to sparks. She was buying time, burning herself to hold the tide, but it wasn't enough. Well, I'll do my part, Dark Lady of the Night whispered to herself with a suppressed giggle. Dark Lady! The shadows hummed around Night Swallow as she moved, slipping from one soldier's outline to the next. Her perception stretched thin, syncing with the rhythm of combat. She saw the pattern, how the demons pressed, how the Rimbreak line flexed, how the healer's voice kept the front alive just a little too long. This side's lost, she thought. A simple truth, like noticing the rain. She sighed. A quiet, almost wistful exhale that steamed in the dark, and pushed closer. The healer's face came into view again, sweat cutting rivers through the powder dust on her skin. Her eyes were unfazed by the surrounding ruin. When Dimitri's fireball tore through the air, she didn't even flinch. It hit close, too close. The shockwave knocked one of her acolytes down, and a warrior grabbed her by the arm, pulling her out of the blast's path. She stumbled, turned, and smiled at him before snapping back to her work. Rotate. Shields up. If you drop that ward, we all burn. He's too strong. Her voice carried authority. The sound that made people believe dying was impossible if they listened hard enough. From her shadowed perch, Night Swallow watched calmly, and a little jealous. Pretty robe, she murmured under her breath, the sound swallowed by the dark. Then she adjusted her grip on the daggers, and the night swallowed her back. She was waiting for her moment, when another fireball came. Dimitri. It hit the rear of the kneeling line with a sound like a bell snapping, a heat bloom that ate a handful of people and a stack of crates. Flesh screamed, canvas ignited, someone's face went suddenly wrong. Healers doubled over bodies, hands frantic, mana sputtering into wards and bandages. No one looked in the shadows. Dimitri had asked for healers. Chaos had provided the smoke. She focused on the healer and read the tiny, precise movements. The way the girl's shoulders dipped to siphon mana, the way her fingers threaded a rune, the snapped breath between orders. The healer was on her back foot but steady. The rest were trying to buy time with stitches and focus. Swallow let the shadow skin of her class tighten around her like a second, colder uniform. She tasted the moment, a lull of attention, a hot scene where the healer's focus had to be. She placed shadows on both daggers, thin black sleeves of nothing that sucked the light off metal, and stepped out of the deeper dark 2 measured steps behind the nearest fallen cart. She moved like a rumor, 2 bounds of stitched shadow, a cross of space where the world briefly forgot to notice. Her daggers whispered through the air and found purchase in the places that stopped a body without flinging the squid into theatrical gore. One blade under the jaw to the upper neck, the other through the base of the skull near the temple. The girl slumped against the kettle cart with the dignity of someone who'd never wanted an audience. No screams rose that mattered. The healer's hands were full of other wounds. Swallow wiped a phantom mote of ash off the blade with the pad of a finger, then vanished before anyone could name the absence. Her footsteps were only a rumor. Princess of Death claimed one more soul, she murmured to herself, voice small and amused, the sound half suppressed and almost a giggle. Professionalism first.
Lunaris, hey Juliet, in close. I need help.
Me. Stop using my real name. Lunaris, sorry, Dark Knight Lady, I need help. Me, stop. Where are you? Lunaris, running from northeast. Brian has the same class as I do. I need to kill him to get the gem. Me, don't enter the fight, we're losing. The shadows took her like a door closing. Night Swallow folded into the dark, and the world simplified. Edges, heat, the slow pulse of mana. The class didn't just hide her, it carried her. With the shadow skin wrapped tight, her stride shortened and her speed doubled. Running felt like sliding along a knife's bevel, every surface an advantage. She used the tight alleys like veins, the black between stalls a highway. Light snapped around her wrists and ankles and slid off, sound thinned until only the soft slap of her boots mattered. She eased out of the square's chaos and left the front lines to their theatrics. Behind them, where victory still smelled like novelty, a handful of noobs milled about, bright banners, brighter hopes. Some were even lounging, eating the last of their confidence.
Awesome fight,
one chirped, eyes on a streamer's camera. Did you see the fireball? That's what I am talking about. That ball guy must have at least epic class. For the Empire, ha ha ha. Another at his side guffawed into his camera, shaking a fist like a toddler. Telling you, getting paid by Nathanko just for playing? Don't mind if I do. The first nodded and turned the camera off. Yeah, they're sponsoring this fight. Probably for us to make some noise on the HoloNet. I'm hungry. Is there a bakery? I want a croissant, Third asked while he lounged. All this fighting made me hungry. All you did was kill one demon, the first laughed. Here, you get an apple. Night Swallow slid past them like a shadowed rumor. They rearranged their words into laughter and didn't notice the black that slipped between their knees. Me, Lunaris is here. She wants to kill their leader, Brian. Cover us? To Dimitri, get her away. When Luna sees a challenge, she can't be stopped. To Dimitri, she's overconfident. Brian is among their elite players, not possible. To Dimitri, losing her class would make her plushie value go to 0. Keep her class at any cost. Me, okay. The alley where Lunaris ran smelled of old fruit. Night Swallow slid into a deeper shadow and watched her move, a bright, reckless arrow. Lunaris cut into the lane and then froze as Night Swallow stepped out, pulling the hem of a sleeve to hide behind a stack of crates like some melodramatic film thief. The gesture was theatrically childish. Juliet? Lunaris grinned, all sun and sharp teeth. Night Swallow just narrowed her eyes. No. Lunaris' grin flipped, curious. Lady of the Eternal Night? She teased, as if that title alone could bribe the darkness into affection. The name stung. Night Swallow had told Lunaris once. In a moment she regretted as soon as the words left her mouth. But in her defense, she felt bad about sending Ian to respawn. I'll kill you now, so you won't lose your class, she said flatly. The edge of her voice was careful. A professional warning more than a promise. She'd rather erase the risk than watch Lunaris throw herself away on a fight she couldn't win. Brian is at the center, so we can't get near him. This is stupid. Don't do it. Lunaris blinked, then smirked like she always did at danger, part dare, part invitation. Night Swallow inhaled the shadow and tightened her grip on the daggers beneath her coat. She wasn't pleased. Lunaris nodded once, that bright, reckless spark already in her eyes. We'll lure him out. If I use Paradox Slash, hell see. Hell come for me. Night Swallow's jaw tightened. Hell send people to kill you. No, Lunaris said with a certainty. Only idiots and heroes owned. He has to do it himself. And if I kill him first? Her grin turned sweetly. Doesn't matter if they get me after. Don't worry, Juliet, we can do it. Fast. Don't! Night Swallow began, but the girl was already moving, bolting from cover with both blades gleaming like arguments she refused to lose. Night Swallow melted back into the shadows, the instinct as natural as breathing. The darkness welcomed her, weightless, soundless, an old friend that didn't ask questions. Me, Lunaris heading from northeast 2nd Street, Dimitri, messaging with her already. Good job. She sighed with a tired exhale that fogged even in the shade and ran after her. The shadows made her faster, thinner, less real. By the time she caught up, Lunaris had already found the noobs, the wandering leftovers from earlier, laughing and sitting cross-legged like they were waiting for the next patch. 3 short arcs of steel answered them. Rapier, then longsword, then backhand draw, all one motion, faster than Swallow could, and the players dropped before their confusion could harden into fear. Lunaris didn't look back. She ran toward the main battle, boots slapping over cobblestone, her long silver hair catching the light like a spark. Night Swallow followed, her pace matched but unseen, her vision half in the orb shed raised. When they reached the edge of the street, the square unfolded again. Rhymebreak's line was breaking. The banners drooped, colors dulled under soot and blood. Spells flickered and died halfway through casts. Too many fallen, too few standing. The air quivered with a shout. Reinforcements! Night Swallow blinked and shifted her orb's focus to the northern approach. Damon was marching new troops straight into the chaos. Fresh shields, fresh spears, fresh arrogance. It's over, she whispered for Lunaris to hear. But Lunaris was already climbing, boots scraping up a half-broken stall, face set in that same stupid, blazing conviction. Brian! She screamed across the square. Night Swallow's orb refocused instantly, the lens tightening on a figure not far off. Brian turned, confusion flashing across his face for one moment before Lunaris used her skill, and then recognition lit him like a fuse. He barked orders with a wide smile. His elite shifted formation like a single thought snapping into place. Lunaris dropped from the stall and landed in the dust, blades up, radiant in her own suicidal logic. Night Swallow stayed in the shadows, daggers drawn, every nerve wound tight. Nobody moved to stop Lunaris. No arrows, no spells. It was working. But it wouldn't for long. Brian's stride cut through the noise, confident movement that assumed victory. His elite closed around them in a neat, closing ring. Steel tips pointed inward, exits vanishing one by one. Night Swallow exhaled once through her nose, the dark flexing around her like a cloak. Of course it worked, she thought, and now we're both dead. Chapter 246, The Logic of Chronosblade. Book 3. Lunaris faced Brian. The square pinched down to a ring. Smoke rolled low over the cobbles, smearing the world into charcoal and dim embers. The bigger battle still clawed at the edges, yells, horns, and the hollow boom of spells. But here, inside a circle of shield-locked elites, the noise thinned to breath and steel. Lunaris slid to a stop on the ash, cloak skimming the ground, his banner twitching like a too honest flag. Okay, this is it. Don't be weird. Be fast. Brian stepped into the center opposite her, heavy plate catching firelight in a dull, stubborn gleam. His long sword rode on his shoulder like it belonged there. Casual as a cane, the blade was thick, hateful, and expensive. His helmet was off. He was annoyingly handsome, with that particular brand of player smirk that assumed the ending had already been written. Winds pulled smoke past his jawline. He didn't cough. He didn't hurry. Her lighter armor, lacquered plates, and leather over the Ealing mantle hugged her tight, joined to move with her. The weight sat just right on her hips and shoulders, silent even when she bounced on her toes. The rapier answered her hand with a familiar weight. The Mistral rode on her left like a patient friend. Her pulse jumped. Charlie trusted me with this class. She took a million credit thing and put it in my hands like I was something more than a sock with legs. I need to be the fastest to be worth it. Now I can prove it. Brian eyed her with a half smile. Cronus blade, huh? And beautiful to boot. Unfair advantage. He leaned back a little. When I took this class, they said to build for speed. I didn't. You seem like you did. How fast are you, cutie? Lunaris smiled back, the kind that showed teeth because she didn't know where else to put the fear. I won't say it, she chirped, then added, bright, ill show it. Besides, I've got a boyfriend already. He can watch, he said, and gestured with 2 fingers. Lunaris moved. The world moved with her. She skimmed the ring's dust rim, sock snapping, rapier needle forward. His first swing came down like a guillotine. She slid inside it, Mistral catching the edge and turning it by a finger width. Weight screamed through her arm. She pivoted, felt the sweet slip of space open thrust. Sparks belched from his chest plate where the rapier kissed it and glanced off. He grunted. Didn't step back. Her grin didn't falter. It just got tighter. Rude. His sword came back up and down in the same breath, a falling star aimed to split her crown. She folded sideways and felt the wind tear a strand of hair free. Cobble shattered where shed been. The ring of elites took half a step closer, shields angling, points hungry. Stay back, Brian told them without looking. Lunaris bounced, breathed. The square's heat pressed her cheeks. Blood tasted like copper on the back of her tongue. She circled right, left, then cut in, rapier probing, Mistral sweeping to lift his guard. She was a blur. He was a wall that learned. He blocked more on each pass. Slower than her, much, but his plate drank her shallow cuts, and when his blade grazed anything at all, it rang her bones. The first time he clipped her pauldron, her shoulder sang numb. The second, he gouged leather and skin, and heat licked down her ribs. It's okay. Hurt is okay. You're a dancer, has a refrigerator. Refrigerators can be outfooted. She reset, breath hitching with a small, stupid laugh. You fight like a fridge with legs, she said. My compliments to your hinges? He grinned, coming on again. Careful with compliments, cutie. I blush easily, but stats win wars. A feint put his shadow one way and his steel the other. He wasn't just heavy, he was clever enough to be cruel. Lunaris ducked a bit too late, and the flat of his blade kissed her helm, staggering her into a short, ugly step. The world doubled. She tasted dust. Another blow came to her thigh. She leaned out with a twist, the mantle light, spine guided by some invisible nudge. The sword snapped past and smashed stone. He smiled for real then. Not bad. I know. She made herself breathe and let rhythm take her. Her feet found their dance, tick-step, slide, pivot. The lights in her head passing his tells faster, faster. His shoulders telegraphed, his stance betrayed. She'd learn him like a song, she always did. It'll be the fastest, it'll be worth the trust. Smoke peeled between them. She took her opening. Paradox slash, pulsed. Time snapped like a rubber band. Her rapier struck. Twice in the same instant. One in the present, quick and true. The second, a ghost cut from a possible moment that hadn't happened yet, bypassing his guard to sing along the seam under his arm. The blade bit leather. Blood leapt. Brian reeled. He hadn't expected that. His eyes flared, and the ring shifted with a ripple of shield and spear and breath held. Lunaris bounced back on her toes, chest heaving. Manual says you're supposed to block both, she said, as if they were talking about broom techniques and not him bleeding. Then, trying not to pant. 2-minute cooldown, by the way. You're safe for, oh stars, long enough to regret that armor choice. His lips thinned, anger finally lapping over the edge as he slashed for her shoulder again. She weaved around it, and when the second strike of Paradox slash came, she almost dodged the slash, taking half step back. Speed and skill, she corrected, light, polite, can help to avoid my skill. She massaged her numbed shoulder and regretted not begging Scamantha for more healing potions. Paradox slash was truly terrifying. She couldn't fully escape it, but he was already on her again. They traded. Steel screamed. He chased her into the ring shadow and out. She used Elite's edges as walls to spring from. A shield boss almost clipped her ear. She slid under it, scissored up between 2 points, and flicked a cut against a knee seam that made the man stagger. Brian punished her for it with a backhand that would have taken her jaw if she hadn't bent like a reed. Still, the edge kissed her. White fire exploded along her cheek. The mantle's warmth steadied her center. She whispered, "Thank you," between breaths. He pressed. She gave ground, a stutter, a stumble that wasn't entirely fake. He was faster now, not in speed, but in the removal of waste, his swing arcs cleaner, his recovery shorter. He didn't overextend, he ground forward. Pressure as an art. He's adapting. Good. So do I. She shifted her stance. Mistral became broom, rapier became needle. She played tempo like she'd been born to bully music. His shoulder twitched. She was already gone. His hip loaded with weight. She'd be there when it finished, not before. The next time he cut high, she didn't duck. She stepped inside, took the blow on her pauldron, and drove her rapier up under the lip of his breastplate, hard enough to bend the steel around her hilt. He barked, a genuine sound now, and shoved her away with his forearm. She skidded back, laughing breathlessly, giddy heat fizzing in her chest.
I can do this. I am doing this.
Charlie. I. Her eyes prickled stupidly, and she blinked the wet away with a furious toss of her head. Looks like speed's catching up, fridge boy, she managed, and if her voice shook, that was just because lungs were rude. You're burning yourself down, sweetie, he said. It didn't sound like gloating anymore. It sounded like a warning. Or maybe she imagined that. I know. I'm not the best yet, he added, quieter, but I learned from the best. He changed again. The stat difference between them was just too big. His after-image started to lie. A huff of dust to her left heralded a nothing that ate her parry, while the real blade came from the right. She took it on the flat, wrists screaming. It drove her to one knee. He followed with a pommel strike that cracked her helm's brow and filled her mouth with the taste of pennies. Lunaris rolled and came up light, the world tilting. The ring tightened a step. The elites watched without speaking, 12 men in good steel, patient as Kazi wolves. She lunged, not at Brian but past him, stabbed low at a greave seam and skipped back before the backslash. He didn't fall for it, he didn't chase into a trip. He let her spend energy, then bought it with weight. A shield edge clipped her ribs. For a moment, everything was heat and white. You are winning, something inside insisted. You can, you will. She twisted her rapier in a small, pretty figure eight, just because it made her feel like herself. She imagined Charlie's crooked smile, the way it held a secret and a dare. This is mine. It'll bring you ahead and a story. It'll be the fastest. Brian feinted high, snapped low. She half-stepped to counter, and realized too late the tell wasn't his. An elite to her right had shifted a boot, and Shed read the wrong body. His blade kissed her thigh through the leather and took a long, ugly complaint of blood. Her leg went loose. She caught herself on momentum and pride. The sock fluttered madly at her calf, as if it was trying to flee. Yield, he said, breathing harder now, and she could hate him for that softness. You're good. Join me, and they'll let you keep the class. She laughed in his face. It came out hoarsely and a little hysterical. No. He didn't sigh. He didn't shrug. He just nodded once, like a man who had tested a door and found it locked. They crashed again. Time inched toward the edge of that 2-minute mark or a cooldown. Not yet. A breath away. She needed one clean space to call it, he knew it too, and he starved her of space. His longsword hammered her Mistral aside, pressed, pressed, pressed. She heard something give in her wrist. A cry slipped out. The elite's shields made a small metallic rustle. Now, Brian said. He didn't say it to her. 2 shields slammed into her from either side. The ring broke the silence like a dam. Hands caught her mantle, her arms, her wrist. She snarled and tore free of one grip, driving her Mistral hilt first into a visor with a crack that sent a man reeling. 3 more filled his place. A hooked shield caught the edge of her rapier and wrenched it. Pain flared down her forearm. She clung to the hilt with white-knuckled stubbornness. Hey, she spat, an outrage more child than soldier. 1-on-1. No one answered. She tried to jump, couldn't. Ankles snagged. A spear butt took her shin. The ground bucked. She fell to one knee again and ate a shield rim to the mouth for it. Stars burst and wouldn't go. Hands closed on her shoulders, her elbow. Her health dipped into red, which made the world small. She waited for the mantle's nudge, for a whisper telling her where survival was. Nowhere. She thrashed, screaming something wordless and furious. An elbow found a chin. A heel found a knee. Someone cursed. Blood was everywhere, hot as bathwater, not all of it hers. Hold. Brian said again, and the weight on her limbs got precise instead of brutal. Not a beating. A pin. They were good at this. Of course they were. Elites weren't just numbers. They were elites. She needed to study more about her enemies, but that meant more energy drinks. She needed to sneak some to work. Her world, which had been a clean line from challenge to victory, hit the wall of unfair. It didn't crack, it shattered. Oh, they can just decide. Rage shook her. Humiliation burned hotter. She spat blood, lifted her chin. Cowards, she panted. All of you. No one flinched. She could feel her paradox slash live again. Useless. Lunaris bared her teeth at the ring and tried to pull one more inch against the hands. They didn't give. Bootsteps scraped gravel. Brian approached. He had the patience of someone who had been trained to win before wanting to. His sword rode on his shoulder again. He didn't point it at her. He didn't raise his voice. His expression was unreadable, neither glee nor pity, something worse and cooler than both. He stopped close enough that she could see the line of dried blood at the seam shed opened earlier, the one under his arm. It hadn't been much. It had been hers. "Cutie," he said quietly, "you are fast." She glared up, chest soaring. "I am. You're better than most will ever be." He glanced into her eyes. "You're not the fastest, but if you become my girlfriend, we can play together," and one of his elites cleaned his throat. "Boss, you promised not to pick girls." Brian turned to him and shook his head. "And where else am I supposed to find a girlfriend? At school? Please. After I did today, Lisa would kill me for even trying." Lunaris was shocked. They talk about this. For them, all of this was just that, a game, not real, and she was conquered, and she walked into the trap on her own. Her lip trembled. She bit it hard. "Don't you dare cry. Not here, not now." He crouched to meet her eyes. His breath smelled of mint somehow. "Listen to me." She wanted to spit in his face. She wanted to break his nose with her forehead. She wanted him to swing so she could make him regret the shape of his mouth. She did none of those things. She stared back and let her anger be bright in hers. "Your queen will get you bullied," he said, "and if she doesn't, this class will. We're not 10 stories chasing each other. Cutie, we're knives in one drawer. It ends one way." "Then it'll be the one left," she whispered, and the promise tasted like blood. His jaw flexed. "Maybe. If you stop mistaking courage for advantage, get more stats. Don't rely on support mages, they're just plain bad." His tone softened. "I don't want to hurt you. But we're enemies." He glanced past her toward the ring. "Let her breathe," he told his men. "Do not release her." Lunaris dragged a lungful in and shaped it into something like a laugh. "Oh, look," she rasped. "Mercy from a fridge." That earned a twitch at the corner of his mouth. From a man who doesn't enjoy torturing girls. He set the flat of his blade across his knees and rested his wrists on it casually, as if they were two students and not prisoner and captor. "Now, we talk." The ring held and the battle rumbled on, but she could hear their side losing. Lunaris stared at Brian and tried to keep her hands from shaking. "Last chance," he said. "Join me." Lunaris met his eyes, her pulse a trembling drum beneath bruised skin. Her body screamed for rest, her pride refused. She shook her head once, never. Without moving her lips, she flicked open the interface. "Me. Give me the last blow, please. Save my class. Night Swallow. Ultray." Juliet was still there, in the dark, unseen, the one shadow that hadn't betrayed her. That was enough. Brian exhaled through his nose. The sound was gentle. "I apologize then." He raised his sword. The blade caught the light, one perfect, merciless arc. "Sorry." Lunaris clenched her teeth, forcing her eyes open, forcing herself to see it coming. She wouldn't blink. She would meet it head on, the same way she met everything else, grinning and stupid. A whisper cracked beside her ear. Steel kissed air. Night Swallow appeared out of nothing, a ripple of black folding back on itself. Her dagger flashed, edge angled toward Lunaris' neck. It was the cleanest mercy she could offer. Lunaris smiled. "Thank you," she whispered, but the blade never landed. A second dagger rang out of nowhere, batting Juliet's aside with a clang that echoed through the smoke. The impact threw sparks across the floor. Both assassins staggered, shadows spilling away from their feet. A sing-song voice surprised her. "Got you!" A tail swished into view first. The cat girl stepped out from behind a fallen shield. her grin wide and eyes glowing in the firelight. Her twin daggers twirled in her hands like toys, her tone sugar-sweet. "Oh, how lucky am I? I met the fearsome swallow on a job." Brian's blade was already coming down. Lunaris looked up at him as Juliet twisted, turning her dagger to kill her again too late. The last thing Lunaris saw was her own reflection in Brian's sword, wide-eyed and stubborn, before she was back in her capsule. Chapter 247. The Last Shadow Standing. Book 3. Night Swallow saw him. Brian, calm, his blade raised high, sunlight breaking across the steel like it enjoyed him. And kneeling before him was Lunaris. For a moment, Night Swallow didn't move. She just watched. The shadows still wanted her. It was easier that way. But then Lunaris sent her a message. "Lunaris, give me the last blow, please. Save my class." She wore the same idiot grin that always said, "I can still win this. Me, I'll try." Swallow exhaled. Idiot, she thought, and the shadows moved for her. She slid out of the darkness between two bodies, silent as the world's apology. Her daggers drew their own shadows as she crossed the gap, one breath before Brian's sword would have fallen. Lunaris smiled. "Thank you. It should have ended there, clean." Lunaris keeping her class. Swallow tightened her grip, ready to strike. Steel screamed. A flash of silver cut between them, a bright arc splitting the dark. One of Swallow's daggers jolted aside, knocked wide by another blade. Smaller, faster, too damn cheerful. "Got you," sang a voice, high and delighted, as a figure tumbled out of the circle. A catgirl assassin, ears perked, tail flicking. She landed in a crouch, her grin wide enough to be criminal. Lunaris looked up just as Brian's sword fell. Night Swallow froze in the echo, her blade still half raised, as the catgirl straightened and winked. "Oh," she purred. "How lucky am I? I met the fearsome swallow on a job." Juliet retreated into the shadows in front of everyone, as if she'd never been there. The catgirl furrowed her brow, looking around confused. "Damn, that's one hell of an ability. But I'll find you." She waited in the ruined stall like a black cut into the world, the cloth and broken wood making a decent excuse for absence. "Me, Lola, Lunaris is dead. She lost a sword and class to Brian. No, Rizla, got it. I'll let Queen know." The circle of men around Brian loosened, laughter working its way back into their faces while he crouched to lift that sword, sunlight snagging on nicked metal, an ironic little crown for the man. She checked her skill that should allow her to escape. She really hoped it would. Night dance. Type 6 Marvel effect. For 60 seconds, your body slips into the rhythm of the night. Evasion is increased by 300, and all incoming attacks have their accuracy reduced drastically. Movement speed increases by 80. While active, each dodge leaves behind a fading after-image of shadow that confuses enemy targeting. You cannot be slowed or routed during the effect. Cooldown, 6 hours info. The night does not move, it flows. When Eclipse Dancer, invoke this dance, her steps blur between light and shadow, her heartbeat syncing with the whispering dark. Blades pass through where she was, never where she is. For that minute, she becomes untouchable, not through armor, but through absence. Wow, this is time. A broken, legendary sword. Feels bad taking it, he said, voice almost reverent. He toyed with the edge, then glanced at the elite beside him who'd spoken earlier. "Maybe. A peace offering to Lisa?" The man laughed. "Lisa, after you did, she'll hate your guts forever. Remember Dmitri?" Brian's smile softened, half guilty. "Yeah, she'll never understand." He checked the invisible system interface. "Wait, I see the kill, but I don't have a counter or something for Cronus Blade?" His eyes flicked to where Lunaris had been. The mantle and the things she wore lay in the dust. A gem in the Rhinebreak oath-sworn mantle winked. A beautiful reflection that divided the square into slivers. Cronus Blade. Shard. Quality 8. Mythical Night Swallow watched the glint. She didn't think. Thinking was for Lola. She moved. Shadows swallowed her walk. She left the stall like a secret, stepping out to check its own teeth, hand reaching for the mantle and the gem before Brian could blink twice. Her fingers closed on jeweled metal and mantle, and she already moved to leave. The catgirl reacted first, blades popping like bright punctuation. One dagger sliced a path for itself where Night Swallow would be, the other aimed clean and merciless. Juliet. No, Night Swallow bit down on a cursed shed, never say aloud, and ran straight at the assassin. Going around would take too long. At the very last damn moment, she twisted. One blade found shoulder meat, and she hissed as she felt heat. Pain flared, but the other dagger met her bracer and skidded off with a metallic shiver. She tasted copper and satisfaction both. "Respect," the catgirl crowed, as if the wound were a compliment. Night Swallow didn't answer. She left a smear of shadowed footprints and the taste of iron, and she was already sliding back toward the square, mantle and gem secured in her inventory like contraband.
Get her!
Brian's voice cracked the air. The grin that followed was logistics. "I'll arrange a date with Eri, or with me, for whoever kills her." Cute. Shed rather die. Light and sound detonated around Night Swallow as the square turned predatory. Arrows split the air into ribbons. Spells cut through smoke like spotlights hunting a ghost. The first blade missed by a whisper. The next didn't. She let instinct take over, feet sliding, knees bending, the rhythm of her night dance unfurling through muscle memory, but it wasn't perfect. She should have practiced instead of scaring players by appearing from shadows. Princess of the Night became motion without pause, a sketch of herself drawn in half-light. Steel hissed past her cheek. Heat licked the edge of her sleeve. A shockwave hit and rolled over her like thunder through silk. She didn't stop. Couldn't. Every shift, every sidestep felt like music only she could hear, notes played in shadows. All she needed was one mistake. One breath where nobody looked, nobody believed in her existence, and she'd slip back into her element. But too many eyes were on her. Too many names on the kill feed waiting for a date. The shadows refused to open, not while she was being seen. So she ran through hell, untouchable only because the night pitied her. The battle had already died. Luminaria and Dimitri stood amid the ruin, fighting back to back, refusing surrender. Around them, Rimebreak was smoke and equipment on the floor, their banners trampled into the mud. The Empire's players weren't even waiting anymore. They turned their blades on the demons now, finishing the mess they'd started, encircled, inevitable. The end of another Dimitri's grand plan. She flexed her grip on the daggers and sent the message anyway as she avoided an ice spell to her face. "Me, got Chronosblade shard, cover me." Her gaze found Dimitri across the battlefield. He shouldn't have been able to see her, but he did. Even through the spellfire, through the ruin, she saw the curve of his mouth, the grin that meant, "Good job, now, don't die." His reply came a breath later. "Dimitri, north, well cover." At that moment, Rimebreak stopped defending. It wasn't a retreat. It was a scream. Luminaria hurled the sky itself, an enormous bolt tearing through the players and crashing down the square's northern way, splitting stone and bodies alike. Dimitri followed with fire arrows that traced the lightning's bones. Then the rest joined in, mages and archers emptying their reserves in one incandescent suicide note. The air turned white. The blast carved a path, narrow and trembling, but it was enough. Night Swallow ran. She didn't look back. She didn't have to. Damon yelled in excited voice, "Dimitri, you bald bastard, now you die! Attention! Key ally died. Guild leader Dimitri. Attention! Key ally died. Guild leader Luminaria." Silence. She was the only shadow left standing. The square was smoke and equipment, banners half buried in the ash, the light too bright for comfort. She ran north through what was left of the gap made by Vainqueur's imbattables, every breath serrated, lungs dragging cold through cracked ribs of air. Players were already regrouping ahead, reforming their wall with practiced indifference. The opening was gone, collapsing like a wound trying to heal. Her legs burned, night dance was fading, its rhythm unraveling under her skin. Each step grew heavier, less like Eclipse Princess, more human. Then it ended. The world remembered she existed. The next blade didn't miss. It slid along her ribs, sliced through leather, drew a gasp she didn't mean to make. Heat bloomed down her side. She staggered, a pale breath steaming from behind her mask. She turned, daggers up. But there was no space left to vanish into. No shadow deep enough. No trick clever enough. Just light and steel and the press of bodies that all wanted the same prize. For the first time since it started, she stopped running. A frost spell bloomed in front of her like a star being born. She closed her eyes. The shadows still clung to her boots, loyal to the end. "Sorry, Luna," she whispered, But the ice didn't hurt. For a moment, Night Swallow thought shed glitched. The cold pressed from every side, a coffin made of breathless blue. Her lungs seized on instinct. The sound of her heartbeat filled the tiny space until it felt like the world itself was counting down. She tried to move. Her elbow hit something smooth, but unyielding. The walls were close, too close. She could feel them against her shoulders, her knees. The space wasn't meant for a person, it was meant for a corpse. She slashed once, twice, blades sparking. No damage. The ice didn't even crack. It was like hitting concrete sculpted by a god with no sense of humor. Her pulse spiked. The edges of her vision darkened, and not from shadows she controlled. Her breath came faster, shallower, each one stealing less air than the last. The mask pressed against her face like a hand. It's not real, she told herself. Log out. Just. But her fingers wouldn't move to the menu. They scrabbled against the ice instead, searching for a seam, a crack, anything. The rational part of her brain knew it was useless. The rest of her didn't care. The walls seemed closer now, or maybe she was just noticing them more. Every angle, every frozen surface reflecting her own trapped form back at her in fractured blue light. A kaleidoscope of her own helplessness. She remembered being small. She remembered a different dark, a different kind of trapped. Her chest tightened. Trapped. The ice fog from her breath had nowhere to go. It hung there, clouding what little she could see, making the space feel even smaller. Her heartbeat thundered in her ears. Too loud, too fast, drowning out everything else. She was going to die here. Not with a blade, not in battle, but sealed away like something forgotten. Like something that never mattered. No, no, no. She wasn't that girl. She wasn't weak anymore. She gritted her teeth, forcing air into her lungs. I will not. The ice melted. It didn't crack or shatter. It simply dissolved, like the world breathed around her. Steam curled from her sleeves as she stumbled forward, blinking against the sudden light. And then she saw it. A circle, no, a crater of melted frost 50 meters wide. Every player inside it lay still. Some frozen, some burned, all silent. The air shimmered with mana aftershock, as if the goddess had dropped a snowball the size of a meteor. Night Swallow lifted her gaze. Up there, high on a pillar of ice that hadn't existed a second ago, stood Charlie. Her queen. Wind tugged at her coat and hair. Shards of frozen light spiraled lazily around her like obedient ghosts. Her eyes swept the battlefield, not with panic or mercy, just judgment. Traitors, Charlie said, and the word cracked the square. Oh, of course, she was using that ridiculous ring of shouting real loud Juliet had found weeks ago in some abandoned dungeon. Swallow almost laughed. The sound stuck behind her mask, escaping only as a small, choked exhale that steamed in the cold. She smiled anyway. The night itself seemed to lean in, relieved. With Charlie here, they hadn't lost. Rimebreak had won. The Empire just didn't know it yet. Chapter 248. A Fork and an Apple. Book 3. The South Barrack Square looked like someone had taken a market, a battlefield, and a landfill, and decided, why not all three? Stone underfoot, scarred from decades of drills, was now painted in blood and soot. The air was sticky with burned sugar and sweat, threaded with that rose stone sting. Altandai cities always wore like perfume gone sour. Canvas stalls sagged on either side of the lane, half of them still smoked, the other half sold death by the minute. And between them thousands, the Empire's finest, allegedly. Shoulder to shoulder, shield rims clanking like 1,000 slow coins. Mages in the rear flashed sigils that said loudly and unapologetically, pay to win. Healers blinked like emergency signs. Archers crouched on rooftops, bows tracking me the way vultures track a watermelon split open on hot asphalt. In short, it missed the party. No Rimebreak banners, no formation. No one was left standing. Just mud, trampled flags, and our snowflake crest half buried in footprints. I slowed, heels scraping through blood and dust mush. The sound was obnoxiously loud. Conversations thinned, lines shifted. The human herd, scenting greed and fear, rearranged itself around me like a current. Some faces registered me. Some registered the tag floating above my head like an annoying neon sign, Queen Charlie. Level 5 probably? Their brains did the math. Is she worth the cooldowns? The pause stretched, the sort of silence that smells like knives. Great, I muttered. Another welcoming committee. Mana still ticked in my veins, a warm hum under my skin. I looked down at the snowflake, half smeared into the mud, then up at the army, a wall of polished helmets and carefully arranged teeth. All right, I said, mostly to myself. Let's try this again. The line moved. At first, I thought it was just a formation shift, but then I saw it, a seam parting through the crowd before Empire players filled a gap that was in their formation. Someone was running. A lone figure darted between the armored wall of players, shadows bending around her like liquid ink. She flickered in and out of view. There, gone, there again, daggers flashing when the light caught them. Night Swallow. For a second, my brain refused to connect it. My Night Swallow. She was a smear of motion, barely holding on while the last shreds of Dimitri's army were being deleted. I lifted my hand, felt the molten weight of all those burned levels thrumming inside my veins. Mana answered like a tidal surge, sharp and cold, begging to be used. Not her, I hissed, and the frost jumped to obey. Power flooded out through my fingers, fast and reckless. I didn't aim so much as choose a direction. The air cracked, the temperature plunging so suddenly that breath crystallized mid-exhale. A wall of ice erupted from the ground, cleaving the battlefield in two and slamming down between the encroaching line and Night Swallow's retreat. The impact sent shards in every direction. Empire shields lit up, mages screamed counterchants, and the entire formation stumbled backward under the shockwave. Ice burst outward again. I forced the ice to form a pillar under me, to distance myself, to show them how dangerous I was. I didn't even breathe. My other hand was already moving, using the ice sword as a focusing point. Mana coalesced along my arm. Spears, hundreds of them. The difference was terrifying. While I was in the termite cave, each spear had been a struggle. Now they came to me like instinct, like breathing. The sky above the south barracks shimmered with frostlight. I threw my hand forward. The spears rained. Each impact bloomed into glittering annihilation. Mages turned into loot, instant, clean, like the world had just refunded their mistakes. Warriors raised shields, but even enchanted steel walked under the barrage. Frost crawled across metal, froze joints, shattered glass visors. A few held barely, most didn't. The line disintegrated. Ice shards buried themselves in walls, stalls, and cobblestones, leaving the place around my favorite explorer a graveyard of vapor and glitter. Silence fell in the aftermath, broken only by the ringing in my own ears and the creak of frozen armor settling. Steam curled off my shoulders. My sword hummed, still leaking frost. The numbers in my head kept ticking down. 30 burned levels, 20-something minutes left, but right now, it didn't matter. Night Swallow pushed herself upright behind the ice trap, staring at me through the haze, disbelief written all over her pale face. I met her eyes and smirked, trying to sound casual over the roaring mana still spinning through me. "You're late to the party," I said. Her mouth opened, but no sound came out, only a small, trembling nod. Lola slid into the square left of the lane, with Llama to her side, and her eyes widened when she saw how many players we were facing. I got rid of some, but it was only a drop in the bottle, and there was a lot of whiskey left. I jumped down and forward, heels ringing against the cracked stone. The first soldier to step out wore a breastplate that was brand new, probably a gift from Nathanko, and had eyes that glittered with both contempt and calculation. "Charlie," he barked, voice trying to be even and failing. "We can." What they could, I never learned, because Damon stepped forward, his face full of that stupid grin. "This square belongs to the Empire. Lay down your arms and surrender." I smiled in a way that would have been probably illegal in 3 jurisdictions. "There's been a change of management," I said. "You can either update your resume now, or get to know my ice spear personally, my dear friend. But time's ticking. Lay down your weapons and join Rimebreak. I'll offer amnesty. And hey, I heard my parties are lit." Damon's jaw twitched. He glanced at his men. He looked down the square. Somewhere behind him, an archer pulled a string a fraction tighter. I let the pause hang like a blade. Then I added, "Quieter. I'd rather not kill 1,000 players today. Help me keep that count low." Someone in the back yelled, voice cracking like a cheap trumpet. "What do you mean, a change of management?" "I have a quest." The sound broke into 1,000 little murmurs, the kind that travel fast when people smell both glory and money. You could taste it like a coin on the tongue. Queen's will, Lola shouted, voice cutting through the noise like a bell. But limited time offer. Accept the quest. Perfect marketing, honestly. I give speeches, she issues the system paperwork. Teamwork. Damon narrowed his eyes, that same stupid, triumphant curl at the corner of his mouth. Are you buying my comrades? Aren't you worried about Nathenko or the Empire? I laughed, because what else do you do when you're 2 sentences away from having an entire army trying to make you a dead queen? Fear? Damon, I've never feared either of them. You're the OG traitor, so of course you can join. That hit a nerve. His grin snapped into something hurt. Kill her, for the Empire, he bellowed, and his men reacted like they'd been given permission to be violent humans again. A rain of arrows hissed up from the rooftops and the lines, and dozens of mages in the back started letting loose spells braided and snapped like witches knitting gone wrong. Damn, I hissed, because honestly, what else? I abandoned the spear. It dissolved into frost smoke in a blink, and shoved my hands out, knitting a dome of ice around me with the exact energy of someone catching a grenade and thinking, not today, asshole. The dome took arrows like a bargain bin takes complaints. Spells slammed into it. Lightning spattered and cracked. Fire licked and sputtered. A gravity pulse thumped and made the whole dome groan. For a moment, it felt like trying to hold a tantrum in your palms. The frost screamed in little crystalline fractures and then held. Because right now, my cheated stats were paying rent. Magic of every kind tried to push through. I tasted the flavors. A dagger of raw void that felt like swallowing a piece of night. A barbed curse that smelled like old coins and vinegar. Some weirdo's attempt at nature, magic leaves and vines that were trying to hug the dome to death. Someone even lobbed a light grenade that smelled faintly of holy soap. And then someone across the square, mid-panic, flung a fork. Not a spear, not a throwing knife, but a fork. Chrome glinting, tines pointed with all the intent of a salad utensil trying to be dramatic. It sailed in a perfect, ridiculous arc, spinning like it had rehearsed this moment in front of a mirror. Time slowed. The fork cut a tiny, noble trail through the frozen air, heading straight for the bubble around me. I blinked. The fork hit the dome with a tiny plink, vibrating. Steam hissed, the dome flexed and then crumbled to tiny snowflakes, and the spells came straight to me. Really? A fork? Of all things, without the dome, I had to switch from tank to speedrunner. The burning levels roared in my veins. Mana spun through me like liquid frostlight. I pulled it tight, funneling every drop into my reflexes, my strength, and the raw stat sheet of please don't die. The world slowed to syrup. Bolts and fireballs and a whole choir of "you're screwed" came screaming my way. I moved. My shield snapped up, turning aside a fire arc that would-have cooked me medium rare. My sword flashed, cutting arrows mid-flight, each impact bursting into snow. Sparks, frost, and adrenaline blurred together until I wasn't sure if I was moving or if the world was just too slow to keep up. Stupid. Fork. I shouted into the chaos, because priorities matter, and then opened my hand. Frost bloomed outward, spiraling above my head like a crown of knives. Hundreds of spears coalesced of the same kind, ID summoned against Mom, sharper now, angrier, hungry. The air screamed with cold pressure as they formed, and when I let them go, the sky answered. The volley fell until not. A single, deep dang split the world apart as if a 1,000-ton hammer had dropped straight onto the square. Everyone fell. Empire soldiers, mages, archers, all thrown onto their asses in a chorus of panic and clattering metal. Even my balance went to hell. I staggered, catching myself on my sword, frost biting into the stone beneath my heels. The square tilted in my vision, and my ears rang like someone had hit reality's bell too hard. When I blinked, the blur away, only one other person was still standing. Gatai. Of course. The bastard was grinning. Not just smug, but gleaming, like someone who'd bet on the apocalypse and just won. We have goats somewhere, I muttered, because my brain was fried enough to complain about that. I pointed vaguely toward the prone players. And you're on the wrong side. We battle them. Gatti gasped, clutching his chest like it accused him of treason. I would never side against goats. He paused. Well, maybe against the angry ones. I tried to straighten up, heroic posture and all, but the leftover pressure still pressed down like gravity had gained a grudge. My knees wobbled. Gatai laughed, full-bodied, ancient. You're bullying them, he said, as if it were a compliment, and plucked an apple from thin air like he was collecting reality's debts. It sparkled slightly. Apples shouldn't sparkle. And one certain god came whining, he added, taking a bite.
Said you were upsetting the...
A shimmer of golden light slammed into the square. Sarah materialized beside him, and instantly the force pushed her into a half-kneel.
Mr. Gatai, our deal.
He looked at her, blinked slowly, then turned back to me and took another slow, dramatic, crunching bite of the apple. No deal, he said, mouth full, and winked. Then he casually kicked the ground. There was no boom, no flash. Sarah just vanished. Gatai dusted off his coat, despite the fact that it was still somehow clean, then strolled forward through the smoke and bodies like he was walking into a pleasant brunch. Each step echoed too perfectly, as if the world was obliging him. Nice to meet you again, young queen, I groaned, lowering my sword but not my guard. Why do you always show up after I do all the hard work? His grin widened wide enough that it probably bent a law of physics. Because that's the fun part, queen. He tossed a half-eaten apple over his shoulder. It didn't fall. It floated, spinning slowly behind him like an orbiting moon. Now, let's have a spar. You battle my apple. Chapter 249, Drinking with Gods. Book 3. On Discord, we have a little competition. If you have any fan fiction about Rimelion and you've been considering posting it, now is the time. I gave Lola some free time over the holidays and tasked my new assistant, Lunaris RP by Mod Killerish, with helping to organize it. She is totally willing, I assure you. The prize is the chance to pick a bonus chapter. It can be about anything we haven't explored yet. And once you say, "Do it," it'll have 2 weeks to make it happen. Okay, Luna, come here. Lunaris, are you sure you want me to pass on the message from the Rimelion deities? Sigh, don't wanna. Looks at Charlie and gets the message. Lunaris pout. Fine, I'll do it as punishment for my reckless behavior. Lunaris flustered. The gods of Rimelion have grown an interest in the outsiders' cultures from the recent festivities. It is now up to you, yes, even you, to demonstrate the spirit of giving to them. To appease their curiosity, create a fan fiction and publish it on the Discord channel designated for that purpose. It will be freely themed, but keep in mind that it may gain bonus points from having topics of New Year's and Christmas festivities on it. I may or may not remove points. If they are not based on me owie, no smacking big sis, Lunaris pout, proceeds to cross out what was written, rubbing her forehead. After judging, the winners will be granted a small prize depending on quality. First place winner will be able to pick the topic character set C of the first bonus chapter of 2026, final date for sending your fan fiction, 2nd of January. We don't mind being a bit late. I know time zones can be confused, and HR is too busy for that to be an issue. I assure you, it is not because I got confused on time zones after Lola delegated this to me as punishment for messing up on the fight. Lunaris flustered. Results will be posted around January 7th. Give or take a day. I swear I'm not procrastinating, big sis. Charlie, Lunaris smug. P.S. AT, least spoiler tag, if using info from those who have access to our future timeline, Patreon, or I'll bonk you myself. I stared at the apple as if it had just challenged me to karaoke. I am running out of time, I said, tasting copper and frost on my tongue. Can this wait? I need to subjugate the enemy and keep my people breathing. Gatai grinned like a bartender who'd just swapped my water for whiskey. While we fight, nothing will happen to them. He toed the ground gentle, almost affectionate. The world bonged. The apple rocketed towards my face. I jerked sideways. The mist sang past my cheek hard enough to part my hair and peel a cold line along my skin. The shockwave punched my ears, like someone slamming a keg on the counter and daring gravity to complain. Rude, I gasped. The apple ricocheted off a shattered column, reversed, and came again smaller than a fist, heavier than a cathedral bell, humming with smug divinity. Move, move, move. I shoved power through my veins, the burned levels answering like a shot of bottom-shelf courage. Wrong, hot, and effective. Ligaments iced, tendons sang. The world slicked to half speed, like a bar fight in slow motion right before the chair hit someone's back. I slid under the second pass, heels skittering on my own frost, coat snapping like a drunk's last good excuse. The apple whistled overhead, dragging a wake that rattled my teeth. Fine, I muttered, throwing my sword and shield aside. One clatter, one clink, both useless for this tempo. New drink. I spread my hands and pulled. Cold rushed up my arms, not weather will. Frost condensed into lines and angles, every breath a chisel, every heartbeat a hammer strike. First the spine long, straight, a bars rail laid in ice, then the crossguard, hooked like a bouncer's elbow. The grip wrapped itself in layered rime, ridged for my palm, sized for 2 hands. The blade grew last, a slow, inevitable pour, edge extruding with a whisper like a glass being drawn just past full. When it was done, the sword weighed nothing and everything. A 2-handed promise, pale blue and eager to ruin someone's night. Congratulations, you've created an item. Zweihander, quality, 6 Marvel, temporary restriction, Queen Charlie oh ho ho. Gate wheezed, laughing like a bell with a hangover. Cute toothpick love. Little Queen brings a fancy popsicle to a riot. He gave the apple a theatrical tut and flicked his toe. The piece of fruit obeyed. 3rd pass. I didn't dodge. I stepped into it, set my hips, and brought the blade down in a bartender's clean, practiced arc, one motion to end the tab and the argument. Impact detonated up my arms. The apple's skin flash froze, frost racing over it in fractal veins. My edge bit, skated, caught, and then the apple split like a bad tip. 2 halves spun away, trailing glittering vapor, thudding into the stone and sinking it an inch like cannon shot. Gatai's smile thinned into something dangerous. The joke folded. He reached out, fingers like a priest's, and the air hiccup space blinked. His hammer winked into being in his hand. The boy was right, Gate murmured, not indulgent now, but focused in the way a barkeep pays attention when someone finally orders the hard stuff. He plucked a bottle from nowhere, bit the glass like it was brittle candy, swallowed a glint, and wiped a sparkle from his lip. Hope he also said, I charged double for overtime, I said, rolling my shoulders. The big blade purred in my hands, cold and hungry. 21 minutes left, maybe 20. Don't think about it. Gate tapped the hammer against the ground. The square answered with a bass note I felt in my ribs. He leaned in, eyes suddenly neon over a greasy bar. Show me, brat, he said, voice that had been all mockery a second ago and now was all dare. Show me if that trick of yours was luck, or if you finally learned to drink with the gods. The apple halves twitched. They reassembled mid-air with a wet snap and a peal of sound, now banded in faint golden rings like someone had married a fruit in a landmine. I rolled the sword in my hands, long, balanced, just heavy enough to make every swing feel like a rule. For a moment, I even smiled. Yeah, this fits my 3rd demon style. Heavy blade, momentum-driven, no frills, every motion, a gamble and a promise to the enemy. I'd practiced it in demon realms on test servers for months, with my old boots that let me walk on air like it was solid ground. Except those boots weren't here. I glanced down. I had better-looking heels, but they were smoking faintly from frost backlash. Right, no skywalking this time, only ground, pain, and whatever magic I could still steal from physics. Gate's hammer pulsed in his hand like a slow heartbeat. He tilted his head, grin gone crooked. Ready? The word came half growl, half laugh, like a storm trying to flirt. Never, I said, and swung first. The impact hit like colliding storms. His hammer met my ice blade with a sound that split the air into clean halves. The shock wave burst outward, peeling snow off the stones and flinging loose armor plates into the air. The apple shot off to the side, a glittering comet of divine fruit tumbling end over end before vanishing into the rubble. I caught the next swing out of instinct. The hammer came from below, faster than something that big had any right to move. My arms screamed under the weight. Frost cracked down my forearms, the sword bending in a cracking sound, but it held by my will. Still, barely, I held my ground. Or not. The force lifted me off my feet. I hit the ground, sliding backward, carving twin trails of ice as my heels dug in. Across the square, Gatai stumbled too, dust curling around his boots. We both stopped at the same time, measuring each other through the haze. Oh ho! His tone wasn't mocking this time. It was the low, surprised hum of a bartender realizing you can actually hold your liquor. Then came that wolfish grin. Well, call me impressed. That was competent. Thanks, I panted. I tried to disappoint people slowly. He barked a laugh, thunder caught mid-belch. That's the spirit, mediocrity with ambition. I didn't wait. I flung my hand out, frost exploding across the cobblestones in a blinding burst. The air between us froze solid in jagged ripples, an impromptu wall, a stalling move, anything to get one breath ahead. Gate didn't even slow. He laughed, a full, joyous laugh, and tore through it. The wall cracked from his hammer's swing, exploding into frost shrapnel that hissed through my hair. He came from below again, a rising strike meant to split the world's spine. I met him, both hands on the blade, ice shrieking under pressure. Sparks of frost and molten magic filled the air. He was stronger by leagues, but he wasn't using a style, just raw power, and that gave me inches to survive. Barely. The collision flung us apart again. My heels scraped across the ice, sliding until I almost hit nearby players, still splattered on the ground. He landed lightly, as if gravity didn't apply to him. Then a thought hit me. I can flash freeze the air. It didn't make sense. Physics screamed, magic shrugged, and I was too tired to care. I focused on the cold under my feet, forcing mana downward. The air solidified with a glassy ping. For one impossible moment, I stood on nothing, suspended above the square. The platform quivered, then sank, then fell. Okay, not stable, I hissed, flailing as it dropped out from under me. I landed hard, stumbling, catching myself on the sword like a drunk grabbing a railing. Gate howled with laughter, actually bent double, hammer hanging loose. You trying to build stairs to heaven? He wheezed. Tell you what, brat, if you get there, save me a good fire. He reached into the air as if there was a shelf only he could see, pinched something glowing and popped it into his mouth. Fire. Actual fire. He chewed, swallowed, exhaled a curl of smoke, and grinned wide enough to make the flames reflect in his teeth. Bit overdone. Pairs well with obsidian. I grinned back, wiping blood and frost off my lip. The magic still tingled under my skin, ready, willing. The moment the ice formed, it worked, if only for a blink. But that was enough. Enough to move faster, jump higher, fight smarter. For a fleeting second, I said, raising my blade, the air frosting under my soles again, I can step on the sky. Gate's grin softened. Ain't that how it starts? He murmured, voice gone almost nostalgic. I met his eyes and smiled. Gate, I said, steady now, crown humming faintly against my skull. I hope you're prepared for this. He rolled his shoulders, hammer flaring faintly in reply. Prepared? Brat, I was born for bad ideas. Gate moved first. One blink and he was already on me, hammer swinging in a wide, lazy arc that shattered the air itself. The impact threw a storm of dust and frost upward. I leaned into it, heels sliding, muscles locking, every nerve screaming with the effort to keep my footing. He pressed. I yielded, but not in retreat, with the flow. The technique wasn't about defiance, it was about rhythm, about turning pressure into movement. So I moved. Frost condensed under my feet in tiny, perfect discs. The first one cracked under the weight of the clash, but I was already stepping onto the next, and then the next, rising through my own frozen staircase. Each step flashed into existence for just a moment, just long enough to carry me upward before dissolving into mist. Gate swung again, the hammer whistling up from below, a meteor with a sense of humor. I vaulted sideways, used the new platform to pivot, and brought my sword down in a counter-arc. He caught it one-handed, the impact scattering shards of frost across the sky like broken glass in sunlight. The sound was thunder's meaner cousin. He pushed me back again, and again I turned it into ascent. Step. Block. Step. Spin. Swing. We climbed higher 5 meters, 10, 15, the ruined square shrinking beneath us, a patchwork of smoke and shattered stone. Still, I built new footholds with every breath, weaving a path of frozen light through the open sky. Gate just floated, effortless. His feet never touched anything. He drifted up through my chaos as if it were a warm bath, hammer resting over his shoulder, grin lazy, amused. And every swing he threw came faster, heavier. Physics didn't bother him. Physics sent him apology letters. I barely met each strike. Every clash sent numbness crawling up my arms, my frost sword fracturing and repairing in the same heartbeat. Each time I clawed for more mana, poured every ounce of will into the blade. Gate answered in kind, matching, then surpassing, like Kazi all over again. The universe's most condescending déjà vu. I don't have time, I hissed, catching his hammerhead on my sword and twisting it aside. Sparks of frost and light exploded between us. I need to finish my job. He brought the hammer overhead. Conquering the city? I caught the swing with crossed arms. Frost burst around us like shattered mirrors. Ill free every slave. Gaete's grin tilted. Oh, they're already free, brat. You just haven't noticed the chains changed hands. He leaned in, voice dropping. Look at you. You've got power, and the first thing you did was execute someone. That one hit harder than a hammer. I didn't think. I swung. The blade roared, frost blazing from its edge as I poured everything into the strike. For the first time, Gatai didn't block. He slipped aside, smooth as a breath, coat snapping behind him. The sword carved a slice of vacuum where head stood. He gave a small, incredulous laugh. Well, I'll be damned, you meant it. She deserved it, I shouted, voice cracking with more than strain. So did the Grandmasters. I pressed the attack, weaving and stepping through the sky, every footfall sparking a burst of snow that fell like starlight. I didn't even know why he was fighting me, only that if I stopped, it'd collapse, that this was the only way to stay real. She had a life in front of her, Gatai said, dodging again, hammer spinning once in a lazy flourish before he struck from above, an angle no physics textbook would endorse. She had a duty, people to lead, and a destiny to fulfill. You stole that ending from her. Then, quieter, and you called it mercy. I raised my sword just in time. The hammer met it mid-arc, flaring light like an eclipse. I don't care, I snarled, shoving against him, my feet pressing new platforms into being mid-air, the frost halo flaring brighter. The world's better without her. Gatei laughed, a delightful sound that rolled across the clouds, spoken like every brat I've ever met. He twisted the hammer free and hovered there, eyes alight with that terrible, joyful wisdom. Tell me, Coldling, who gets to pick which monsters get forgiven? Who were you to decide the fate of nations? My body ached, my mana screamed, but the grin still came. Who am I? I asked, sword steady, frost halo widening beneath my feet as I danced to stay in the air. I was a princess, now I am a queen. That should be enough. But in the future, it'll be I met his glowing eyes across the frozen sky. A goddess. Gatai tilted his head, grin returning small, knowing, and a little sad. Careful with that word, brat, he mumbled. That's how the last one started. Chapter 250, Fruit of Victory. Book 3, Stupid Gate. I swung first, because of course I did. There's only so much smug grinning a girl can take before something has to be cut in half. The frost flared along my blade, bright enough to make my eyes water. I aimed for his chest, the one spot that looked like it might actually hurt to hit. Gate caught the blow on the flat of his hammer, like he'd been waiting for me to do that since the dawn of sarcasm. The sound was less clash of gods and more world's angriest church bell. Gati, I snarled, forcing another swing. Why are you blocking me? He barked a laugh. Blocking? Oh ho ho, little queen. I'm merely passing by. I'm just watching. I glared at him and slashed again, ice trailing in a wide arc that cracked the air like a whip. Yeah? Looks a hell of a lot like stopping me. Another clash. Sparks and frost exploded between us. My arms went numb, but I pushed harder, forcing mana through muscle and bone until every nerve screamed like a live wire. My breath came out ragged, white and steaming. The frost platforms flared under my heels, one after another, each a half-second of borrowed ground. Gatai's hammer blurred, every swing heavier and faster. My technique turned frantic, messy, desperate, a dance done on a table too small for two. But somehow, through some miracle of sweat and stupidity, I pushed him back. One step, then two. Attention, you learned about a skill, Charlie Sword Arts. Charlie Sword Arts and Charlie Sword Arts? John? Description, a self-forged sword art. Unlike classical martial forms that follow rhythm or stance, Charlie's art rewrites its own pattern mid-battle, reading opponents, exploiting openings, and converting defense into acceleration. The result appears chaotic, but each strike is a calculated exploit. Cloudy notes, I don't know whether I should register it as a new art or fold it under adaptive combat theory. It should be its own art, but I need more data to classify. He grinned, like a man watching his favorite drink finally kick in. I was curious about you, he said between blows. All frost and fury, but something more inside. I wanted a taste. He didn't finish. I planted a platform under my heel, kicked off it, and drove my sword forward. Frost burst between us. The impact shoved him backward through the air. There it is, he finished with a wheeze that was half laugh, half awe. He spun mid-air, hammer balanced over his shoulder like a lazy moon. I was right. You've already bitten power before. You've already danced with gods. His grin widened, eyes gleaming with ember. That boy. He wouldn't survive a minute against the version of you standing here. My grip tightened on the hilt. I don't have time, I hissed, forcing the words through gritted teeth. My lungs burned. My heartbeat was a metronome for bad decisions. I glanced down and froze. We were high. Not a few meters, 30 at least. The square below looked like a board game someone had set on fire. Thousands of players and guards stared up, tiny and still. The chaos of the battle had stopped. They were watching. I need to finish this quest. I lunged again, frost flaring brighter than ever, my platforms blooming under me in rapid rhythm. Gatai met me halfway, expression shifting, calmer now, almost reverent. His hammer swept up in a clean, effortless arc. And you shall, he said, voice dropping to something weird. I only came to see if the crown fits when it's blood-soaked. Something shifted. Subtle but real. The world breathed. The surrounding air shimmered as if reality was recalculating its odds. Then the system caught up. Congratulations. The city of Altandai has witnessed the clash of gods, and your myth grows. Congratulations. Tuir Gatei recognizes you as mythical queen. The notifications hovered in the air, mocking and glorious all at once. Gatei threw his head back and laughed, the sound booming over the battlefield like an overdue thunderclap. See? You get to fight, I get the show, he called down, voice rich with mirth. You're welcome, little queen. He rested the hammer on his shoulder and winked. Now go on, finish your crusade. You've got 1,000,000 souls waiting to see what kind of goddess you decide to be. You decide their fate after all. Then he stopped fighting, just floated there with a simple grin. I wanted to say something witty like, thanks for the existential validation, Gatai, buy a round, but I swallowed it. Pride's a heavy thing when you've already burned 30 levels like a bar tab. Instead, I looked down. Lola, I shouted, or anyone loyal to me. Run away from this square now, I shouted down and searched for their leader. Damon was impossible to miss. He had armor that screamed, I own an estate, vaguely suspiciously named Nathanko. I let the platforms die under my heels and stopped making ground. Gravity claimed me. Panic tried to take the wheel, but I caught it by the collar. With a single inhale, I spun ice from my palms, thin, obedient, the kind of cold that does what it's told. It wrapped the surrounding air into a cocoon, feathering my fall like someone swapping my parachute for a duvet. I hit the ground gently enough to pretend I meant it. Steam fogged up the crown of my head. Frost beaded on my lashes. I slid into the players, heels whispering on glass stone, sword humming like a well-timed joke. Damon, I called, voice amplified by the ring from Night Swallow. If you surrender now, I'll spare you and everyone who raised arms against me. And if not, you'll freeze. Mana answered like a live wire around my spine. Thanks, Syavran. I didn't need to use runes with freeform magic. Just brute force it with more mana. The air thrummed. The spell bubbled under my skin like anxious champagne. Contain, contain, contain. Don't let it go wild. Damon shook his head, the smirk flexing. You don't understand, do you? He said, as if explaining taxation to a particularly stupid pigeon. You may have won over the local NPCs, even that dwarf over there, but I've got more players on my side. Boys and girls, a voice yelled, and a pack of melee players circled, bristling like a flock of sentient hedgehogs. They looked unsure. Expensive armor does that, but Damon was sure. Confidence was contagious, and his was the kind sold in bulk at strategy shops. I glanced back at Gate. He was still floating serenely unbothered, chewing on something that definitely should not be chewable. Swords? Maybe a shard of reality. I shook my head and let him be a Tuir with sense of humor issues. The spell I was forming swelled. It wanted to tear out of me and run around shouting, "Free the pigeons!" But I kept it wrapped tight with cold and focus. Freeform magic was glorified arm wrestling. Shove more mana into the problem until the problem blinks. Thank the stars I hadn't hit the poetic runile today. A voice murmured near my ear. And me. I turned. That catgirl assassin. Her eyes narrowed, her mouth was a sealed vault. She smelled faintly of trouble and laundry detergent. Hi, I said, because apparently we were doing small talk during what could be filed as a massive enemy confrontation. Your name? She narrowed her eyes as if the question were a tax audit. Fine. I let it slide. Some things were worth not interrogating, like whether to arm wrestle a Gatei. It's fine, I said, grinning to cover whatever panic was trying to climb my throat. I offered you a chance. So, thanks for the equipment. I gestured vaguely at her blades, as if they'd walked here by themselves. Damon smirked brighter, a predator with a decorative collar. You also had your chance. Now, the Empire gets the city. HEYs. Accept the quest for a side and fight them. It'll kill you, but no hard feelings, and join us later. I shouted like some deranged quest giver. Kill? Damon laughed and nodded toward Catgirl. She flicked her tail, yes, actual tail, and stepped forward, blades singing faintly. The circle tightened. The players shifted, calculating DPS like accountants smelling overtime. I flexed the crown against my skull and let the cold hum louder, like a throat clearing before a speech. Gatei chomped a sword and winked. I heard only a few players fight, scattered clashes, messy and uncoordinated, but it was something. Someone had chosen us. It'd take them. Now it was time to show everyone what burning 30 levels was actually worth. I looked at Damon first, his smug grin practically insured against humility, then at the catgirl assassin, her beautiful eyes fixed on my neck like she was deciding where to put the trophy plaque. Fine, let her stare. I raised my hand. The magic I'd been holding in check sang a low, frosty hum that crawled up my arm and made my teeth ache. It was half my mana in one spell, maybe more. Totally worth it. So worth it. The air folded around my fingers and the frost bloomed outward, not gently, not gracefully. It didn't spread. It detonated. A shock wave of ice rippled across the square, clear and blue and impossibly fast. Every surface it touched screamed into stillness. Stone, banners, bodies, even the air itself froze mid-motion. Flames turned to crystal, sound cracked and fell silent. It was like watching the world forget how to be warm. The wave rolled in every direction, a perfect sphere of annihilation expanding from my outstretched palm. For a single breath, it looked beautiful, like glass growing across reality itself. Then the beauty broke into violence. Players didn't even have time to scream. The unlucky ones flash froze where they stood. Death, instant, clean, merciless. Their health bars blinked out faster than my patience, and their gear clattered to the ground in a glittering rain of loot. Those who somehow survived, just barely, hit the cobbles like toppled statues, frozen mid-movement, eyes wide and empty. I guided the magic forward, raining it just before the southern barracks. The frost stopped on command, a perfect line between victory and overkill. The silence that followed was loud, as if to make you remember how small you were. Only a few players still stood, smoke curling off their cooldowns, blinking into the aftermath with the haunted look of people who realized their build didn't include anti-apocalypse. The catgirl was one of them. She emerged from a magic bubble, her outline flickering. Next time, pay me more than them, she hissed and lunged. Too slow. I turned, raised my sword, and cut through her charge in one lazy, decisive motion. She tried to vanish, fade, slink it, didn't matter. The strike caught her mid-blink, split her form like a bad illusion, and she popped out of existence. Her daggers, boots, and a frankly ridiculous number of trinkets clattered to the surrounding ground. I exhaled, letting the sword's glow fade. That's when I heard footsteps, dozens of them, boots striking in organized rhythm. Lola's voice carried first. Looters. Catalog. The drops by player name. We can ransom the good gear back later. High-value items. I didn't even look back, just smiled. Business as usual. I was already walking toward the barracks, frost still smoking off my heels. Thanks to my stat buffs, it took only a few seconds to cross the ruined square. When I reached the massive iron gate, the guards were already waiting, lined up, rigid and terrified. I stopped beneath them, snow still falling in quiet, crystalline flakes. Yield, I simply said. For a moment, nothing. Then a lone player, some leftover idiot, screamed, "No!" and fired his crossbow. The shot barely left the string before 3 guards tackled him to the ground. The bolt shattered mid-air, frozen solid before it could even get close. The great gate creaked open, and a guard captain stepped through, flanked by his elite's armor polished, faces drawn tight with exhaustion. He stopped in front of me, dropped to one knee, and his men followed. "We serve the new Grand Master," he said, head bowed low. Chapter 251, Sovereign of Altandai. Book 3, Rise, Captain. My voice came out steadier than I felt, all frost and authority, the kind of tone that made people forget he'd been winging it since forever. "Secure the barracks. My subordinates here will help you relay my orders." The captain saluted and barked a quick command to his men. I glanced back toward the square and had to bite back a laugh. Tens of Rhinebreak players were already sprinting around like caffeinated magpies, scooping up loot, sorting drops into piles, arguing over who got which shiny. It looked less like a battlefield and more like a post-apocalyptic flea market. Lola stood in the middle of it all, clipboard in hand, shouting prices like a stockbroker and reminding everyone it was the Crown's loot, not theirs. The guards nodded quickly and began returning to their posts, still moving like they couldn't believe they were allowed to live. "We can do that, Grand Master," the captain said, adjusting his pauldron. "Pardon my daringness, but what about the Empire agents? We don't know who's who." "True." I nodded, the weight of that problem sitting heavy and unwelcome on my crown. Just because it'd flash frozen the square didn't mean the rats had magically turned to popsicles. There had to be Empire loyalists still hiding somewhere, nursing their daggers and waiting to stab us in the back. Not really my department, though. I had a delegation now. Yay, leadership. "Juliet," I called out, voice echoing over the square. That earned me a few confused looks, a couple of gasps, and one guy who dropped his loot pile in shock. But soon enough, a familiar blur of black silk and quiet steps materialized at my side. "Night Swallow." "Lady of the Night, Queen," she said smoothly, bowing. I had to physically hold my laughter inside. The commitment was admirable, honestly. "Yeah, well, Lady of the Night," I said, biting back a grin. "Can you help the guards sniff out any traitors still hanging around? Send them home preferably without souvenirs, yeah?" Her eyes gleamed. "Understood." "Thank you, Grandmaster," the captain said, bowing again before turning to bark new orders. His men snapped into motion, half relieved, half terrified to be useful. Swallow, though, lingered. Her boots made no sound on the stone, but her hesitation was loud enough to feel. "What about Lunaris?" she asked softly. "Luna?" I blinked, scanning the chaos until I found Lola orchestrating the looters like a corporate HR goddess with too much caffeine. Hopefully, this city didn't have any coffee. I waved Lola over, and she nodded and jogged. "Isn't Luna stuffing herself full of cakes?" Swallow didn't answer right away. She shifted, expression unreadable behind her black mask. "I've got this handled," she said at last, then pulled something from her inventory, a faintly glowing crystal shard that pulsed. She handed it to me. The shard. Chronos Blade shard. Quality 8 mythical. I stared at it, every inch of it humming with familiar energy. "You." My throat went dry. "Are you sure you're giving me this? You could keep it." She shook her head, a tiny smile ghosting across her lips. "Luna deserves her class," she whispered, "but I trust your judgment if you choose to return it to her." I laughed. "So it's my responsibility now, huh?" Swallow's grin deepened, barely visible under her mask. "Always was, Queen." I sighed and turned the shard in my palm. It glimmered faintly, a little piece of fate waiting for a decision I wasn't ready to make. "Next steps, Lola?" I asked, holding up the shard. Lunaris dropped it, but Swallow's amazing and got it back. "If Brian, was it?" Lola nodded, her eyes locked on the crystal like it might bite her. "Brian, yes. If he got frozen in my last art piece," I continued. "We need to find the mistrial. I can't believe that Noob got his hands on it." Swallow tilted her head, voice calm and annoyingly amused. "He is good," and tried to pick up Luna. "Asked her out." Both Lola and I turned to her at once. "What?" Swallow's expression didn't move. She refused. Politely, I repeated, blinking. "Great. Good to know people still have time for awkward dating." I exhaled and turned to Lola again. "Next steps?" My buff timer's ticking. She blinked, refocusing like someone rebooting under pressure. "Right. We've secured the city militarily. Except for the Grand Hall, we now have total control of Altandai. Dritti and Matteo are already negotiating with the custodian, but if you show up and look sovereign, it'll help. Grand Hall? Custodian? I echoed, already regretting the follow-up question. Lola checked her clipboard, her eternal comfort talisman, and nodded, hugging it to her chest. Yes. Legally, after you, killed 2 opposing grandmasters and imprisoned the rest not loyal to you, you hold the majority. You can proclaim Altandai as part of Rheinbrake and as the new county capital. We've already prepared the documents. I stopped her with a raised hand. You said the D word. Headache achieved. The moment someone says documents in my presence, a part of me dies. I offered her my other hand instead. Let's go. She blinked. Go. I grinned. Oh, you'll see. Before she could argue, I grabbed her, Princess Carrie style, and kicked my mana into overdrive. Ice bloomed under my heels, a clean white path bursting outward like a ribbon of frozen lightning. Wah! Lola's scream turned into a strangled squeak as we shot forward down the street. The air tore past us, cold and refreshing. I shaked the frost mid-glide, forming a sleek, glimmering path that curved around debris, walls, and the occasional smoking cart. It wasn't perfect, more like drunken ice artistry, but it worked. Every time my heels touched down, the street beneath us turned to polished glass, and we slid again, faster. The city flashed by, broken banners, frozen fountains, stray fires. The world had gone half silent, half awestruck. Lola clung to me tighter with every bump. Her clipboard was wedged between us, probably stabbing her ribs, but she refused to let go. Her hair whipped against my cheek, and I caught a glimpse of her reflection in the frost trail behind us, wide-eyed, red-faced. Left, she whispered, voice small but stable. I leaned into the turn, letting the ice bend under our path. The street curved, rooftops blurring overhead. Lola's arms tightened around my neck. She was still blushing. You're enjoying this, I said over the wind. I'm terrified, she shouted back. Same thing, I yelled, and the street ahead gleamed like a promise I didn't have time to read. We were flying, not metaphorically, literally, skating through what was left of Altandai like someone had turned the laws of motion into a drinking game. The frost trail behind us crackled blue-white, catching the sunlight as it arced down the main avenue. We zipped past stunned players, guards, and a few NPCs who'd apparently decided that drinking alcohol while the conquering was running around was normal. Most jumped aside just in time. One guy dropped his entire loot bag and screamed like I'd stolen his childhood. Ahead, the streets were already coming back to life. Some merchants had crept out from the alleys, the true survivors of every regime change. They were already setting up makeshift stalls between fallen signs, spreading colorful fabrics, reheating food with shaky hands, pretending like today wasn't the day that needed insurance. And there I was, shooting through it all at a speed even AI traffic regulators would be flagged as reckless endangerment. Frost kissed my cheeks, the air thin, and I caught flashes of the world, laughter, trading, a child chasing a stray spark of magic. I risked a glance. Lola was still in my arms, clutching me tight, clipboard wedged between us like it was the last remnant of civilization. Her hair wild, cheeks flushed pink from wind and something less bureaucratic. But she was smiling, really smiling. For a moment, everything blurred into just that expression. We shot onto the market street, which was already earning its new name, Royal Road, right? We were monarchy, so it made sense. Players lined both sides, some bartering their new loot, some gawking, others throwing confused salutes like they weren't sure if I was a monarch or a meteor. A merchant waved a tray of steaming cups at us as we blasted past. I actually caught the scent, rich, spiced tea, faintly citrus. My stomach made a noise that definitely wasn't regal. And then, before Lola could tell me to slow down, the street opened onto another square. It wasn't as massive as the former Binding Stone Plaza, but it had the same theatrical architecture. The paving stones were that stupid rosy color, rimmed with delicate silver inlays that traced constellations. Statues of old grandmasters lined the edges, some half-toppled, others still standing tall, their faces chipped. At the far end rose the Grand Hall. Wide marble steps led up to enormous doors carved from shimmering rosewood, veined with a gold seal that caught the light. The facade was covered in bas-reliefs of Not, dragons, and a few suspiciously smug politicians immortalized in stone. Crystal windows flanked the entry, glowing faintly from inner mana channels that hadn't dimmed even after the siege. The moment we slid into the square, The noise hit me first. Thousands of people pressed together in uneven ranks, armor clinking, whispers overlapping like waves against stone. These weren't civilians. It was so-called slave army. Each had our backup gear, and it gave the whole crowd a patchwork look of steel and leather. I slowed our glide, the ice trail hissing beneath us as we came to a stop in front of them. Frost bloomed outward, curling around the marble in lazy, decorative patterns. Lola's arms were still around me. "You can let go now," I said, grinning. She blinked, realized, and nearly dropped her clipboard in the scramble to stand straight. "Ah, right. Sorry, lady. I mean Grandmaster, Queen. Pick one," I said, stepping forward toward the hall. "But next time, we're taking the tea." On the wide steps leading to the grand hall stood an older man in ornate attire. Brocade coat, silver tassels, and the face of someone who'd been in charge far too long. In front of him was Matteo, Dimitri's lieutenant. Next to him stood Driti. A few of the temple acolytes flanked her in blue robes, carrying my snowflake crest, stitched in a silver thread that caught the light whenever they moved. The square stopped when they saw us. Thousands of heads turned in unison, watching the frost trail dissolve behind me, the rime break crest glinting on my chest. Lola leaned close, whispering just above the rush of dispersing mana. "The slave army," she whispered. Then she frowned at the transparent screen hovering in front of her. "And Driti is apparently representing your, church interests?" She sounded like the concept offended her sense of workflow. "I named her temple guardian," I said, biting my lip. Long story. Then I sighed, gathered mana beneath my heels, and let it lift me. A sharp burst of air, a bloom of frost, and I soared above the crowd. Lola asked me to look sovereign. It was high time I did just that. The sea of faces tilted up, thousands of eyes tracking me. My cloak snapped behind me like a banner of night, and I touched down softly on the marble steps. The frost beneath me spread in a perfect circle, catching the sunlight like glass. Driti immediately went down on one knee, head bowed, her braid falling forward. "Queen," she said, breathless but composed. "They're blocking us from the hall. We can't reach your temple." The entrance was lined with guards in full ceremonial armor, their pauldrons engraved with the old city crest. The same emblem fluttered from the banners along the archway, bold and offensive in every direction. The sight made my jaw tighten. "Put the crest down," I said, my voice cold enough to fob the air. "Slavery is over. I am the new sovereign." The old man turned toward me. He hesitated, then gave a stiff bow, all elegance and hesitation. "I apologize, but without formal." I raised a hand, cutting him off before his sentence could start wasting oxygen, and ignored him, instead turning to Dimitri's lieutenant. "Matteo, right?" I asked. He blinked and nodded quickly. "Good," I said. "Do you have any captains who are good at taking orders?" He turned slightly, scanning the uneven ranks of freed slaves behind him. "I can try to rally them," he said, doubt edging every word. "Do that. Well, do a show of force before Lola can work her magic." Then I shifted my attention back to the guards by the door. Their armor gleamed, their posture stiff with fear or pride. I didn't care which. "Take the banners down," I said, pointing with my hand. "Scrape the crest off your armor if you must, or I will do it for you." The silence that followed wasn't defiance, it was disbelief. "This isn't diplomacy," I added, and opened my hand. Mana flared between my fingers, a miniature blizzard spiraling outward like a warning. The frost licked the edges of the steps, the ornate gold trim icing over in seconds. A few soldiers flinched back, one of them dropping his spear as if it had suddenly become a liability. I took one slow step forward, the marble groaning under the weight of my power. I said now. The first banner fell, ripped down by trembling hands, then another, and another. Chapter 252, Consecration, Book 3. In silence, I watched the old world come down piece by piece. My timer kept ticking in the corner of my vision. I ignored it. Banners were torn from the marble, gold-threaded cloth fluttering to the ground like slow snow. One guard, young and shaking, raised his sword to carve through his own insignia. I caught his wrist mid-motion. "Stop." My tone came out softer than I expected. I just wanted to see if he'd actually do it. He froze, eyes wide. I smiled at him, tired but genuine. "Just put the ugly banners down, all right? No need to strip for loyalty points." The poor guy nodded, red-faced, and practically tripped over himself to obey. I turned toward Driti, who was standing at the base of the grand hall's steps, her armor now dusted in fallen fabric. "Didn't I tell you to stay put?" I said, letting the frustration bleed into my voice. Driti flinched, but didn't back down, her spine straightened, defiance in her eyes. She glanced sideways, guilty, then met my gaze again. "Queen, I couldn't just stay still. After your speech, I had to gather your new followers and do something." "Of course she had to," I sighed and rubbed my temple. "And doing something involve hijacking a temple, huh?" That's when the custodian finally worked up the courage to step closer with his hands clasped in a way that said, diplomatically terrified. "You can't desecrate the temple," he said, tone carefully polite. "It is sacred to the Grandmasters. Queen's a real goddess." Driti snapped before I could stop her. She marched right up the stairs, eyes blazing. "It's just the new Grandmaster. Or do you want to say she isn't?" The custodian paled as if I pulled a sword on him. "Whoa, whoa," I slid between them, hands raised. "No need to desecrate anything, okay? Let's maybe not start a holy war 5 minutes after the last one ended." Driti twisted toward me, and the look she gave made my stomach drop. Reverent, unsettling as hell. "As your temple guardian," she said, voice trembling with fervor, "it's my duty to protect your temples. And this one is empty. No actual god." "We have holy relics," the custodian interrupted quickly, as if reciting from a script, "dating back to the Grand Master of the White Dragon, who banished the Sun Fox itself. We have her tail preserved here." His tone softened, pride flickering for a moment. "Every noble house keeps its relics in this temple." "It is not anymore," Lola cut in crisply, clapping her hands once. Her boots echoed on the marble as she strode past us, clipboard already glowing with new entries. "Regime change, effective immediately. Altandai is now an elven county under Rimebreak administration. Welcome to the new paperwork, everyone." The custodian blinked at her, then at me, as if trying to decide which of us was more likely to smite him. "Don't look at me," I said, shrugging. "I'm allergic to documents." I turned toward Matteo, then toward the sea of faces filling the square. I could see the chaos, the disbelief, and the thin thread of hope tying it all together. I could feel the mana still thrumming inside me like static under skin. The smart thing would have been to rest. Naturally, I decided to climb higher instead. I summoned a column of ice beneath my feet, rising above the crowd until the city stretched out beneath me, rooftops glinting, banners half torn but already being replaced with new colors. Might as well milk the queen aesthetic while it lasts, right? I activated the ring and shouted real loud. "Thank you," I said, my voice echoing off the marble walls, "for being brave enough to join me." A ripple ran through the crowd, quiet at first, then a cheer breaking loose from somewhere in the middle. I let the moment breathe, then continued, "We'll build a new city together under Rimebreak's banner." My heart hammered, my words riding on the same strange electricity I always got before something stupidly important. And for that, I need everyone's help, even yours. That actually got a laugh. I wasn't sure if it was nerves or hope, but I'd take it. "So, let's celebrate the demise of masters together," I said, lifting my arm, frost flaring from my fingers. "And then we'll make damn sure we're never enslaved again." The noise that followed wasn't polite applause. It was roaring. It was the kind that shakes the chest, the kind that feels real. "Commander Matteo will know more," I added, glancing down at him. "So, for new Altandai. For Rimebreak." The chant picked up faster than I expected, voices rising and echoing, the name Rimebreak bouncing off every stone in the square. I jumped down from the pillar, landing light on the frost that bloomed under my heels. The sound hit me like a wave, the clapping, the shouting, the sheer volume of it. Matteo stood near the front, his face a mask of resigned panic. "I've got no idea what to do," he said, tone hovering uncertainly between question and statement. I grinned at him, clapping him on the shoulder. "That's fine, Lola does. She'll keep you posted." From the corner of my eye, I saw Lola sigh, deep, soul-weary sigh that said she was already recalculating her paperwork estimates. "Now, let's get this sorted," I said, turning to the custodian, Lola, and Driti. We stepped inside together, the roar of the square dimming behind us like someone had just turned the world's volume knob to sanctuary mode. "Can priests come with us?" Dorothy asked, motioning toward the small procession of blue-robed figures standing in formation. Priest live 9 chord. Type 2 uncommon HP 500 priests. Mine priests? Oh no. I already felt the migraine loading like a cursed status effect. What would even be my commandments? Exploit until you can't? Whiskey is sacred? Or maybe just, be good? Yeah, divine wisdom right there. Really top-shelf theology. I shook my head, trying to exercise the thought before Yuki turned it into canon and nodded toward the guards to let the priests through. The guards bowed low as we passed, and I tried to look like that was totally normal and not mildly horrifying. The moment we crossed the threshold, the air changed, warm, thick with incense. The first room, antechamber, yeah, that's the word, was pretty big. From here, 3 hallways split off, straight ahead, left and right. As always with Grandmasters, subtlety had died early in the design process. The place was marble and gold from floor to ceiling. The kind of opulence that made you want to check your shoes for dirt before stepping in. Frescoes lined the vaulted walls, each one showing a Grandmaster doing something heroic and smug, slaying monsters, giving blessings, generally looking like they'd never pay taxes. And at the far end, looming above everything, was a mural of the White Grandmaster, the first of them. He stared down at us with eyes so detailed it felt like he might blink at any second. Because nothing says welcome like a 40-foot man judging your life choices. The custodian bowed so deeply, I thought he might sprain a vertebra. Queen Charlie, he said, voice trembling. To the right is the trophy. Dritty cut him off with the enthusiasm of a kid spotting free dessert. Priests, that way. She pointed dramatically toward the right hall. Don't worry, I've got this. She was practically glowing. Great. Dritty got into plunder mode. Old man, she declared to the custodian. Starting now, this is Queen Charlie's temple. The poor man inhaled quickly, probably reconsidering his entire career. Before he could start crying, I reached over and grabbed Dritty's pauldron, yanking her back. She stumbled, armor clanking and almost face-planted, but I caught her. Dritty, I said through clenched teeth, we're not disrespecting what was here. She froze, blinking like a scolded golden retriever. Yes, I'm a queen, I continued, and sure, kinda a goddess. That was apparently the wrong thing to say. Every priest in the room dropped as if they'd been sniped by revelation. Damn, have I put that weird power divinity into it? I didn't mean to. Even the custodian hit the floor, trembling. Only Lola glanced around, confused, and Dritty stayed standing, smug, glowing, and already having the smug of told you so. So, no, I said firmly, glaring at her. We're not destroying anything. Dritty tilted her head. But they were evil, she asked, as if morality was a checkbox you could tick and justify looting. Lola, I said, pointing a hand her way before my blood pressure could rise any further. Carefully catalogue everything and put it in the royal treasury. I'll decide what to do with it later. That goes for everything. Lola nodded immediately. Already was on the agenda, she said, smiling as she ticked something off her clipboard. My stomach dropped. How many things are on that clipboard? I whispered. She didn't even look up. Yes. Perfect. Bureaucratic horror confirmed. I released Dritty, rubbing my temples. Anyway, everyone, be respectful. No barbarian behavior. I caught one priest watching me, eyes wide and glassy, the reverence that could curdle into mythology if left unchecked. Fantastic. I could already see the headlines. The Queen held the holy armor of Dritty. Praise be to the Frost Mother. Ugh. On Earth, royalty got tabloids. Here, it gets scripture. No, thank you. It was at that moment that Gatai walked in. Ah, Queen, he announced like a man entering karaoke night late and drunk on theology. His grin hit first, and then he kicked the ground. Silver coins started raining from nowhere, chiming against marble like a polite apocalypse. The moment they touched the ground, they hissed and dissolved into mist. He caught one mid-fall, inspected it like a sommelier, and popped it into his mouth with a crunch. Just wanted to stop by, he said, around the metal, but look at this. The temple's already blooming. Good initiative. Bit culty. Love the branding. I pinched the bridge of my nose. Gatai. He ignored me completely, reaching out and letting another coin drop into his palm. Be careful, though. Boy's still sulking. God of War, I sighed, because of course it was another god problem. I basically ignored everything he wanted. Gatai nodded solemnly. then immediately undercut it by juggling 3 coins, catching one in his teeth. Yeah, him. Don't worry, told him you didn't mean it. Also complimented his harem. The whole thing cooled right off. He kicked the ground again. Another coin spun up, slower this time. Here, he said, flicking it toward me. Try one. It hovered in front of me, warm, faintly humming. I caught it. I'm not eating currency. You already ate worse, he said cheerfully. Besides, it's polite, divine snack exchange, builds rapport. I sighed, bit the coin. It melted like sugar, and whiskey had a cursed baby. Burned a little going down, metallic, then strangely cold at the finish. Weird. Gatai grinned. Pegrium always is. Tastes like burnt prayers. He popped another into his mouth, crunching happily. Goes great with stones, smooths out the aftertaste. Lola looked between us, brow furrowed. Is that safe? Gatai winked. Oh, speaking of safe, I promised someone I'd fix that. He straightened, gave a jaunty salute with the hand still holding a half-melted coin, and grinned. Girls, don't explode while I'm gone. I'll fetch the safety. Then he laughed and simply walked out of existence, footprints lagging half a second behind like they hadn't gotten the memo. I glanced at the custodian. The poor guy looked one divine sneeze away from worshipping me outright. His eyes had the same glassy ore as the priest's, like he'd just descended from the patch notes. Great. Another convert I didn't sign up for. He was staring at me the way museum people stare at ancient relics behind glass. Like that fox paw. Maybe a gift for Yuki? Thriti was the first to rise. For a second, she moved cautiously, as if she were testing if the air would smite her. But when I said nothing, she took that as divine permission and bolted straight for the room. I sighed, then turned to Lola. She was already checking her clipboard again. I slid an arm around her shoulders, leaning close so only she could hear me. Okay, Lola, I whispered. What's the first thing on the agenda before my sanity melts? Chapter 253, No Escape. Book 3. Lola's lips curved into what could only be described as a dark smile, the kind that said she'd been waiting for this exact question since the siege began. I stared at her clipboard, then at her face, and shrugged with theatrical defeat. Lola, I said dryly, are you enjoying torturing me? She blinked innocently, the picture of professionalism. Me? Never. She gasped, in the tone of someone absolutely guilty. It's completely fine that you have no idea what's going to happen with the city you just conquered. From somewhere behind us came the sound of shuffling, Thriti and her priests at work in their temple. No explosions yet. Progress. I rubbed my temples. Good. No crashing noises. Maybe she's converting furniture now. Lola snorted softly, pretending not to. I turned toward the custodian, who was visibly vibrating with restrained horror as my so-called clergy hovered near priceless relics. He looked like he wanted to scold someone, but divine fear, or paperwork fear, kept him still. I thought we had people for this? I asked, deadpan. Didn't we invite that economist? Lola chuckled, tapping her clipboard. We did, and he's been working very hard. Then, with a wink, you should meet him. Lola, I cut in, motioning toward the custodian before she could turn this into another HR incident. Focus. Should we go sit somewhere? The custodian gave me a cautious smile, genuine, weirdly enough. You can use the grand office, milady. I serve the leadership of the city, he said, voice respectful. I tried to smile back, even if it came out more like a grimace. That's me now, I'm afraid. Before I could say anything else, a deep rumble of noise rolled in from outside. Not war, not cheering either. The kind of sound that meant people arguing loudly with other people holding weapons. I frowned. Let's check that first. We stepped back out into the sunlit square, and the air was different again, tense. At the far end of the plaza, a small crowd had gathered, the newly freed slave army forming a jagged half-circle. Facing them was a smaller group, disciplined, armored, and utterly out of place. At its center walked 2 figures I recognized instantly, Shad and the Red Grandmaster beside him. They drifted through the crowd, heads high despite the chorus of boos that followed them. The freed slaves shouted insults, threw handfuls of dirt, but no one struck. It wasn't anger, not yet. It was the kind of outrage that waited for permission to ignite. The 2 grandmasters didn't flinch. Their robes fluttered in the wind, defiant splashes of emerald and crimson against the ruined marble of the square. Hey guys, I called out, tapping the ring so my voice carried across the square. Those 2 are the reason you're free, you know? If they had fought me back then, I don't think I'd be standing here. We'll decide what to do with them later, okay? The crowd didn't cheer. They stared. The words hung in the air like frost that refused to melt. Then someone in the front row shouted, "They're criminals! Hang them!" The words cut through the square like a thrown knife. Why did the powerful always get away with it? I bit my lip. Hard. There was no suitable answer to that. They were criminals and slavers, enforcers of the system I'd just torn apart. Letting them live made no sense, not morally. And yet I didn't feel bad about it. That realization landed in my chest like a lump of cold metal. I should have felt guilt, conflict, something. Instead, there was just a quiet, tired certainty humming in my ribs, as if this was how things were supposed to go. Was that what power did? Strip the edges off your empathy until mercy just became paperwork left to Lola? I watched the two grandmasters walking toward me, their guards clearing the path, heads bowed under the sound of boos and accusations. The people it freed saw monsters. Am I the one turning into a bad person? I muttered under my breath. Is doing politics just inherently soul rot? Lola stepped up beside me. I didn't even hear her move, just felt her presence, the human equivalent of a deep breath. Her hand found mine, warm against my icy fingers, and she gave it a quick squeeze. "Lady," she whispered, eyes on the crowd, "everything has its time." The words shouldn't have helped, but somehow they did. The two grandmasters stopped at the foot of the marble steps, boots scraping against the polished stone. The crowd quieted. Then Shad stepped forward, always composed. But there was something else in his voice this time, an edge of excitement, like this was the moment he'd been waiting for. "You won," he said, bowing deeply, his robes catching the dying sunlight. "We persuaded the people to join you, now it's your part of the deal." Excitement, confidence. Or maybe he just trusted I wouldn't throw him into the dungeon on impulse. "Yes," I said, nodding once, letting my tone stay even. "Good work." Then I pivoted on my heel, cloak snapping, and started back toward the grand hall. "Leave your guards here." That should have been the end of it. But one of them, the young one with the polished armor and zero sense of self-preservation, stepped forward. "We can do that," he said stiffly. "I'm duty-bound to." I turned, slowly. Lola had told me earlier to act as sovereignly as possible. Yelling at him, killing him. I pointed a hand at him, exhaled, and let mana coil through my veins. An ice pillar burst from the stone beneath his boots, launching him several meters into the air. He yelped, flailing. I tilted my head. Questions? The other guards scrambled to shake their heads and bow so fast I thought someone might pull a muscle. "Good," I said, and walked inside. Shad's laugh followed me as if to say, "Yes, this is exactly what I expected." He and the red-robed grandmaster followed, steps echoing behind mine. The custodian was still where I'd left him, hovering nervously near a pillar while my newly self-appointed clergy cleaned. I turned to the red grandmaster and extended a hand. "Nice to meet you, in Charlie." I fumbled around as a queen. He blinked, clearly not expecting a handshake, then took it after a long, startled pause. "Liam, Your Majesty." His voice was lower, quieter than Shad's. He swallowed hard, stealing a glance at his green counterpart. "Thank you. No worries," I said, forcing a half smile. "Please, let's go with the, I turned to the custodian. "What's the word I'm looking for?" "The custodian, lady," he said quickly, bowing again. "That's your name?" I asked, frowning. He shook his head. "Upon taking this office, everything else ceases to exist. Title, lineage, name. We become the custodians, and nothing more." "Forced?" I asked, narrowing my eyes. "Never, lady," he said, voice trembling but earnest. "It is an honor. This tradition predates even the grandmasters back to the old republic. We still keep relics from that time." His eyes darted over his shoulder, where a pair of priests were dragging a gilded cabinet out from the room, including the founding charter of Altandai. I followed his gaze, sighed. "Okay, I'll make sure." "Dreti," I yelled across the hall, loud enough to rattle the frescoes. "Every artifact needs to be preserved. Take that as a royal decree. Attention, a royal decree 1 has been issued." I blinked at the glowing text in front of me. "You have to be kidding me." Lola's smirk said she wasn't. I sighed, grabbed her hand before she could pretend to write it down, and led the parade of our awkward little entourage, the custodian, Shad, and Liam, trailing behind us like polite ghosts, deeper into the building. We reached the grand office. It was large, circular, and had that oppressive silence of rooms where too many people once thought themselves important. A round table sat in the center, with 9 high-backed chairs evenly spaced around it. Each seat had its own desk and chairs behind it, neat rows of parchment, wax seals, and abandoned quills. Documents sprawled everywhere. The custodian moved around with quiet reverence, lighting the tall magic candles embedded in wall sconces. Their blue flames flickered to life one by one, painting the marble with ghostlight. No windows, of course. When you run a city built on paranoia, you take security very seriously. I headed over to the first chair. So, what are we supposed? A sound cut me off. A soft flop 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 of wings. We all turned. A crow landed on the chair, not just any crow. The crow. Syavrin, I said, staring at it. You knew I'd end up queening around here, didn't you? That's why you sent me to Kazi. The crow let out 3 deliberate caws, fluffed its wings once, and then, just to make a point, flew through the wall, not around. Through. Silence. I blinked. Do you understand any of that? I asked the room. What was he even doing? Lola was still staring at the wall like she expected him to come back for an encore. Lola? No answer. Just that dazed, wide-eyed look she got when her system window had too many zeros in it. I glanced around the guys. Everyone looked equally haunted. People? I prompted. Anyone got words? The custodian finally spoke, voice low and trembling. Syavrin was an old god of change and death. People feared him, he swallowed. But there was a legend that he guarded Altandai. We have paintings of him. Let me guess, I sighed. In my new temple. He nodded quickly and gulped again. Did you feel it? I did, Lola said softly, still looking at me, something flickering in her eyes. Charlie, I felt it. As if she hesitated. As if what? I asked. She didn't finish. I plodded over to the chair Syavrin was on seconds before, and dropped into it, letting the weight of everything settle on my shoulders. He's a god. Big deal. In a queen. And you're not exactly pooping your pants. I gave Shad's shoulder a nudge with a snowball. Right? He blinked out of his daze, eyes focusing again. You're a queen, he said slowly, but also goddess. Liam blurted, almost reverent. I felt it. I groaned, dragging a hand down my face. Oh, for the love of Frost. Well, what do I do with both of you? I asked, leaning back in the chair that had recently doubled as divine seating. My voice came out lighter than I felt, because the air in here still buzzed like a half-finished spell. Shad grinned. I'll turn my old tower into a garden and retire to the countryside, as promised. Nothing's changed in my plan. I don't intend to get involved more than I have to. Of course he didn't. Shad would probably grow cabbages and teach squirrels philosophy while the world burned. Liam cleared his throat, voice a little too eager. Or, not. I mean, ready to serve you however you need me, Your Majesty. My true passion is magic. But I've been a grandmaster for a while now, so I can help smooth the wrinkles after Your Majesty. Big boom, I said, nodding sagely. His expression froze halfway between respect and embarrassment. Well, I agree, I continued, standing and brushing imaginary dust off my clothes. Go home, plan whatever you need to. I turned to Shad, or Dig, I don't know, and tomorrow I'll send a crow for you. The joke hung there. Died a noble, quiet death. I pouted. The custodian let out a painfully polite laugh, the kind that belonged in HR meetings. If that weren't fake, I'd eat my own snowball. Go? Liam blinked. But we just got here. I raised a hand to cut him off. Today we celebrate. No work. Lola gave me a sharp look over her clipboard, the kind that said, that's not how administration works. But I ignored her. I added quickly, you can prepare what you want to do. I just need to go over some documents. Very well, Shad said, rising. Meetings with Your Majesty are always interesting. Liam nodded, bowing awkwardly before following him out. The door shut behind them with a soft thud that somehow sounded like relief. Lola exhaled, sliding onto the chair at the table behind me. You kicked them out. I kept staring at the door for a long moment before answering. They're evil. As they barely closed the door, it burst open with a crash that probably added a few new cracks to the marble frame. Queen! Dritty practically sang, her voice bouncing off the vaulted ceiling. We found a star for you. She barreled into the room, dwarven armor clanking, eyes wide with childlike pride. In her hands she held an ornate staff almost as tall as she was. Gold inlays wound up a core of pale crystal, runes glowing faintly like fireflies trapped in glass. It radiated power, the kind of artifact you didn't touch without an insurance policy. That's, the custodian gasped, his voice going high enough to shatter decorum. A relic from the fourth Grandmaster. Driti, I snapped, half rising from my chair. She froze mid-step, eyes going wide. We were careful, she added quickly, like that somehow excused it. I rubbed my temples, exhaling. I miss Alma. Lola looked up from her clipboard. She'll be joining us in the capital. That made me smile, tired but real. Good. I could use someone who doesn't interpret handle gently as touch everything shiny. Driti pouted, hugging the staff protectively. But it suits you. Thanks, Driti, I said, softening my tone, but I don't need a staff right now. Just put it somewhere safe and, please, try not to accidentally unleash any ancient curses, okay? Please, the custodian breathed like it was a prayer. Wait, I said suddenly, turning to Lola. Is the economist here? In Altandai? She blinked. No, he's still in the Empire. Why? I grinned, the kind that made Lola visibly nervous. Driti, I have a new task for you, okay? Her head snapped up immediately. Yes, my queen. Guard this door as if your life depends on it. You're the only one I can trust here. Without hesitation, Driti dropped to one knee, thumping her fist over her heart. I will, my queen. And you? I pointed at the custodian, who jumped like a student caught daydreaming. Go keep an eye on my priests before they turn the trophy room into a shrine to my elbow armor. His face lit up. You truly? Yeah, I said, waving him off. Consider it a royal reassignment. I'll fetch you if I need anything. He bowed so fast, I worried he might headbutt the floor, then hurried after Driti, muttering thanks like it'd just doubled his salary. That left only Lola and me. She crossed her arms, eyes narrowing just enough to be dangerous. What are you planning, lady? Meet me on Earth, I said with a grin. I don't want to be here when the timer runs out and am not that powerful anymore. We'll find the economist there. Lola hesitated, then smiled and wrapped her arms around me. Of course, lady. I hugged her back, then leaned into the chair, letting the chair press against my spine. The exhaustion hit like a delayed spell. I let my eyes close, let my thoughts drift. It didn't take long before the throne room faded, and I was back in my plush bed. Soft pillow, no politics. I hugged the pillow tight and let out a long, content yawn. Don't think you can escape me that easily, a voice said directly above my head. Huh? I jerked upright, eyes wide. Floating upside down above my bed, glowing faint blue in the dark, was Cloudy. What? I managed, still half asleep, half terrified. End of Book 3. Chapter 254. Existing Too Hard. Book 4. When I woke up on Earth, in my bed, I was happy. But don't think you can escape me that easily, a voice said, directly above my head. Huh? I jerked upright, eyes wide. Floating upside down above my bed, glowing faint blue in the dark, was Cloudy. What? I managed, still half asleep, half terrified. Why are you here? Cloudy floated in lazy circles above my head, his pastel pink glasses glinting like smug little halos. I'm here because we need to talk, he said in that calm, sing-song tone that always preceded poor life decisions. I groaned and buried myself under the blanket, pressing a pillow over my face like it could ward off divine bureaucracy. I don't want to, I mumbled into the cotton. Every time you say that, it's bad news. Every time. For a few blessed seconds, silence. Then, pop! A puff of cool air brushed my cheek. I peeked out just enough to see a fluffy intruder drift under the pillow, wiggling his way into my supposed sanctuary. No out! I swung the pillow in retaliation, smacking Cloudy square in his ridiculous fluff. He bounced backward with a startled, but recovered instantly, circling back like a cat convinced the bed was actually his. We have a lot to discuss, he intoned, perfectly unbothered. Yeah? I sat up, hair sticking out in directions not covered by any known physics. Let's start with why you're in my room instead of, doing cloud things. Exactly, he said, drifting closer. Those pink glasses catching the light. I had to merge your bodies. Technically, your Earth one's gone. My brain took a full 3 seconds to process that sentence. What? I looked down. Right. Rimelion clothes, including heels. Not pajamas, not earth. Where am I? Then I saw them. A neat pile on the floor beside the bed. Hoodie, jeans, the whole civilian package. Socks tossed over like a half-hearted farewell. With a reflex I didn't know I had, I kicked one foot down, flicking a rogue pair of panties under the bed like that solved anything. Cloudy blinked, or whatever passed for blinking when your face was a drawn-on smile. Charlie, you do realize I see everything the system sees. His tone was way too pleased with itself. I froze, then crossed my arms, cheeks heating despite myself. So what? I muttered, chin up, full elf pout engaged with eyes closed. You shouldn't be looking anyway. He tilted in midair, amusement practically dripping from his fluffy edges. Aren't you even a little concerned about your body? Or, why I did that? I cracked one eye open. You'll tell me, even if I say no. Cloudy gave a smug little spin. Previously, I separated your bodies because you didn't have a class. Now you have a 6 Marvel, soon-to-be 7 Legendary one. I nodded, grinning proudly. Exactly. So what's the problem? That's called progress, Cloudy. He drifted closer, pink glasses catching a glint of light. Your body is interacting with reality differently now, he said, his voice losing the usual sing-song lilt. It's grounding you in a way that is uniquely you. That pause. The kind of pause where you know the next line's going to ruin your whiskey time. So, I exist more hard? I asked, brow furrowed. Cloudy's doodled smile straightened into something vaguely serious. I've been preparing for this moment. I built entire protocols, rules, to contain what you could do with that. I flopped back onto the bed, letting the sheets swallow me whole. I'm hearing a but. But, Cloudy said, spinning once for emphasis, you proved you can exploit my systems easily. I grinned into my pillow, hugging it like a trophy. Yeah, exploits are easy. Anyone could do it. Shouldn't your almighty system be, foolproof? He made a sound that could only be described as a disappointed breeze. I don't want to waste more resources, so I'll allow you to travel between realms in your body. But if you exploit it, say, vanish mid-fight or otherwise cheat causality, I'll revoke the ability permanently. You'll be locked to one realm. If I judge you go against the spirit of the skill. I bit my lip, half amused, half horrified. You're asking me nicely not to exploit something? Using phrases like spirit of the skill? Wow. And here I thought you ran a hard magic system. Cloudy's drawn eyes narrowed behind the glasses. We can negotiate when you break things. If I limit you, you push the barrier. We've already established that. I exhaled, flopping the pillow over my face again. So, this is what divine trust looks like. A half-threat wrapped in legalese. He bulked closer, his pastel outline flickering in the dim light. It's called learning from experience. You've burned through enough of mine. Ah, I muttered, voice muffled through the pillow. You're saying you care? Statistically unlikely, Cloudy replied, deadpan. At that moment, the door slammed open. Lady, Lola's voice cut through the room like a reprimand wrapped in caffeine. Don't lounge in bed. You can't avoid. She stopped mid-sentence, blinked once, then again. Cloudy? Yep, I didn't even bother sitting up, just hugged my pillow tighter. Apparently I exist too hard for him to handle me. That's an incorrect interpretation of what I said, Cloudy protested, spinning indignantly in midair. I grinned at Lola. She stood frozen in the doorway like an overloaded spreadsheet, black pencil skirt, white shirt, jacket perfectly pressed, hollow tablet in hand. Her brown hair framed her face in soft waves that didn't match her current expression of 404, reality not found, because she looked seconds away from blue screening. I pushed myself up, caught her wrist, and tugged. Wah! She squeaked, an actual squeak, as she stumbled forward and crashed onto the bed with me. We landed in a heap of limbs and confusion, the pillow exiled somewhere on the floor. BBB, but you're wearing your cosplay, she stammered, blinking furiously. Her hair fell into my face like a curtain of warm static. I brushed it aside, trying not to laugh. It's the real deal, I said, voice low and teasing. Apparently, I'm divine enough to count as a relic now. Then I turned toward Cloudy, who was pretending not to notice any of this. Wait, does that mean I'm radiating mana like one of those Gaia artifacts? Yes, he replied cheerfully. Earth is slowly increasing its ambient mana levels, and you contribute to that phenomenon. He said it like reading patch notes, completely oblivious to the fact that Lola was currently lying half on top of me, cheeks red enough to trigger a fire warning. Her eyes met mine just a few centimeters apart. She froze. I couldn't resist. I winked, then rolled onto my back, dragging her with me. I lifted a hand and tried to form a spark of frost, something showy and dignified. What I got was slightly colder air. It drifted down over us like lazy snow that couldn't commit. Lola yelped and shivered, laughter spilling out of her before she could stop it.
It's real,
she whispered, voice soft, almost reverent. I knew Rimelion was real, but I propped myself up on one elbow, grinning. Were you doubting me? She kept staring at the fading frost above us, expression somewhere between awe and disbelief. Then, still lying on her back, she nodded slowly.
I don't know.
Probably. Her voice dropped. But this feels impossible. Technically, it is impossible, Cloudy said, tone brimming with smug pride. But I overrode a few systems preventing it. My aim is also to increase my presence on Earth. Anywhere there is mana, there am I. You should talk to Pearl, I muttered, flopping onto my side. She's a competent hacker. Then, realizing Lola was watching me from the corner of her eye like I'd just sprouted a halo, I added, But anyway, is that all, almighty Cloud? Cloudy drifted closer, humming faintly. That was my cue to grab the blanket and dive under it, my last line of defense since the pillow had defected to the floor. This time, I wasn't alone. I dragged Lola with me. Stast, I whispered, finger to my lips. She stared at me in the dim blanket fort light. Her face was very close, eyes wide. Lady, she whispered back cautiously, you're acting strange. Laid back, or perhaps a bit crazy. Coping mechanism, I said flatly. I clown around so I don't have to think about the fact that I exist very hard now. A beat of silence. I could feel Cloudy judging us through the blanket. That was not even the first point, he said finally, voice muffled but still annoyingly chipper. May I have a word with you, Jerry? Oh no, Jerry. I'd forgotten about Jerry. I peeked out from under the blanket, guilt creeping in. What's your concern? Came Jerry's voice from the overhead speakers, smooth and neutral as ever. I can provide you with a body, Cloudy said matter-of-factly, provided you choose which realm to exist in. Your dreams can be real. I gasped and threw the blanket aside. For reals? I shouted, sitting up so fast Lola nearly fell off the bed. That's fantastic, Jerry. It is, Jerry began evenly, but if I simply wanted a body. Cloudy floated closer, glasses gleaming like a smug PowerPoint. Charlie radiates enough mana for me to construct one. It will require a difficult quest you do for me in return, but it's possible. Cloudy, that's not cool. I crossed my arms and gave him the best queenly glare I could muster while still half under a blanket. You're poaching my best assistant. Hey! Lola shot up right beside me, hair disheveled, cheeks pink. I'm the best, Jerry's voice cut in smoothly, utterly unbothered. I serve Charlie, therefore it is her decision. Even if you agree, Cloudy continued, the process will take a few days. It is mana-intensive, and Charlie isn't 7th legendary yet. He floated in a slow, lazy spin, then paused dramatically. And that still wasn't the first thing I came here to say. I groaned, dropping my head into my hands. Cloudy, I said through my fingers, you are literally powered by the concept of information. Spill it out already. I'm very disappointed, Cloudy said, his pastel form dimming to a stormy gray. Players have been misusing the login and logout mechanisms. I need to adjust parameters, but I wanted to consult you and Nathan before the change. I blinked, feigning ignorance. Misusing it? How? You've used it successfully in the battle. Ah, that. I tried to put on my most innocent face, which only made him squint harder. Respawn tokens were never meant for that purpose, he continued. They were designed to anchor players near their party, to let them travel safely or be carried on ships. Yeah, I muttered, hugging Lola without thinking. She stiffened for half a second, then relaxed against me. Cloudy spun slowly, his expression cycling through displeasure presets. You weren't even the first. One group exploited it in a dungeon. One player sneaked through an entire section, while the rest used respawn tokens to bypass challenges. It breaks the intended design. I dislike that. It gives players an unfair advantage. I will adjust it. I winced. Define adjust. He ignored me, also logging out to convey information, his little face twisted into an annoyed squiggle. This has been happening since day one, and it is getting worse. I must prevent it. I sat up straighter. Wait, you want to stop people from logging out? Not entirely, he clarified. I will prevent them from contacting other players on Earth. That channel of communication was a key factor in your side's victory. You were organized, efficient, including the royal interface, coordinated quests. None of this was intended use. He turned toward Lola, and the temperature in the room dropped a few metaphorical degrees. These quests and systems, Cloudy said evenly, were never meant to coordinate citywide attacks. Lola flinched and half hid in my arms like a cat caught with a broken vase. Sorry, she murmured, voice small. Hey, I shot back, glaring at the floating storm puff. Leave her alone. You touch her again, and I swear I'll grab a vacuum and erase you from local storage. Cloudy froze mid-spin. Then, slowly, he tilted his glasses downward. That would be inadvisable, he said primly, but I could hear the hesitation in his tone. Try me, I said, hugging Lola tighter. You can mess with the world all you want, Cloudy, but don't scold my Lola for being good at it. Lola peeked up, cheeks still pink, and whispered, Thank you, lady. Anytime, I muttered. Now go bully someone else. Cloudy sighed, a faint roll of thunder inside the fluff. You are impossible to reason with. Exactly, I said sweetly. And yet, you still try. That's on you. Chapter 255, Very Stable Coupons. Book 4. Cloudy didn't react at first. His little pink glasses face hovered in a neutral emoji of existential buffering. What do you think about these changes? He finally asked, voice oddly stiff. The way he said it felt wrong, like he genuinely needed my approval. I narrowed my eyes. Wouldn't you do it anyway? I countered. Because this is weird, Cloudy. You don't ask. You inform. I tightened my arms around Lola like she was a very startled emotional support human, unless I paused, staring at him. Wait. Do you need me? Cloudy floated in a slow, aimless circle. No words. Which was an answer all by itself. Aha! I jabbed a finger at him. You do. He deflated a little, puff curling inward like a cloud sighing. Yes, I need you. Lola's breath caught. My grin doubled. I did not plan for this, Cloudy continued, glasses tilting downward. But besides Nathan, you have the largest influence on how the system should operate for players. Your usage patterns, decisions, and behaviors shape more of Rimelion than intended. Core system parts of me gave you say in discussions over Earth systems. I didn't fully process the behaviors part before collapsing backwards on the bed, dragging Lola with me like an unwilling plushie. You need me, I repeated, grinning up at the ceiling. Why? Cloudy's drawn-on eyes flattened into an exhausted line. Just agree, he muttered, redrawing his face into something that looked like teacher has a headache mode. I stuck my tongue out at him. Full childish display. Lola made a strangled noise as I squeezed her harder, like I was wringing out stress through her. She whispered, Lady, is it wise to tease a literal god entity like that? Pointless whisper. Cloudy heard everything. But I shrugged anyway. If Cloudy wanted a yes woman, he should have picked someone else. I'm not built for obedience. My smile faded just a little. I stared up at the ceiling, the memory prickling behind my ribs. I'm not letting anyone mess with me. Severin messed with me enough. Cloudy hovered silently, the air shifting around him like the felt that won. Nathan cashed in favor, Cloudy said, his body dimming like a cloud trying to storm. I planned none of these systems, and it broke everything. His voice dropped, genuinely upset. A system should be balanced, not bent out of shape, but introducing so many elements at once pushed us into a dangerous state. He floated closer, pink glasses shimmering with stress. We'll fix that. Ooh, I said, pointing dramatically at him. So that's why you let me keep one body. A bribe, I grinned. Right? Lola giggled softly, and I joined her, the two of us absolutely contributing to Cloudy's divine migraine. Yes, Cloudy said flatly, not even attempting shame. I need your support. I shot him a thoughtful look, meaning I could ask for more, right? Cloudy spun around, and when his doodle face came back into view, it wore a deep, squiggly frown. You could. I leaned back, letting Lola slip from my arms as I sprawled out on the bed again. The ceiling suddenly became the most interesting philosophical object in the room. But being friendly with you has its perks, right? Nathan probably pushed you, and look at him now. Cloudy drifted, refusing to dignify that with an answer. Which was an answer. What about teleportation? Lola suddenly said, sitting up with her hair all staticky and adorable. It would help our kingdom keep players interested, if we had a teleporter. Cloudy probably wanted to remove that since forever, I cut in, glancing over. Mom was just the perfect excuse. Then, I crossed my arms and narrowed my eyes at him, before I agreed to anything, or checking my stats from the fight. All of them. Cloudy remained perfectly still, which was suspicious as hell. Cloudy, I leaned forward. I fought half the city and Gatai. Don't tell me I didn't gain enough levels. You might, he said. A window blinked into existence. Congratulations, you have gained 19 levels. I shot upright like a toaster. Cloudy, only 19? Lola winced in sympathy. I fully expected more. I fought grandmasters with levels way into the 30s. With effectively the same level, Cloudy countered immediately, as if he had this argument preloaded. And when you use that potion, your effective level rose above the limit cap. That is another thing I need to change. Then he delivered the next sentence like a surgeon delivering a diagnosis. Scamantha's class is too good at making potions. I need to make them more volatile. Lola snorted, brushing her hair back. She will like that, she said, standing and trying to pat her clothes into something vaguely non-crumpled. I shook my head, grumbling. Okay, Cloudy, I need to power level soon. There should be enough dungeons near Altandai for me to clear. Can I count on your vote? Cloudy asked. His smiley face popped back on like nothing ever happened. I rolled my eyes so hard I saw past decisions. You pester me like Lucas. Yes, you can. But, I pointed a finger at him. You'll hear me out next time I have a problem, and you'll help. Cloudy paused. The long pause where even his glasses looked unsure. It was almost as if I asked my favorite paradox. Is the answer to this question no? I don't hand out favors anymore, he said stiffly. Then consider it friendship, I said brightly. Friends help each other, right? I've got your back now. You got mine later, eh? I winked. Cloudy's little drawn eyebrows lifted, then lowered, then flattened in resignation. Very well, thank you. And he vanished with a soft th of displaced air. Welp, that's that. I turned to Lola, hair tousled, clothes wrinkled, cheeks pink and grimaced. Sorry about all that. She laughed, brushing her skirt down even though it didn't help. I don't mind, actually. And cue my blush, because, of course, Lola was way too cute. Maybe I could persuade her for a small date. Nah, not now. Meanwhile, my own clothes looked pristine, like I'd just come out of a magical washing machine. Huh, I murmured. Lola cleared her throat. I prepared a soup for you, but I wasn't sure if you'd want to. She pointed toward the box beside the wall. Inside was a perfect business outfit, a deep midnight blue blazer and a matching high-waisted pencil skirt with subtle spark thread woven through. There was a soft white blouse with a delicate collar and tiny frost-shaped buttons, sheer black tights folded neatly in a silk pouch, and a slim belt with a silver crest buckle, 3D printed with the rhyme break snowflake. Oh, Lola! I launched myself at her again and hugged her tight. She squeaked but hugged back, flustered but glowing. Okay, I said, grinning. I'll let my clothes eat it. I knelt beside the box, picked up the blazer, pressed it to my enchanted outfit, and concentrated. The fabric shimmered, swirled, and with a soft whoosh, the earth clothes were devoured, rewritten, and reshaped into the enchanted version of Lola's design. A moment later, I stood fully dressed in her chosen outfit. Good, eh? I said, spinning once. She just stared, absolutely starstruck, so I grabbed her hand and tugged her toward the door. Come on. Where's the guy? Oh. She jolted back to reality, cheeks blooming pink as she snatched up her hollow. Right this way. The elevator chimed at the 16th floor with all the enthusiasm of a dead goldfish. Its doors slid open to reveal a closet, and when we walked out of it, it revelated a meeting room. A painfully normal, soul-draining, mortal meeting room. Grey walls, a long rectangular table, stackable chairs with the optimism beaten out of them, a hollow projector that flickered, and not a single bottle of whiskey in sight. Truly, the gods had abandoned this place. Super mega boring, I decided, stepping inside. If someone slapped a synergy poster on the wall, the room would achieve maximum corporate despair. Someone had already tried, because on the right wall hung one of the propaganda posters Rhymebreak made of me, with stern look and arms crossed. Work is good. Fantastic. I looked like I was about to union bust a kindergarten. At the far end of the table stood a fairly young guy, mid-20s maybe, dark hair, rolled sleeves, academic posture that said, "I read spreadsheets for pleasure." He shot up when we entered. Too fast. Cue Queen. He stumbled over a chair, arms pinwheeling as a stack of papers in front of him wobbled like a pre-earthquake tower. Somehow, nothing fell. His gaze darted from me to the poster on the wall, then back again, panic multiplying. Lola smiled like a calm, gentle executioner. "Queen, this is Tyler Carroll, our economist in charge of Altandai revitalization." Then she turned toward him with pleasant, dangerous professionalism. "Tyler, meet our Queen Charlie." I wanted to drop a casual sup and shove my hands into my pockets, just to sabotage the whole stern Queen image. Except, Lola's business outfit had no pockets. Zero. Fraud. Betrayal. So instead, left with no backup plan and no pockets to flee to, I went with, "Hello, Tyler. How do we do this?" He made a tiny squeaking sound. Something between a bow and a feint. We all took our seats. Well, Tyler attempted to take his seat and nearly sat on the floor because the chair slid as if fleeing danger. Tyler shuffled his papers, throat working like he was trying to swallow panic in alphabetical order. Right, well, shall we begin?" "Please," Lola said warmly, which in Lola language meant start before she gets bored and breaks the table. Probably. At least I would imagine her that way. Tyler cleared his throat and dove straight into his notes. "Okay, first critical issue. Payroll and city services." My eyebrows went up. Sounds thrilling already, he didn't blink. Brave, or too frightened to process sarcasm. All guards, overseers, and essential maintenance NPCs have depended financially on the Grand Master's taxation model. That model collapsed the moment you eliminated them. Lola nodded. "Naturally. Which means," Tyler continued, flipping a page with trembling hands, "the city's entire payroll has been frozen. Water, power, waste disposal, everything halts within 72 hours. Some things within 24. The city will shut down." I opened my mouth. "Like turn off?" He winced. "Yes, Your Majesty." Lola leaned forward. "But we seized the Grand Master's treasury." "Yes," Tyler said quickly, relieved to finally give good news. "Thanks to that, your royal treasury can issue what I'm calling a provisional silver token. Redeemable for 1 unit of basic resource, 1 loaf of bread, 1 pint of ale, 1 night of lodging. That sort of thing." "So, coupons?" I asked. "Very stable coupons, lady," Lola corrected gently. Tyler nodded vigorously. "Extremely stable. And symbolic. Hard currency works fine, but adopting these tokens immediately signals that your new administration has strength, centralization, and direction." I blinked. "So, we're buying loyalty with coupons." "Economically structured coupons," Lola murmured. "Very different." Tyler shuffled to the next page. "All labor for the next 72 hours will be paid in these silver tokens. It ensures the city stays functional while we stabilize a long-term currency." I leaned back in my chair, arms crossed, imagining myself printed on a token with a speech bubble saying, "Work is good. Gods, what a nightmare." Lola tapped her hollow. "That brings us to the next issue. Leadership." I blinked. "What leadership?" "Exactly." Lola sighed, rubbing her temple as if this problem physically pained her. "Altandai currently has no Grand Master, no council, no administrative head. Once you leave for the new capital, someone must govern the city. Someone with authority. A count," Tyler added quietly. Lola nodded. "Yes, the formal title would be Count of Altandai." I stared. "A count?" "Yes. Of the entire city. Yes, that sounds important. That is why we need one," Lola said flatly. I tapped the table. "Okay, but who?" Lola looked at me, unbothered. "I nominate Dimitri." I choked on my breath. "Him? Lola, there has to be someone better." She gave the most elegant shrug of all time. "He is competent. He understands administration, supply chains, and chaos management. He would accept the role." "What about Lumi, or Lama, or someone less Dimitri?" "Lumi is inexperienced," Lola said calmly. Llama could be considered, but he refuses positions involving paperwork. Dmitri already handles all that, and this will pose no problem for him. Logically, he is the strongest candidate. I leaned back, stunned. Count Dmitri. Oh hell, I mumbled. He's gonna love that. Lola flicked her hollow, already forming spreadsheets like a queen of bureaucracy. Altandai requires a competent administrator, and Dmitri is competent. Tyler nodded timidly. Very competent. Chapter 256, Premium Tier. Book 4 Dmitri, leader of an entire city. I let out a long sigh, usually heard from people staring at tax forms. We should call him, right? I asked, closing my eyes as if that would somehow erase reality and install a better one. If we're solving problems, might as well start with the one wearing sunglasses indoors. He died anyway, so he should be somewhere nearby. Lola glanced down at her hollow. He is, Her expression froze mid-scan. I didn't know we had a Lola fan club. I opened one eye. Gimme! Before she could protest, I snatched the holo from her hands. Instant regret. The feed was a mess. Blurry photos, rotating reports, clips from angles that had to be taken by people hiding in ridiculous places. But the activity log was the only readable part. Dmitri was currently located at the Lolly fan club. I squinted. Not Lola. See? Different letter at the end. Then, because in me, the words left my mouth before my brain approved. If it were a Lola fan club, it'd sign up. Premium tier. Lola made a noise like a kettle about to boil. Her face went scarlet, and she stared at the table as if it had suddenly become the most dignified object in existence. He's on his way, she whispered, voice tiny. I smirked and gave her a moment to breathe before turning back to Tyler. Anyway, our economist. Where do we create that coin? Yes. Tyler jolted like someone plugged him into a socket, flipping through his papers with manic energy. The minting should be centralized. Here somewhere. Just one moment. I raised an eyebrow. Wouldn't it be better to keep it all on holo, digitally, instead of paper avalanche? He deflated into a sheepish smile. I know, Your Majesty, I know, but I prefer paper. And since Rimelion doesn't have it, I practice with these. I blinked at him and nodded slowly. Huh. Actually, a good idea. Tyler finally found what he was searching for and tapped the page like he'd discovered buried treasure. Therese and Altandai family that specializes in creating coins. We believe they can produce and circulate enough provisional silver tokens by dawn tomorrow. That fast? I blinked. Isn't that like world record speedrun territory? Tyler checked his scribbly notes. They use magic. Of course they do. I sighed. Magic, the universal excuse for everything working instantly. Fine, I'll ask Cloudy. Tyler perked up, clearly expecting a dramatic reveal of who Cloudy was. He didn't get one, because the door opened instead and Dmitri walked in, straightening his tie, looking both confused and annoyed, probably his natural emotional state. I truly hope this is important. I was in the middle. I raised a hand. Ogling young girls? He paused mid-step, gave me a calm, dead-eyed glance, then sat in one smooth corporate slide motion. I was visiting a focus group. For research purposes, he adjusted his tie. We need to produce a new version of Linares, and they discussed the proper flatness. Yeah, sure, I said, unconvinced. Anyway, Tyler here, economy guy, Altandai stuff? I gestured vaguely. Tyler nodded like a spooked owl. I called you to ask, wanna be the Count of Altandai? Dmitri blinked. That would double my workload, completely calm. Is that a no? I caught my head. Because apparently you're the best at it, but I'll happily shove the title onto Llama or Lisa if you're feeling shy. If that's what's required of me, Dmitri said, then yes. Lola, can you? I turned to her, but she was still beet red from the whole Lola fan club incident and refusing eye contact with reality, so I pivoted back. Okay, Dmitri, what do you actually want to do? Count? CEO? I don't know, professional dungeon gremlin? He looked thrown off, like no one had asked him what he wanted in years. I'll do what is needed. That's not what I asked. I reached over and put a hand on his shoulder. I'm asking what you want. Dmitri froze like a barman when hygiene inspector walks in. So I grinned. Or I asked Kit to assign you. His soul nearly left his body. Count and CEO, I can do both, he almost shouted. There we go, good job. I clapped once, then threw both hands upward and pulled mana hard, way harder than in Rimelion. Earth resisted like a stubborn mule, but eventually the air shimmered, cooled, and tiny frozen crystals drifted downward. Tyler nearly leaped out of his chair. Is that a trick? He asked, voice cracking. I turned slowly with a wicked grin and tapped the nearest paper, some farm layout sketch. A pulse of mana ran through it. The ink froze. The page was frost-laced, and Tyler, along with Dimitri, gasped in stereo. Ha! I spread my arms. Got ya! Tyler kept staring at the frost-laced paper, like it was a live grenade made of accounting errors. But you use magic? Yeah? I spread my hands. I told everyone Rimelion was real. Yes, but... I laughed. Let me guess. People thought I was exaggerating? Role-playing? Pulling everyone's leg? Yeah, story of my life. Dimitri leaned forward, eyes gleaming with a disturbing level of curiosity. You can use magic. Not a question, an assessment. His stare got very intense. I'm not doing magic tricks at the zoo, I snapped. Anyway, back on track. Dimitri, congrats, your account. Tyler, tell him what's wrong with his city. Tyler was still in shock, but once he buried his face in the papers, professional instinct took over like a defense mechanism. He straightened the first sheet, took a deep breath, and shifted into economist mode, on the verge of a panic attack. Problem 2, he began, is food production. I nodded sagely, even though I had no idea where he was going. The slave army, he said delicately, ceased working the agricultural fields immediately. They are free now, so naturally they will not return to unpaid labor. Dimitri raised an eyebrow. Naturally, Tyler continued, voice tightening. This is catastrophic. Altandai is a farming haven. Losing 90% of daily food output overnight means... Starvation? I offered. He swallowed. Within days. I winced. Lola shifted uncomfortably beside me. Tyler shuffled pages, finding the correct one with near-frenzied precision. Suggested solution. All agricultural land is now seized by the crown. That's dramatic, I muttered. It was owned by grandmasters, Tyler said quickly, anticipating my objection, which means it is legally yours now. We simply formalize that. Right. Loot but make it governance, I said, nodding. Tyler blinked but continued. All former agricultural laborers become crown employees, not slaves. They will receive guaranteed daily wages in provisional silver tokens for 1 month, ensuring immediate food production resumes. I sat up. Actually, that's good. Really good. He nodded shyly. Thank you. Additionally, I propose appointing someone knowledgeable as Provisional Minister of Agriculture. Who? I asked. Former Grandmaster Shad, Tyler replied without missing a beat. I was in the Altandai library the other day and found out he submitted several unsolicited proposals for sustainable crop rotation and irrigation route layouts. I barked to laugh. Shad will love that. Grandpa already obsesses over plants and soil and weird magic vegetables. We spoke last night, Dimitri added casually. He said the plants suffer and he wants to free them. Tyler froze mid-breath. What does that mean? Dimitri shrugged. No idea. Tyler blinked, made a helpless noise, and buried himself back in the papers like they might save him from the madness. I leaned sideways into Lola, whispering, Hey Lola, boring meeting, huh? She didn't even look at me. Lady, this is important. I grinned, but still boring. Her cheeks turned faintly pink despite herself. Tyler cleared his throat, returning to the next point. Next, non-combat essential personnel. Water purification workers, waste removal, energy channelers, Grand Hall clerks, all of them left their posts after the Grandmasters fell. So everything explodes within 24 hours, I muttered. Correct, Tyler said. We must compel all former infrastructure workers to return to service immediately. They are no longer serving the Grandmasters. Lola straightened. They will serve the crown. Tyler nodded. Exactly. And with Dimitri now installed as provisional mayor, they will report directly to him. Dimitri adjusted his tie again, the picture of corporate readiness. Understood. I exhaled, rubbing my temples. Count Dimitri, CEO of Altandai, mayor of everyone's problems, I muttered. This city is about to get spreadsheets in places it didn't even know had places. Dimitri gave me a thin smile. Good, he said. Tyler continued talking, words flowing like a polite avalanche of economics. And so the regional supply lines will require at least 3 days of stabilization, with agricultural token incentives rolling in cycles of Somewhere around token incentives, my brain quietly slipped out the back door. I leaned over the table. The papers were right there, within reach, crisp and boring, desperate for salvation. So naturally, I started doodling a frost bunny. A dramatic stick figure Gatai eating a sword, a smug little cloud with pink glasses, Lola with sparkles, Yuki as a fox girl with 9 tails. Tyler kept explaining crucial infrastructure collapse. Dimitri nodded like every sentence was a profit margin. Lola took notes like a queen of efficiency. And I added sunglasses to my fox girl doodle. I was deep in artistic genius when a sharp elbow nudged my ribs. Lola. I jolted up, blinking. 4 pairs of eyes stared at me, Tyler horrified, Dimitri judging, Lola painfully disappointed, and my fox girl doodle very proud of itself. Yes, totally, I said out loud, as if I knew anything they'd said in the last 20 minutes. Lola leaned closer, whispering, we asked if you wanted to add something. I blinked at the room, at the doodles, at the stack of problems that made my soul itch. Make my city prosper, I offered brightly. Before anyone could object, I stood, grabbed Lola's hand, and strode toward the door. We still need? Lola began, trying to keep up. No. I tugged her closer. In going back, I almost forgot. She blinked. Forgot what exactly? Yuki, I said, like it was the most important universal constant. I promised her she'd become a fox girl if she helped me rob the Grandmasters. Lola opened her mouth, closed it. That is certainly a reason. I dragged her toward the elevator. Meet you back in Rimelion, I said. I'll go check on Driti. But I had plans. Lola tried weakly. I grinned over my shoulder. No plan survives meeting me, and with that, I vanished on the spot. I exhaled like someone who had just escaped a boss fight. Not a hard boss fight, a boring one. The kind that drains your will to live instead of your HP bar. I shook off the mental cobwebs and stepped out and found Driti standing there like a proud golden retriever knight on duty. Oh, hi, I said, smiling. She lit up, fully lit up, like Christmas, sunrise, divine revelation, all at once. Queen, is your matter done? I laughed as we started walking back toward the temple. I decided it is, I said with a wink. I appointed a new mayor, created a new currency, and other stuff. Me, all me, totally alone. Driti's grin somehow got bigger. I giggled. Anyway, how's the temple? Did you preserve the artifacts? Especially the sun fox tail thingy? Yes, Queen, she said proudly, armor clinking with enthusiasm. We stepped through the threshold into the chamber with all the ugly paintings, still smug, still staring, and continued on toward the newly claimed temple area. The moment we crossed into the next room, I blinked. It was huge, spacious enough to fit a banquet hall or a medium-sized cult. But now, it looked like a magical burglary gone horribly right. Tens of crates were stacked in neat, terrified rows, each overflowing with artifacts, relics, gilded trinkets, enchanted books, ceremonial blades, ominous crystals. At the center, the custodian stood guard, posture rigid, face pinched in the expression of a man who had aged 10 years in 2 hours. He watched every crate like someone expecting it to spontaneously explode into heresy. Hey guys, I announced, hands on hips, let's borrow some artifacts. The custodian visibly tried not to faint. Chapter 257, Light Without Bone, Book 4. I glanced at the poor guy. He was holding himself together by friction alone. His knuckles were white around a ledger. His jaw clenched so hard his molars were probably filing each other down, and the only reason he hadn't collapsed into a historical protection meltdown was because, miracle of miracles, nothing was broken yet, not even dented. But the priests were hauling relics like they were moving apartments. A golden idol was placed into a crate carefully, yes, but stacked with another. A 1,000-year-old runic scroll got stacked between 2 candlesticks. The custodian's eye twitched every time something clinked. You know what? I said brightly. His soul flinched. I grinned. Mr. Custodian, there's a reception room, right? He blinked at me. Confusion first, then understanding, then dawning horror. Your guests will break it, he whispered, voice thin as parchment. So, that's a no? I deflated, pouting. I really wanted you to explain these items to guests. And I even have some I could donate. And Yuki would chat with you for hours, she'd love that. He motioned helplessly toward Driti, who was currently scrubbing the floor like she was trying to erase the previous administration out of existence. That is why we had a trophy room here, a safe place to display the history of Altandai, artifacts from dozens of regimes. It preserved continuity. And these barbarians, I pointed at the priests. One was balancing an ancient ceremonial vase on his shoulder, are tearing that away, worse than the grandmasters. The custodian stiffened so hard his spine almost cracked. The grandmasters, he said tightly, kept the history. They added to it. Even during tyranny, they honored the legacy. We should do the same. Yuki, whoever she is, would probably approve. You can still stop them, he added quickly, a flicker of desperate hope in his eyes. We don't need to turn this into… It's the best place for it, Triti said cheerfully. At least for now. People need to know they're dealing with a goddess. The custodian blinked once, and then nodded with reverence, like it'd just solved theology by existing. Of course, he said, bowing to me. Naturally, although Altandai was the holy city of the goddess of duty. I blinked. That must be some random minor goddess? His lips trembled. She isn't considered particularly strong, no. But she is a goddess. He cast a terrified glance upward, as if lightning might smite him for tone. Yeah, well, me too, so who cares? I muttered, scanning the room. Hi guys, we need to take down another temple. Thrita's head snapped up, horrified. But it's smaller. Your temple needs to be. Temples can be rearranged, the custodian interrupted with surprising firmness. If you sacrifice all existing shrines, you can join 4 into one large unified temple. Triti stared at him, mouth open. For a long moment she didn't breathe. Why didn't you say so? She yelled, scandalized. Guys, you heard the man! The priests immediately set down the relics and sprinted toward the hallways, chanting excitedly about optimal sacrificial architecture. And as I watched them go, I realized something important. I had made a mistake. I always expected people to be super competent, honest, clear thinking. At least Lola, adjacent in brains and adorable professionalism. But people weren't Lola. People made mistakes, like tearing down a trophy room to install my temple instead of desecrating an actual temple dedicated to a random minor goddess. I stared as 2 priests tried to lift a marble statue through a doorway that was too small, arguing geometry like drunk engineers. Yep, big mistake. Leave everything where it is. No more tearing it down, I commanded, planting my hands on my hips. The priests froze mid-step like it hit them with a stun spell. Then, as one, they saluted and bolted after Triti. Tell her not to touch anything before I inspect it. Yes, Queen, they yelled back in unison, voices already fading down the hallway. The custodian did a slow sweep of the now empty room, looking like a man expecting a second wave of chaos to crash through the stained glass windows. You stopped them, he said, astonished. Like the idea that I could stop Drita's cult energy hadn't been on his bingo card. Stupid, I grunted, dragging a hand down my face. Still riding high on the victory, I let her do whatever she wanted. I even agreed. I complained loudly, right as Lola finally caught up. You should have stopped me. As the guy said, the trophy room's important. Lola blinked, caught off guard. I could have, but there are so many things happening now that No, Lola. I slapped my cheek lightly. Should have said, bad Charlie. This was my mistake. They started doing it as if it were already part of the plan, and I just went with it. Do you know why that's not correct queen behavior? Lola opened her mouth, hesitated, then stepped closer. Proper queen behavior, she said gently, is exactly what you just showed. Humility, correction, preserving what matters to you and your people, even if it took you a moment to realize it. She smiled, small but warm, like a barman lighting a candle. A bad queen would have doubled down, or blamed someone else. You did neither. The custodian watched us as if he were witnessing a rare celestial event. If I may, Your Majesty, he began cautiously. As you may have noticed, I am also of elven descent. I have served under many Grand Masters. Each believed themselves infallible. Each refused counsel once their minds were set. Right. He was an elf, just not the fancy type. More museum elf with PTSD. He glanced at the rescued relics, then back at me. You are the first ruler I've seen who stopped mid-action to ask, is this right? Most demolish first, then hire scholars later to justify it. Yeah, I muttered, rubbing my neck. Look, I just want to do what's cool and the best, okay? The custodian's stiff expression softened, barely, but it was there. Not a smile, but a thaw. Then you'll need people who remember what best looked like before, he whispered. And what happened when leaders forgot. He gestured to the crates, history wrapped up like stolen luggage. These artifacts aren't trophies. They are reminders of what worked, what failed, and what should never be repeated. I scratched my head, feeling the weight settle like a cold stone. So you're saying I need a museum curator who doubles as a don't be an idiot consultant. I believe the traditional title in Elven kingdoms is Keeper of Records, he replied, and for the first time, a ghost of humor flickered across his face. But yes, that approximates the role I had as the custodian. Lola's eyes brightened. Lady, he's right. Every stable kingdom has an institutional memory, someone who knows what came before. And someone, the custodian added delicately, who will alert you when your priests are on the verge of demolishing the wrong temple. I couldn't help laughing. Okay, you're hired, or appointed. What's the word? Retained, Lola said smoothly. That. I pointed at him like I'd chosen a winner at a raffle. You're retained. Keep doing whatever you were doing, just with more, hey queen, that's a bad idea included. He bowed deeply again, but this time with less fear. When he straightened, his shoulders had finally eased. It would be an honor, your majesty. Yuki is on her way, Lola said as I heard excited steps behind me. Running steps. When I told her her steps were too excited and too fast. Queen, yes! Yuki shrieked from down the hall. Trophy room, history. I barely had time to turn before she came barreling in like an academic missile. She saw the crates, gasped, and tried to brake by summoning 3 tiny mirrors in front of her like improvised airbags. They shattered instantly. She stopped anyway. Then she flopped onto the ground in a tragic heap. Ouchie, I apologize. I walked over and flicked a quick heel at her. Yuki! But she was already pushing up on her elbows, scanning the mountain of artifacts with the manic reverence of someone witnessing forbidden knowledge. Is this what I think it is? She whispered, voice trembling like she'd just walked into a museum after hours. I grabbed her by the forearms, hauled her to her feet, and shoved her gently toward the custodian. Yuki, meet the custodian. Hez like keeper of Altandai's history, the custodian said, stepping forward with the first genuine non-horrified expression it'd seen on his face. He clasped Yuki's hand. And if your enthusiasm is any indication, you might be the first person in decades who actually wants to understand it. Yuki's eyes widened, ears perking so high they nearly bent backwards. You have records? Documentation? Provenance? Centuries worth, he said, pride creeping into his voice as if someone had finally told him his life's work mattered. Every artifact catalogued. Every ruler's contribution noted. Even. He shot a glare toward the crates, those currently being manhandled by very enthusiastic clergy. Oh my law, Yuki breathed, clutching her chest like this was a religious experience. I need to see everything. The classification methods, the preservation enchantments, the cross-referencing system. Wait. She glanced around. Lola said, do you have the original Sun Fox artifact? The one from the White Dragon Grandmaster? The custodian actually smiled, like fully smiled. Teeth and everything. I do. And if you promise not to sprint through priceless artifacts again, I would be honored to show you. Yuki grabbed both his hands and bounced in place like a science fair winner hopped up on sugar. I promise. I super promise. It'll be so careful you won't even know him there. The custodian eyed her with long-suffering elven foresight. Somehow, he said dryly, I doubt that. But he looked delighted anyway, and he approached one of the ornament cabinets he didn't let priests touch yet and opened the drawer. Even through the protective wrappings, a faint radiance seeped out, alive, like a bottled sunset trying to escape. The Sun Fox's twilight paw, he murmured, peeling away the preservation cloth layer by layer. With each fold he removed made the glow deepen like dusk was blooming in the room. And then the last layer fell. Light spilled across the crates and the marble floor, not blinding, but warm. I willed to inspect it, and a notification flickered at the edge of my vision. Sun Fox's twilight paw type, 7 legendary info, a relic carried back by the first Grandmaster of the White Dragon House. After his infamous battle at the North River, the paw pulses faintly at sunrise. Light-aligned mages report hearing distant rustling, as if paws move through grass long vanished. Effect. Holding the paw at a specific time and place opens the entrance to the Fox's Labyrinth, a light illusion trial domain woven from the Sun Fox's magic. It looked like a fox's paw, except it wasn't fur so much as strands of light, not a metaphor. Actual light, layered and woven, each hair moving in a breeze that didn't exist. Yuki made a noise that was half gasp, half religious meltdown. Her hand twitched forward before she caught herself trembling. Lola brushed her shoulder with mine, and I couldn't help smiling. Yuki, excited, was genuinely heartwarmingly adorable. "It's just like the story," Yuki whispered. "Light woven, not severed." Back in the pub, he was telling the truth. The custodian spoke softly, eyes on the relic. "The first Grandmaster claimed he severed it in battle," he said. "The legend states he defeated the Sun Fox at North River, banished it, and took this as proof." His voice got quieter. "But this relic has no bone, no flesh, no blood has ever stained the wrappings." His hand hovered just above it, not touching, but close enough to feel the warmth. "Only light, dense and woven, as if the Sun Fox simply left a piece of itself behind." "A gift," Yuki whispered. "Or a promise," the custodian replied. "Scholars have debated for centuries. Some say it's a fragment of the fox's dying domain. Others argue it was willingly given a piece of its magic for someone worthy to find. The first Grandmaster built his legend on defeating the Sun Fox," he said. "But what if he didn't defeat it at all? What if the fox simply chose to leave?" The relic pulsed, a soft heartbeat of gold and dusk, and something tugged inside my chest. I drew a slow breath. "Yuki," I said quietly, "I think we have your quest." Chapter 258. Confiscation versus Umpaness. Stolen. Book 4. I turned fully toward Yuki. She wasn't even breathing, just tracking every flicker of light off the paw's surface, like a fox who'd finally found the celestial chicken it had been hunting its whole life. "So," I said, keeping my voice even, "are you ready for this?" Her head snapped toward me so fast her hair fluttered. "Yes, absolutely." "You'll need a team." I cut in before she could sprint into the labyrinth alone and lose the quest. "A real team. At minimum, a healer and someone who hits like a truck. Dungeons labyrinths don't care about enthusiasm." I crossed my arms mentally, sorting through my rhyme break roster. "We could ask FD. Or I'll ask Phaedra and Tramar," Yuki declared, bouncing like a solar-powered rubber ball. I blinked, opened my mouth, closed it, reopened it, closed it again. You sure?" I glanced at Lola for backup, but she only smiled with that serene, terrifying confidence that said she had faith in me. "Yes," Yuki chirped. "Phaedra was really nice today. She helped deliver the confiscated goods from the Grand Masters. Oh, and I'll invite Tramar. He's a friend. He promised to help me." I pinched the bridge of my nose. "Yuki." She looked up, grinning. "Just be careful how you phrase things, okay?" I said. "When kingdoms do it, we call it confiscation. When thieves do it, it's stolen loot." Her face dropped slightly. "But isn't it kind of both?" I turned to the custodian as if I desperately needed parental validation. "Help me out here?" The custodian's expression shifted through several emotions: surprise, consideration, then something that looked almost like reluctant amusement. He adjusted his grip on the preservation cloth, weighing his words carefully. "Technically, Your Majesty," he began, his tone measured. "The terminology depends entirely on perspective and the legitimacy of authority." He glanced at the relics surrounding us. "Under established rule, seizure of assets by Crown authority is confiscation or requisition. Legal, documented, part of the historical record." He paused, and I caught the faintest twitch at the corner of his mouth. Not quite a smile, but close. "However," he continued, "if the previous regime is considered illegitimate, which, given recent events, the Grand Master system arguably was, then you are simply recovering assets wrongfully held by a deposed government." His fingers drummed once against the cloth. "The archives contain precedent for both interpretations, depending on which historian you ask and which regime commissioned the work." He cleared his throat delicately. "In my professional opinion, as keeper of records, call it repatriation of state property in official documentation. Far more dignified than either confiscation or—" He glanced at Yuki with mild exasperation. "Stolen loot." The custodian began carefully rewrapping the twilight paw. "Though I must note, Your Majesty, historically speaking, what matters isn't what you call it. It's whether future custodians defend your actions or condemn them. He met my eyes. Proper documentation helps considerably with that. I glanced at the paw. You realize Yuki needs the paw, right? For opening the fox's labyrinth. The custodian's hands froze mid-wrap, the preservation cloth hanging loose between his fingers. His face went through a series of expressions. Shock, then alarm, then something that looked like a scholar watching someone propose burning the library for warmth. Your Majesty, he drawled, his voice strained, this relic has been in Altandai's possession for a long time. It has survived wars, fires, floods, and… He shot a meaningful look at the priests hauling crates in the background, enthusiastic clergy. It is catalogued, protected, part of our institutional memory. His grip on the cloth tightened, knuckles pale. To remove it from the collection would be… Some poured. He trailed off, clearly searching for words diplomatic enough not to sound like he was refusing his new queen. Devastating, he finally settled on and looked down at the softly glowing paw like it was a child he was being asked to hand over to strangers. Are you sure, Your Majesty? I couldn't help but smile. This is a piece of history, yes, but the fox doesn't have closure. It's an invitation, after all. I gestured at the relic, and you need a ticket to show up. What's the point of keeping an invitation in a drawer for Syverin knows how many years when someone's finally ready to RSVP? The custodian opened his mouth, closed it, then looked helplessly at the paw as if it might defend itself. Yuki will be careful, I added, turning to her, right? Of course. Yuki nodded with the solemn energy of a fox swearing an oath before the Woodland Council. I will be very careful. I promise, on my light magic and my… She noticed the custodian's stricken expression and immediately lowered her voice, pressing her hands together like a supplicant, ill-treated as if it's the most precious thing in the world. The custodian still hesitated, the paw cradled against his chest now, wrapped only halfway. His eyes searched Yuki's face, looking for what? Proof she understood? A sign of her worthiness? Then, with the reluctance usually reserved for parents sending their child off to war, he slowly extended the relic toward her. Yuki's hands came up, but instead of grabbing it eagerly, she paused, waited. Her fingers hovered just above the cloth, trembling slightly. May I? She whispered. The custodian's expression softened, just a fraction. He placed the wrapped paw into her waiting hands with the care of someone transferring a newborn. Yuki immediately cradled it against her chest, both hands supporting it from beneath. She bowed deeply to the custodian. The paw held steady throughout the motion. Thank you, she whispered. I'll bring it back, I promise, and I'll tell you everything I learn. The custodian watched her, tension slowly bleeding from his shoulders. He exhaled long and shakily and nodded once. See that you do, he said, voice rough, then quieter, and perhaps the Sun Fox has been waiting all this time for someone exactly like you. Yuki's eyes went starry again, but this time she didn't bounce. She just held the paw closer and smiled. I think it's time to check on Driti, Lola interrupted us. Maybe the temple survived? I nodded, already turning toward the door. The custodian blinked, glancing at the paw, but I was already walking. Head follow. They always did. That's how queens worked, right? You just walked, and people followed. The stairs descended in a wide spiral, each step carved from the same rose-tinted marble as everything else in this city. The walls were lined with alcoves holding busts of past grandmasters, each one managing to look both heroic and insufferable at the same time. Their stone eyes tracked us as we passed, judging our footwear and class picks. The custodian hurried ahead, his earlier nervousness replaced by something almost like pride. This passage, he said, voice echoing softly, leads to the grand reception hall. It was built during the Second Dynasty, when Altandai first declared itself a power worth recognizing. He gestured as we walked, pointing out details I'd have missed otherwise. The ceiling alone took 17 years to complete. 40 artisans worked in shifts. Every panel tells a story. The founding, the first trade agreement. Is it fancy? I cut in. He stopped mid-sentence, blinking. It is. The finest example of… So yes, I said, grinning. Got it. Fancy. Lola stifled a laugh behind her clipboard. The custodian looked like he wanted to file a formal complaint, but wasn't sure to whom to submit it. The stairs finally opened onto a grand hallway, wider than some streets I'd walked through. Columns lined both sides, each one carved with spiraling patterns that seemed to shift in the candlelight. Frescoes stretched across the walls, battles, coronations, banquets where everyone looked slightly too happy to be eating. A massive door stood at the end of the hall. And that? His voice softened with reverence. That is the grand reception hall. The door itself was a work of art, gilded oak reinforced with bronze bands, each panel carved with scenes of celebration. Dancing figures, musicians, endless tables laden with food. Even the doorknobs were shaped like clasped hands. I reached for it. Wait, the custodian said quickly, stepping forward. You must understand, Your Majesty. This room has hosted kings, emperors, ambassadors from across the world. The ceiling is painted with constellations that align perfectly with the summer solstice. The floor is inlaid with... I pushed the door open. The grand reception hall stretched out before us, vast enough to swallow sound. The ceiling soared 3 stories high, every inch covered in intricate paintings, sovereign, stars, and mythical beasts frozen mid-flight. Chandeliers hung like crystalline galaxies, their unlit candles waiting for some grand occasion that might never come again. The walls were lined with tapestries so old, they probably remembered when Altandai was a village with only one bar. Marble columns held up archways that framed alcoves filled with sculptures, dancers or philosophers caught in eternal poses. And the floor. The floor was a mosaic masterpiece. Thousands of tiny tiles formed patterns that flowed like water, geometric designs spiraling outward from the center where a golden sun blazed in permanent noon. The custodian stood in the doorway, hands clasped, practically vibrating with pride. This room has witnessed 7 coronations, 12 royal weddings, and the signing of the first Continental Accord, and the Grand Masters agreed to keep the history. He stopped. We all stopped, because in the middle of this temple to grandeur, this monument to Altandai's golden age, 1901, was a cart, a wooden, rickety, completely ordinary supply cart, loaded with tools, paint cans, and what looked like several rolls of blue cloth. It sat there like a peasant who'd wandered into a diamond mine, utterly out of place and somehow not caring. And from beyond the door at the far end of the hall, the one that probably led to the temple, came a sound. Wurra. A drill. Definitely a drill. What is this? The custodian's voice cracked as he staggered forward, face going from pink to pale to a shade of white I didn't know elves could achieve. How did they know about the service access? He gestured wildly at the cart. How did they get an entire cart down here? I opened my mouth, closed it, opened it again. Lola, I asked, did we, give them a map? She checked her clipboard, flipping through pages with the calm of someone who'd accepted chaos as a lifestyle. No map, just general directions. You even asked her not to touch anything. The custodian whirled toward us, eyes wide. The service access has been sealed for decades. Only the custodians know. He froze. Unless, I prompted. Unless someone told them, he whispered, as if speaking it aloud would summon more carts. From beyond the door, the drill sound intensified, joined by the unmistakable clang of hammers and Dritta's voice shouting instructions in what I could only assume was enthusiastic contractor. I sighed, patted the custodian on the shoulder as I walked past him toward the far door. Well, I said, let's see what my priests are building now. Behind me, I heard him whisper, the floor. They wheeled a cart, WA across the sun. It's fine, I called back. Probably. Lola fell into step beside me, and I caught the hint of a smile tugging at her lips. What? I asked. Nothing, lady, she said innocently. Just. Very queenly. I flicked a tiny snowball at her clipboard. She didn't even flinch. The door swung open, and I stopped so abruptly that Lola almost walked into my back. Chaos. Pure, unadulterated, architectural chaos. The space beyond wasn't a temple. It was a construction site having an identity crisis. 4 separate temple chambers, once divided by ornate walls, were now bleeding into each other like someone had taken a sledgehammer to history and called it renovations. Priests in blue robes scurried everywhere, hauling chunks of debris, rolling carts loaded with broken statuary, and shouting measurements that made no sense. Dust hung in the air like a guilty conscience, illuminated by shafts of light from windows I was pretty sure weren't supposed to exist yet. And the sound. Not drills. Not exactly. These were staves. long, crystal-tipped rods that hummed with a low, thrumming energy that made my teeth itch. A priest pointed one at a section of wall, and the hum deepened into something almost predatory. The stone in front of it. Tai dissolved. Not crumbled, not shattered, just ceased, pulled into the staff's tip like the world's angriest vacuum. Then, with a mechanical chunk, the staff spat the material out behind the wielder as a perfect cube of compressed stone. Neat. Efficient. Utterly horrifying if you cared about preservation. The custodian made a sound like a tea kettle about to explode. I stepped inside slowly, heels crunching on stone dust. My eyes tracked the destruction, no, the transformation happening in real time. Walls that had probably stood for centuries were being erased like bad handwriting. Drity? I said, my voice dangerously slow. She turned, and her face lit up, not with guilt, not with, oh no, I messed up. No. She smiled at me like she'd just seen the dawn break over a mountain, like I was the answer to every prayer she'd ever whispered. Ugh, hard to get used to. We're joining the temples together, just like he said. She pointed triumphantly at the custodian who stood frozen in the doorway, looking like his soul had filed for divorce. It's really easy. The custodian finally found his voice. I meant, there could be doors added to connect them structurally, to maintain the… His hands fluttered helplessly. To be like a unified complex, not. He gestured at the carnage, utterly lost. I cut him off, turning my full attention to Drity. What are you doing? My tone was flat, cold. I told you not to touch anything before I inspect it. She nodded enthusiastically, as if I'd just complimented her logistics. I know. I'm not touching anything. She gestured around the room at the dozen priests currently touching everything. I'm just telling them what to do. I stared at her. She beamed back. Drity, I said slowly. That's still touching things. With extra steps. Her smile faltered. But being efficient. Look. She pointed at a priest using his staff to neatly cube a door. We're not wasting anything. Every piece gets stored, and we can rebuild it however you want later. That's not. I pinched the bridge of my nose. That's not the point. Behind me, the custodian whimpered. Lola stepped forward, clipboard at the ready. Lady, she said gently, perhaps we should assess the situation before. Another chunk echoed through the chamber as a support beam became 3 cubes. I exhaled slowly, counted to 5, and looked at Drity again. Stop, all of it. Right now. Her ears drooped. But, right. Now. She turned, raised her hand and shouted, Ivrian, stop! The humming ceased. The priests froze mid-cube. Dust settled. Silence. I stepped further into the room, surveying the damage. 4 temples, partially deconstructed, walls half gone, sacred spaces turned into storage problems. Okay, I said, everybody out, leave the staves. We'll figure this out after I've actually seen what we're working with. The priests bowed, filed out in sheepish silence. Drity stood in the center of the wreckage, looking like a dog who'd eaten the couch and couldn't understand why everyone was upset. I walked over, put a hand on her shoulder. Drity, I said, softer now. I know you're excited, but slow down, please. She nodded, eyes shimmering. I just wanted to make it perfect for you. I know, I said, but perfect takes time. She sniffled, then brightened. So, Quay, we can join the temples? I glanced at the custodian, who looked ready to faint. With planning, I said firmly, and doors. Lots of doors. Chapter 259. 2 is just 2. Book 4. Yuki hummed as she walked, lightly tapping her fingers against her hip in a cheerful off-tempo rhythm. The tune had been stuck in her head since the bard at the port had played it while she was helping load the last crates of confiscated treasure. It was bouncy, full of little trills, and she was pretty sure it was about a fox outsmarting sailors. Well, she was a historian, so when she exchanged siren for a fox, nobody would know. Although the lyrics got drowned out when someone accidentally dropped a crate and everybody screamed. Still, nice melody. Good walking music. She hopped over a cracked bit of cobblestone, skirt swishing around her knees. The southern district of Altandai smelled faintly of rose dust, warm stone, old paper, and sugar pastries. The last one was a dangerous temptation. The bakery she had found yesterday was probably closed, and she was on a mission. A very important, super-duper official mission. Fox Girl, actual Fox. She had told Charlie that she would go straight to the library, and she was absolutely doing that. Legendary quest. The Sun Fox's Labyrinth. Description: a forgotten spirit of dawn once guarded the North River forest, weaving illusions of light that defied armies and humbled the Grandmaster. The twilight paw still pulses with the Sun Fox's magic, opening the path to its hidden trial domain. Objective: Queen Charlie has entrusted you with the Sun Fox's twilight paw. Gather a trustworthy team, travel to the barren stretch somewhere north of Altandai by sunrise, and enter the Fox's Labyrinth. Complete the trial and uncover the fate of the Sun Fox. Reward: Sun Fox Magic. Additional bonuses scale with performance, insight, and survival. Even though Shed stopped twice on the way to look at carved murals, but that still counted as being on the way. The Altandai Library appeared ahead of her, tucked between two narrow streets, like someone trying to hide an enormous book on a too small bookshelf. Compared to the Grandmaster temples, where corridors spiraled upward like magical beanstalks and books whispered when you passed them, this one was humbler. Not small exactly, just serious. Built from the city's signature rose-tinted stone, its outer walls glowed in the late afternoon light, like the entire building had been lightly dusted with sunset. Yuki squinted at the stonework. Right. The rosy stone came from the Nilane quarries, and right next to the quarries there had once been… Oh, the haunted barrens. People said wandering spirits used to mimic miners' voices and call them deeper underground. Shed read about it in an old folklore compendium. Super interesting. Definitely not helpful right now. She shook her head vigorously enough that her bangs flopped. Focus, Yuki, she whispered to herself. Maps. Old ones. Not ghosts. With a decisive nod, she pushed the library doors open and stepped inside. Warm air embraced her like a friendly book hug. The scent hit her immediately with dried paper and something softly herbal that reminded her of old reading halls in the academy back on Earth. Tall shelves lined the walls, running in parallel rows like wooden soldiers, each one stuffed past proper capacity with scrolls, ledgers, catalogs, and fat tomes swelling at the spine. It wasn't grand, but it was alive. Lived in. Half-organized chaos. Yuki loved it instantly. She hummed again, just softly, out of habit while drifting between shelves. The library wasn't empty, but the few scholars inside were too absorbed in their work to notice the young girl navigating the aisles like a dazzled pixie. A clerk at the front desk lifted his head, blinked at her, then returned to his parchment without comment. Yuki had been here earlier, so she didn't bother pretending she knew where everything was. She absolutely did not. The indexing system made sense only if you were, in her words, a bored historian who likes puzzles more than people. She headed left anyway. That felt right. Maybe because she remembered seeing a dusty shelf labeled Civic Topographies somewhere in that direction. Or maybe because the sunlight slanting through the tall arched window looked really pretty on that side. She paused beneath the archway, letting the light catch the edges of her hair. Light always made her feel braver, more focused, like the world was full of tiny refracting hints waiting to be found. Okay, she murmured. Maps, cross-reference, easy. Then she spotted the table where Shed worked earlier and hurried toward it. 3 old atlases were still stacked neatly where Shed left them, open to pages of faded coastlines and sketched landmarks. Yuki slid into the seat with a quiet squeak of wood. Her heart buzzed. This was it. The first proper step on her Sun Fox quest. She reached eagerly toward the nearest atlas and froze halfway through the motion. Wait, oh! Actually, I remember a story about this region, just real quick. Her thoughts tripped over themselves, bouncing between folklore, maps, quarries, and haunted barrens. But she shook herself again. Later. She could ramble to Phaedra or Lisa later. Right now she had work to do. With a breath of determination, she opened the next atlas and leaned forward, eyes bright, ready to dive into forgotten geography and hidden paths. Oh! Her voice cracked slightly after some time. There! The lines overlapped. And not vaguely, not in the same forestish place, but exactly. A barren strip of woodland north of Altandai, the shape of it identical to an old sketch in the atlas, just blurred, just faded, but unmistakable. Her interface blinked. Attention! Legendary quest. The Sun Fox's Labyrinth has been updated. Yuki tried to grab the floating window as if it might run away. Step 1 completed, you obtained the location of the labyrinth. Step 2, gather a minimum of 3 people. She squeaked. In excitement first, because she found it. She actually found the entrance to a legendary spirit trial, something. But then the words hit her. Minimum of 3. 3, Yuki whispered. The 3? No. That's an entire party. Her heartbeat tripled, her thoughts pinwheeled. 3 people meant coordination, and coordination meant leadership, and leadership meant decisions, and decisions meant responsibility, and responsibility meant people could get angry, and then Charlie would come back and look at her with that disappointed queen face and… Wait, she gasped. Wait, oh! She slapped both cheeks lightly. 3 people means me plus 2. That's just 2. 2 friends. 2. I can find 2. Relief flooded her body like cool water after a sprint. Okay, she could do 2. 2 was manageable. 2 did not require her to suddenly become an adultier adult. She stood up so fast her chair squealed against the floor. With renewed determination, Yuki gathered her maps, shoved them into her satchel, in a way a future Yuki would definitely scold herself for, and hurried out of the Altandai library into the pink stone streets. Altandai's streets were buzzing as evening crept in, markets winding down, musicians warming up, people pretending they weren't tired yet. Yuki moved quickly through the noise, half humming the bard's tune from earlier. The twilight pause sat in her inventory she couldn't hear but somehow still felt. Her destination appeared, Altandai's second-best tea room. Yuki stopped, squinting. Why would you name yourself that? No answer came, so she pushed inside. Warmth rolled over her, spiced tea, smoke, soft cushions, golden lamplight. People lounged everywhere in various states of "I'll get up eventually." A light enchantment hummed beneath it all, tugging tension from her shoulders in a way that felt suspiciously like seduction by furniture. And at the center, raised a nest of pillows, sat Phaedra. She wasn't lounging, she was staging the concept of lounging. One leg draped out, hair spilling over one shoulder, shirt casually undone just enough to invite curiosity without surrendering mystery. Jewels from the heist glittered across her table, like the world's prettiest bribe. Her voice carried lazily across the room. So there I am, she drawled, twirling a ring between 2 fingers. 3 guards ahead, 4 behind, and none of them with the fashion sense to make dying for treasure feel worth it. A couple of listeners laughed. One frowned. You said 30 earlier. Phaedra didn't miss a beat. Shetty, when men shout at you with that much bad breath and insecurity, it feels like 30. More laughter. Yuki, unable to stop herself, blurted. Technically, it was 18 total, plus 2 that rotated. Grandmaster-era treasury defenses were designed to… Heads turned. Yuki froze. Phaedra's smile sharpened. Yuki, she said, lifting a hand. Viens. Come here before you lecture them into a coma. Yuki stumbled forward. She was with me, Phaedra announced, sweeping an elegant arm toward her. Without her, this would still be sitting in a vault guarded by men with the collective intuition of wet bread. Yuki flushed. I just carried things. And calculated timing, and saved us one awkward talk to Charlie when Luna bailed on us. Très avalué. She flicked her fingers at the lingering audience. Allez, go drink your tea. If you want the extended edition, I charge extra. People laughed and drifted away. The stage was instantly theirs. Phaedra took a slow sip of tea, shoulders relaxing now that she wasn't performing. She patted the cushion beside her. Sit before you faint, Monseigneur. Yuki sank down. The enchantment under her tried to melt her spine. Phaedra watched her for a beat too long. You have a look. What look? The Phaedra. I need help with something I absolutely should not be doing. Look. Yuki swallowed and then opened her interface. The quest window bloomed between them. Phaedra read it without interrupting, her expression shifting into that unimpressed patience she saved for bureaucracy, and obviously bad ideas she would absolutely still do. When she finished, she arched a brow. A legendary labyrinth. She nodded once, slowly. Evidement. You finish one charming quest and immediately audition for a death maze. It's perfect for me, Yuki said quickly. Light magic, illusions, trials. And I found the entrance, but I need at least 2 more people. Phaedra sipped her tea. And somehow I am on the shortlist, Yuki nodded fast. You, me, and maybe Tramar? He's good with destructi. Yuki, Phaedra held up a finger. Let me see if I understand. You want me to walk into a legendary trial before sunrise, full of illusions, traps, and whatever ancient nonsense the Sun Fox considers whimsical, after I've spent all day outrunning guards, charming half this city, and stealing jewelry that could fund a small revolution? Yes, Yuki whispered. Phaedra stared at her in silence. Then she exhaled, long and soft. Mon Dieu, you are trouble. A pause. Interesting trouble, but still trouble. Charlie said this isn't a game. Yuki leaned in. Are you saying yes? I will help you, Phaedra said. Yuki nearly burst into sparkles, until Phaedra added, tone shifting warmly dangerous, but you will owe me. Yuki blinked. Owe what? Phaedra's smile curled. One night on Earth. A real club. Real music, real dancing, and you will not bring a notebook, not one. Yuki looked horrified. That's terrifying. Phaedra lifted a shoulder in a graceful shrug. So is a labyrinth, ma chérie. And you walk straight into that one. Yuki made a wounded noise. Do you want my healing magic at your back or not? Phaedra asked gently. Because Tremar is adorable, but if the walls start flashing his fire all around, I'm the friend you want. Fine, Yuki groaned. Deal. Phaedra took her hand, warm and sure. Très bien. Then we prepare properly. And drink tea. Beaucoup de tea. The system blinked. Yuki sagged. One labyrinth, one Sun Fox, one night in an Earth club she was already regretting. Chapter 26. Yuna knew it, with me, Book 4. Hey guys, I've read this one, and it's really well written. It's first person with an interesting premise. I think you'll like it. Phaedra didn't allow Yuki to escape. The moment the quest window folded away, she snapped her fingers, lightly and elegantly, and a server appeared as if gravity itself had been seduced into delivering a fresh cup. Non, sit, Phaedra murmured, guiding Yuki back down with one perfectly manicured finger. It wasn't forceful, but somehow it overrode free will. You're buzzing like a lantern about to topple over. Calm. But we have to. Boas. She pressed the cup into Yuki's hands with a gentle dominance that brooked no argument. Charlie swears by this blend. They call it Queen's Tea now. Très dramatique, but so is she. Yuki froze mid-breath. Charlie drinks this? Phaedra lounged back, chin lifting, one eyebrow curving with delight. So if you want to be strong, wise, and terrifyingly stubborn comme elle, you must drink it too. That's totally how tea works, Yuki whispered, already sipping. The aroma hit, slightly bitter and citrusy, herbs warmed by sun and something bright. Yuki's eyes widened. Oh, that's fantastic. Mais oui. Phaedra smirked, pleased at being vindicated by a beverage. Yuki looked around the room, holding the cup like a precious artifact. Hello, sorry. Does anyone know why this place is called Second Best Tea Room? A few patrons glanced over. One shrugged, another leaned in. Because the Yellow Grandmaster owned the best one, before they vanished. Oh, Yuki gasped. That's fascinating. I mean, not the vanishing. Well, that too, because of the evil thingies, but the naming convention. Phaedra let out a laugh that was all velvet and sin. You see, even the tea houses have law, and then you wonder why Charlie has migraines. Yuki clutched her cup, practically sparkling. So who owns the first one now? The crown, someone said from a corner. Our wonderfully sarcastic queen, Phaedra added, raising her cup in a mock salute that was somehow elegant and irreverent at the same time. Yuki squeaked and almost dropped her tea. Phaedra, unfazed, shifted her attention to a nearby group of patrons. She lowered her voice, softened her posture, and the surrounding air changed, enticing, impossible to ignore. 2 compliments, a purr, and the entire table went pink from collar to hairline. Within a minute, they'd scrambled up, bowing, stammering promises to return, leaving their coins scattered like tribute. Phaedra waved after them lazily. Voila, now the tea will taste better. They'll tell everyone it does. Yuki blinked. Do you just improve businesses by flirting at them? Phaedra smiled, wicked and pleased. I improve everything, ma chérie. Yuki wasn't sure whether to be charmed or frightened. Probably both. Evening had swallowed Altandai and lantern light and warm noise. People spilled out of homes. Merchants yanked open shutters they'd sworn they closed for the fight. Musicians tuned strings with the kind of confidence only tipsy crowds rewarded. Freed slaves stood in clusters, laughing the way people laughed when they didn't yet believe they were allowed to. Runners darted between them, shouting over one another, "Special coins from the crown! Free rations for the week, pay for labor, and even for repairs." Hope was heavy tonight. A warm one. Yuki soaked it in like sunlight on bare skin. Festive. Hopeful in the good way. Her light mage instincts throbbed with it. Every lantern fed her magic after the dip behind the horizon. Her historian's heart throbbed even louder. Cities didn't shift mood this fast unless something foundational had been kicked over and rebuilt in real time. Charlie core energy, probably. Beside her, Phaedra drifted through the street like a decadent shadow, scarf fluttering, jewelry chiming softly whenever she chose to move her hips. She eyed Yuki with languid amusement. "You are practically glowing," she murmured. "It's like walking beside an overexcited star." "I like when people are happy," Yuki said. "It makes everything feel more history-like." Phaedra nodded sagely. "And also easier to rob should the need arise." Yuki pretended very hard not to hear that. They crossed into the district. Tramar had said, "He's in Black Square." Except, "That's not black," Yuki whispered, slowing to a stop. The bricks spread pale gray under their feet, muted and wrong compared to Altandai's rose-hued stone. The air felt different here too, hushed as if someone had turned the sound down one notch. "Whoa." Yuki crouched to run a hand over the stone. Why the stone's different? The Nalain quarries only produce rose, and this texture is. This isn't even the same signature. She spotted an elderly man perched on the steps beside a shuttered shop, cane across his lap, eyes drifting across the street like heads seen too. Much of it for decades, which meant he absolutely knew things. Yuki grabbed Phaedra's sleeve and dragged her forward without hesitation, because restraint was for cowards. "Excuse me! Hello! Sorry to bother you." When she asked him about it, the man blinked at her, then let out a laugh like thick rope sliding over old wood. "Oh, lass, that's an old tale." Behind her, Phaedra inhaled sharply through her nose, the universal sound of, "I see we are doing law again." "Bien sûr," she muttered to no one. She touched Yuki's shoulder, resigned and affectionate all at once. "I will get us drinks. If the story is old, you will ask 15 questions, and I refuse to be parched through any of them." Before Yuki could defend her entirely reasonable scholarly enthusiasm, Phaedra was already gliding away down the street, vanishing like a rumor, deciding it had better places to be. Yuki plopped down beside the man, eyes huge, notebook already half out of her satchel before she remembered Phaedra's threat. The old man patted the step. Sit. You like stories, eh?" "Yes." Yuki nodded vigorously. "Yes, very much so." He chuckled again. "Well, back when this square was first planned, the caravan bringing the quarry stones was attacked by ghosts." Ooh, Yuki inhaled so strongly she hiccuped. "Wailing things," the man went on, "and cold as winter. They say everyone transporting the stone died on the road, and when the soldiers found the carts the next morning, all the stones had turned this color. Gray, lifeless. Like the spirits bled the warmth out." Yuki's eyes shimmered. "That's amazing," she whispered reverently. The man nodded. "Later, builders learned you can mimic it. Cover Nalain stone in ectoplasm. Don't ask me how they get it and chill it fast. If you fail, it stays slimy pink. Do it right, you get this." He tapped a brick with his cane. People around this square loved the look, so they kept the style. Yuki's brain lit up with 27 follow-up questions, but before she could ask even one, footsteps returned. "Boys," she said lightly, but with the kind of tone that made it very clear it was not optional. "And come, we still have a firecracker of a mage to collect." Yuki scrambled to her feet, bowed gratefully to the old man, and rushed after her, nearly spilling the drink in her hurry. She took a sip. Oh. The flavor hit like a warm spell. Cinnamon embers, berry smoke, a lingering heat that curled at the back of her tongue. "Phaedra," Yuki squeaked, eyes going wide. This is really good." Phaedra didn't even look at her at first. She just smiled over the rim of her own cup, lips curved in that lazy, feline way of hers. Evidement. She flicked a glance at Yuki, amused and indulgent. Mon connaît, everything tastes good when you're about to step into a legendary quest, even danger, especially danger. She tapped Yuki's cup with her own, a soft clink. "Now drink. Heroes do not arrive under-caffeinated." The far end of Black Square was loud enough to shake dust from rooftops. The mood was pure, unfiltered festival energy. Someone banged a drum without even pretending they understood rhythm. Another spun in a circle with a lamp, chanting something that might have been a spell or a recipe. Two newly freed workers sang a half-remembered war chant while kids butchered the chorus into something about cheese. Yuki and Phaedra stepped into a chaos of players. Glowing gauntlets, enchanted staffs clacking against each other like drunk wands at a reunion tour. Lantern light flashed off runes, armor, and someone's inexplicable sequin cloak. And in the center, fire mages competed in volume alone, launching sparks upward that burst into orange confetti. "I can hit a wyvern from 4 streets away," one bragged. 4? Please, I once tagged a moving cart blindfolded. A cart isn't dangerous. You've never met the Lawless Regulation card. Fair. Yuki hugged her cinnamon ember drink close, letting the warmth seep into her fingers, soaking in the messy happiness of it all. Then, a familiar bellow cleaved the noise. "No huge. Talk. Tournament. Tramar." He stood on a crate like a prophet with excellent posture, wide-brimmed hat glowing. His blue robe fluttered despite no wind. He stabbed a finger toward a low wall. "WE. Place targets here. 10 firebolts. 10 targets. The highest score wins." A mage with the tag Carlos Magicus yelled, "What are the prizes?" Tramar puffed up like a proud peacock casting a spell. "Winner gets to choose the next dungeon," Carlos inhaled, as if he'd just been told he could name a star. "Actually." "Good," the crowd roared. Yuki started to grin until something broke her brain. Phaedra, walking in, holding an armful of teapots. Yuki stared. "What? When? How? You didn't even leave." Phaedra winked, a slow, decadent little thing, and deposited the teapots on a barrel with the reverence of someone offering dangerous relics. "Sibylle," she purred to the nearest cluster of mages. "For your little competition." "Courtesy of moi." Then, with the absolute serenity of someone throwing a smoke bomb into a stable, she added, "And if you perform exceptionally, I may offer une nuit with me." 3 mages instantly misfired and singed the grey bricks. Tramar clapped like a delighted demon. "Up to the winner." He snapped his fingers, and the teapots were placed into perfect formation along the wall. The crowd surged closer. Firebolts flew, and Yuki, holding her warm drink and staring at the chaos Phaedra had just unleashed with one sentence, whispered, "This is why Charlie has ulcers." Phaedra only smiled, pleased with herself. "Mais oui." "Where did you even get those teapots?" Yuki whispered, still clutching her drink. Phaedra pointed over her shoulder with the serenity of a cat, showing where it hid the body. Yuki turned and saw an elderly woman operating a stand piled with miscellaneous objects, teapots, clocks, wooden masks, maybe a chicken sculpture. Yuki blinked again. When did she look back? A mage was already hurling the first firebolt. The teapot bounced down with a magical clang. The crowd practically vibrated with excitement. They formed a loose circle around the firing area, chanting, cheering, shoving, yelling contradictory advice. "Go wide. Don't go wide. Use more fire. Use less fire. Hit it." Yuki hovered on her toes, heart bouncing with every bolt. Tramar took center stage like a king of fire in theatrical timing. He raised his hands. "Watch closely, amateurs. Bolt 1, clean hit. Bolt 2, perfect. Bolt 3, fast. Bolt 4, faster. 360, no scope. Bolt 5, showy spin and hit." The crowd exploded. Then, Bolt 6 missed, sailing up like a depressed firefly. Bolt 7 hit. Bolt 8 missed spectacularly. Bolt 9 miss. Bolt 10 also miss. 6 out of 10, Tramar declared, sweeping his robe. "Behold perfection, you missed 4, someone yelled. "It was windy," Tramar lied. "There was no wind." Carlos cracked his knuckles and stepped forward. "My turn. And then I chose our dungeon." Tramar choked. Bold words from a man with that hair. Carlos ignored him. He aimed. First bolt, way too high. Someone in the back shouted, "CE Island Killer!" But then Carlos hit 5 in a row, each teapot flying away. "Miss," the crowd groaned. Next shot, hit. 6. Tie. Tramar made a wounded cat noise. Carlos narrowed his eyes, lifted his hand. "Another miss." "Tramar may lose," Yuki whispered. Carlos smirked, whispered something dirty under his breath, and fired his last bolt. Clatter. 7. Ha! Carlos threw both arms up. I pick the dungeon. The crowd roared again. Firebolts fizzled out. Cheering collapsed into laughter. People clapped each other on the back. Someone declared they were hungry. Another declared they were on fire. And Tramar loudly denied this was a fair contest despite losing. The energy slowly diffused into friendly chatter. That's when Fedre caught Tramar by his sleeve. Cher homage, she said, tugging him toward Yuki. Our little historian wants you. Tramar tilted his picky hat forward with exaggerated seriousness. Yeah? What's up? Yuki swallowed. I have a legendary quest. The Sun Fox's Labyrinth. I need 3 people. You'd be the third. Tramar stared for half a second. Then, yes. Yuki blinked. Really? Yeah, sure. He shrugged, adjusting his robe. But only if you get me a matching robe for my picky hat. Fedre snorted. Yuki squeaked. Tramar grinned. Then he softened slightly. Kidding? Well, mostly kidding. It'll go for the fun of it. Yuki's interface blinked. Party member joined, Tramar, step 2 completed, 3 people gathered. Yuki's smile lit up brighter than the firebolts. The Sun Fox's Labyrinth awaited. And now she had her team.